Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry walked into Gringotts at age 9 and discovered he was the heir to the 4 founders. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The boy who wandered the shopping trolley had a broken wheel. Harry noticed this because he'd been pushing it for the last hour while Aunt Petunia loaded it with clothes for Dudley, clothes that cost more than everything Harry had ever worn combined. The wheel squeaked and pulled left, and Harry had to constantly correct its course through the crowded department store, his thin arms aching from the effort. Dudley was somewhere in the electronics section with Uncle Vernon, probably demanding the newest video game console. Aunt Petunia stood at a rack of designer polo shirts, holding one up against her chest as if imagining her precious Dudders wearing it, never mind that Dudley would stain it within a week and demand a new one. "Stay with the trolley," she said without looking at Harry. "Don't touch anything. Don't speak to anyone. Don't," she paused, her lips thinning. "Just don't do anything." Harry nodded, though she wasn't watching. He was used to being invisible in plain sight. 9 years of practice had made him an expert at it. The store was Harrods. Harry had never been inside before today, and despite everything, he couldn't help but marvel at it. The ceiling soared above him, decorated with lights that sparkled like stars. The air smelled like expensive perfume and new fabric. People moved through the aisles in clothes that probably cost more than the Dursleys' car. Harry didn't belong here. He knew that. His trainers had holes in them, hidden by careful positioning of his feet. His jumper, Dudley's old one, naturally, hung off his shoulders like a collapsed tent. He'd tried to flatten his hair this morning, but it had sprung back into its usual wild mess within minutes. A security guard was watching him from across the floor. Harry could feel those suspicious eyes tracking his movements. Of course. A scruffy boy in oversized clothes, standing alone with an expensive trolley full of designer items. He probably looked like a thief. The thought sparked something in Harry's chest. Not anger, he'd learned to bury that deep, but something colder. Calculation. Aunt Petunia had wandered further into the department, drawn by a display of cashmere jumpers. The security guard's attention shifted to a group of teenagers who'd gotten loud near the handbags. Dudley and Uncle Vernon were 3 floors away. Harry had been planning this for months. Not this specific moment, he couldn't have known they'd go to Harrods, but a moment. An opportunity. He'd been saving for it, coins found on the ground, pocket money technically meant for Dudley that Harry had learned to skim without detection, even a £5 note he'd found crumpled in the washing machine and claimed before Aunt Petunia could discover it. £37.42. Enough for a bus ticket, maybe. Enough to get somewhere. The problem had always been the same: where would he go? He had no family who wanted him, Aunt Petunia had made that abundantly clear. The police would just return him to Privet Drive. Social services had visited once when he was 7, but somehow Aunt Petunia had convinced them everything was fine, and Harry had learned that adults believed what they wanted to believe. But he couldn't stay. That was the simple truth that had crystallized in his mind over the past year. Each day, the cupboard under the stairs felt smaller. Each meal of scraps and leftovers fed his body but starved something else. Each time Dudley's fist connected with his ribs while Uncle Vernon laughed, something in Harry grew quieter, and something else grew sharper. He was going to disappear. Not forever, maybe. Just long enough to think. To breathe. To figure out what came next. The security guard was still distracted. Aunt Petunia had vanished behind a display. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs, but his hands were steady as he stepped away from the trolley, wove between 2 racks of coats, and walked calmly toward the exit. Don't run. Running attracts attention. Walk like you belong, like you know exactly where you're going. The Dursleys had never taught him that. He'd figured it out himself, watching how the world worked from his quiet corner of it. He passed the guard without a glance. Through the doors. Into the assault of London in summer, car horns and diesel fumes and 1,000 conversations happening at once. Harry let the crowd swallow him, one more small figure in a river of people, and didn't look back. The sun was bright, the sky a washed-out blue. Somewhere behind him, Aunt Petunia was probably still examining Cashmere, not yet aware that her unwanted nephew had slipped his leash. Harry walked. By late afternoon, the wonder had worn thin. London was vast and indifferent. Harry had known this intellectually, he'd seen the city on television, heard people talk about it, but experiencing it was different. The streets seemed designed to confuse, looping back on themselves, spitting him out in places he didn't recognize. He'd asked for directions twice, but the responses had been so loaded with street names and tube stations that he'd only nodded and walked away more lost than before. His feet hurt. His stomach had stopped growling an hour ago, settling into a dull, familiar ache. The 37 pounds in his pocket felt simultaneously like a fortune and nothing at all. He discovered that a simple sandwich cost £3.50 in central London, and water wasn't free unless you found a fountain. He'd spent £4 on food, eating it while walking, trying to make it last. £33 left. No plan. No destination. Brilliant escape, Harry. Really well thought out. The inner voice sounded like him, but meaner. He'd developed it over years of self-sufficiency, a survival mechanism that kept him sharp. It was useful for catching mistakes, less useful for morale. He wandered through streets that grew gradually less polished, the shops shifting from designer boutiques to bookmakers and corner stores. The crowds thinned. The buildings grew older, pressed together like passengers on a crowded bus. And then, without warning, everything changed. One moment he was walking down a perfectly ordinary street, Charing Cross Road, a sign said, and the next, his eyes snagged on something that shouldn't have been there. Between a large bookshop and a record store stood a grimy little pub that seemed to exist in its own pocket of shadow despite the afternoon sun. The sign above the door read, "The Leaky Cauldron." Harry stopped walking. People flowed around him, not noticing the pub at all. Their eyes slid past it like water off glass. But Harry could see it clearly, the dark windows, the battered door, the flicker of candlelight from within. Something pulled at him. A hook behind his navel, a whisper in his blood. He'd felt similar things before, moments when the world seemed to bend around him, when impossible things happened without explanation. Dudley's gang slowing down while chasing him, though he'd swear he hadn't run any faster. His hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia had shaved it nearly to the scalp. The glass at the zoo, vanishing and reappearing. Harry had learned not to question these moments. They just were, part of his strange, unwelcome existence. But he'd never felt the pull this strongly before, never felt called somewhere, as if his presence was expected. He pushed open the door. The pub was dark, lit by candles and a low fire despite the summer heat. The smell hit him first, pipe smoke and old wood and something else, something that made his nerves sing with recognition. A dozen patrons sat scattered at worn tables, dressed in clothes that didn't belong to any era Harry recognized, robes and pointed hats and cloaks with silver clasps. No one looked up when he entered. That was strange enough. A scruffy 9-year-old walking into a pub should have attracted some attention, but Harry didn't pause to question it. The pull was stronger now, guiding him through the dim room toward a door at the back. "Can I help you, lad?" Harry stopped. The bartender, a stooped man with a bald head and surprisingly kind eyes, was watching him from behind the bar. Unlike the other patrons, he seemed to actually see Harry. "I." Harry's voice came out rough. He cleared his throat. "I'm not sure. I was just walking, and I saw, Muggleborn, are you?" The bartender's expression shifted to something welcoming. "No, wait. You've got the look of someone who knows already, even if you don't know you know. First time in Diagon Alley?" None of those words made sense, but the bartender's tone was friendly, and Harry had learned to read people's intentions better than their words. This man meant him no harm. "I've never been here before," Harry said carefully. "I didn't know this place existed until a few minutes ago." The bartender, Tom, Harry learned later, smiled. "That's how it works for some. The magic knows when you're ready." He gestured toward the back door. "Through there, if you'd like a look. Won't cost you nothing to see the alley. Just tap the bricks in the right order, 3 up, 2 across from the dustbin, and you're through." Magic. He'd said it so casually, like mentioning the weather. Harry's heart was racing now, but his voice stayed calm. 9 years with the Dursleys had given him excellent emotional control. "Thank you, sir." He walked to the back door. Through it, a tiny courtyard waited, brick walls on all sides, a dustbin in the corner. Harry counted the bricks as Tom had instructed, 3 up, 2 across. He reached out and tapped. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the bricks shivered, rearranged themselves with soft grinding sounds, and opened into an archway. Harry stepped through into another world. Diagon Alley was everything London wasn't. Where London had been grey and indifferent, this place burst with colour, shop windows displaying cauldrons that stirred themselves, brooms hovering in glass cases, owls in cages calling to passers-by. Where London's crowds had flowed around Harry without seeing him, here people walked with purpose, nodding to each other, stopping to chat, their robes swirling with every movement. Harry walked slowly, taking it in. He didn't know what any of it meant, not yet, but he understood one thing with absolute clarity: this was where he belonged. The pull in his chest had quieted to a warm hum of recognition. His skin tingled with the same energy he'd felt during those impossible moments throughout his life. Magic. The word kept echoing in his mind. Magic is real. This is what I am. The Dursleys' hatred suddenly made a different kind of sense. Not that it excused them, nothing could excuse them, but at least it was comprehensible now. They hadn't just hated him for being an orphan, for being a burden. They'd hated him for being this. He wandered for what felt like hours, though the light never changed. The sun had shifted outside, but here in the alley, time seemed different, more forgiving. He watched a witch charm a display of floating candles. He saw a wizard repair a shattered window with a wave of his wand. He pressed his nose to the glass of a bookshop called Flourish and Blots and stared at titles that promised to teach everything from potion-making to the care of magical creatures. He had questions. So many questions they threatened to overwhelm him. But years of survival had taught Harry one crucial skill: patience. He would learn. He would understand. He just needed to figure out where to start. His stomach growled, reminding him that wonder didn't fill an empty belly. The shops here were different from London, but they still required money, and Harry doubted his 33 pounds of Muggle currency would be accepted. He found himself gravitating toward the end of the alley, where a massive white building dominated the street. It was unlike the colorful chaos of the other shops: marble columns, bronze doors, and a pair of small creatures in uniform standing guard. The creatures were not human. Shorter than Harry, with pointed ears and sharp features, dressed in crimson and gold. They watched the passing witches and wizards with expressions of barely concealed contempt, occasionally sharing glances that spoke of long-suffering patience. Harry approached carefully. He'd learned that different didn't mean dangerous. The Dursleys were entirely human, after all, but he also knew that caution kept you alive. "Excuse me," he said. "What is this place?" The creature on the left looked down at him with eyes like polished onyx. Its expression didn't change, but something flickered in its gaze: surprise, maybe, that a wizard child had addressed it directly. "Gringotts Bank," it said. "Wizarding Britain's only authorized financial institution. Run by the Goblin Nation, secure against all forms of theft or intrusion." Goblin. The word slotted into place alongside magic and wizard and witch. Harry filed it away. "Thank you," he said, and meant it. The goblin's eyebrows rose slightly. After a moment, it nodded once, a curt gesture, but not unfriendly. Harry walked up the marble steps and through the bronze doors, passing a poem inscribed in silver, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed, for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn." He pushed through a second set of doors into a vast hall. The ceiling rose so high it vanished into shadow. Goblins sat at long counters, counting coins, weighing gems, scribbling in ledgers with quills that moved almost too fast to see. Witches and wizards queued before them, conducting business in low voices. Harry's stomach growled again. He ignored it, taking in the room with systematic attention. The counters were numbered. The goblins were ranked, somehow, their uniforms differed in subtle ways he couldn't yet interpret. The security was invisible but present, he could feel it watching him, weighing his intentions. This was a place of power. Real power, not the petty tyranny of the Dursleys. Harry respected that. And then he saw it, a food cart near the far wall, unattended. Small pastries arranged on silver trays, designed for wealthy clients who grew peckish while waiting. Harry's mouth watered despite himself. He couldn't steal. He knew that, rationally. A place like this would have protections beyond anything he could imagine. But hunger was a voice that drowned out reason, and before he fully realized what he was doing, he was drifting closer to the cart, trying to look casual, his hands in his pockets, his eyes sweeping the room for watchers. That, said a dry voice behind him, would be extremely inadvisable. Harry froze. The goblin who had spoken was old, ancient, even, by human standards. His skin was weathered like old leather, his eyes dark and knowing. He wore robes of deep burgundy, more elaborate than the other goblins' uniforms, and he held a silver walking stick that gleamed with enchantments Harry could almost feel. "I wasn't going to," Harry started. "You were considering it." The goblin's voice held no anger, only mild interest. "You moved like someone who has stolen before. Not clumsily, but not professionally either. A survival thief, I would guess. Stealing to eat, not to profit." Harry said nothing. Denying it seemed pointless. "I am Ragnarok," the goblin continued. "Senior account manager of the ancient and noble houses. And you are radiating enough wild magic to set off every detection ward in this building. Which is why I came to intercept you before the security team did. Their methods of interrogation are thorough." Harry's heart hammered, but his voice stayed steady. "I didn't know I was doing anything wrong. I just walked in." "You walked in like a wizard, which is not wrong. But you walked in with magic that does not match any wand in our registry, which is unusual. And you walked in with hunger in your eyes, which is dangerous in a place that protects wealth." Ragnarok tilted his head, studying Harry like a jeweler examining a questionable gem. "What is your name, boy?" The question hung in the air. Harry hesitated. The Dursleys had taught him that his name was Potter, that his parents had died in a car crash, that he was unwanted burden. But the wizarding world, this place of magic and wonder, might know something different. "Harry Potter," he said. The effect was immediate. Ragnarok went completely still, not frozen in shock, but the absolute stillness of a predator that has spotted something significant. His dark eyes narrowed. "Harry Potter," he repeated. "The Harry Potter? Son of James and Lily?" Yes. I think so." "You think so?" Ragnarok's voice was flat. "The most famous child in wizarding Britain thinks he might be himself." Harry felt a spark of irritation cut through his fear. "I didn't know I was famous until 10 seconds ago. I didn't know magic existed until an hour ago. I didn't know anything until I walked through that wall in the pub. So yes, I think so, because thinking is all I can do when no one has bothered to tell me anything my entire life." The words came out sharper than he'd intended. He braced for punishment. That was how it worked with the Dursleys, any show of spine met with swift retaliation, but Ragnarok just studied him with something that might have been approval. You have your father's face, the goblin said finally. And your mother's eyes. But your temper seems to be entirely your own. He was silent for a long moment, calculations visibly running behind his ancient eyes. Come with me, Mr. Potter. I believe we have much to discuss, and you look like you could use a meal. The office Ragnarok led him to was nothing like the grand public hall. Small but comfortable, lined with shelves that held leather-bound ledgers and strange artifacts. 2 chairs faced each other across a desk carved from what looked like a single piece of obsidian. A fire crackled in a hearth that shouldn't have fit in the available space. Sit, Ragnarok said, gesturing to one of the chairs. He moved to a cabinet and withdrew a plate laden with sandwiches, fruit, and small cakes. Eat. We will not begin until you have. Harry sat. His stomach screamed at him to grab everything on the plate, but he made himself take a single sandwich first, eating it slowly despite his hunger. Control mattered. Appearing desperate was a weakness he couldn't afford. Ragnarok watched him with those calculating eyes. You have good instincts, he observed. Most humans your age would be cramming food into their mouths. Most humans my age have been fed regularly, Harry replied before he could stop himself. Another flash of that almost approval in Ragnarok's expression. Indeed. Your relatives, I assume, the muggles you were placed with after your parents' deaths. The Dursleys. Harry took another careful bite. They don't like me very much. That much is evident. Ragnarok settled into his own chair, steepling his long fingers. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what do you know of your family? Nothing. The word came out flat. My parents died in a car crash when I was a baby. My aunt and uncle don't talk about them. I didn't even know their names until I was 5 and found an old photograph in the attic. Aunt Petunia burned it. Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but something cold entered his voice. A car crash. How very mundane. And very wrong. Your parents did not die in a car crash, Mr. Potter. They were murdered by the darkest wizard of the age, a man who called himself Lord Voldemort. The name meant nothing to Harry. But the way Ragnarok said it, the careful weight on each syllable, suggested it should. Murdered, Harry repeated. Why? That is a longer tale than we have time for today. The short version, there was a war. Voldemort sought power over all magical Britain. Your parents stood against him. One night, 8 years ago, he came to your home. He killed your father first. Then your mother. Then he turned his wand on you, a 15-month-old child sleeping in your crib. Ragnarok paused. And somehow, impossibly, you survived. The curse that should have killed you rebounded on its caster, destroying his body. You survived with nothing but a scar, and the wizarding world called you a hero, the boy who lived. Harry's hand rose without conscious thought, touching the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. He'd always known it was unusual. The Dursleys had told him he'd gotten it in the crash. But this, I don't remember any of it, he said quietly. You were an infant. The mind protects itself from such trauma. Ragnarok's voice softened slightly. But the scar remains. And more importantly, you remain. Which brings us to why I intercepted you today, Mr. Potter. Your magic is distinctive. I felt it the moment you entered the bank. As did several of my colleagues. What does that mean? Is something wrong with me? Wrong? Ragnarok let out a sound that might have been a laugh, dry and rustling, like old parchment. No, Mr. Potter. Something is very right. But to understand what, we must perform a simple test. A matter of protocol, given your apparent circumstances. He reached into his desk and withdrew a sheet of parchment that seemed to shimmer in the firelight, along with an ornate silver knife. An inheritance test, Ragnarok explained. It will confirm your identity and reveal any vaults, titles, or properties to which you are entitled. Standard procedure for any witch or wizard who comes to us without documentation. 3 drops of blood on the parchment, and the magic will do the rest. Harry eyed the knife. And if I'd rather not cut myself? Then you walk out of here with my blessing and hope that your distinctive magical signature does not attract less friendly attention. Ragnar's expression was neutral. I am offering you knowledge, Mr. Potter. Knowledge of who you are and what you have inherited. Whether you accept that offer is entirely your choice. It wasn't really a choice at all. Harry had spent 9 years knowing nothing, about his parents, about magic, about himself. The chance to learn, even at the cost of a few drops of blood, was not something he could refuse. He held out his hand. Show me how. Ragnar handed him the knife. The metal was cool against Harry's palm, humming with faint energy. A small cut on the finger will suffice. 3 drops on the parchment. The blood will write what it knows. Harry pressed the blade to his index finger. A sharp sting, a welling of crimson, and he let 3 drops fall onto the shimmering parchment. The effect was immediate. The blood sank into the parchment, spreading like ink in water, forming words and patterns that Harry couldn't quite follow. Ragnar leaned forward, his ancient eyes tracking the emerging text with growing intensity. And then he went still. Not the calculated stillness of before. This was shock, genuine, unguarded shock. Ragnar's face, weathered and controlled, went slack with disbelief. His hands gripped the arms of his chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Impossible, he breathed. Harry's stomach tightened. What? What does it say? Ragnar didn't answer immediately. He was staring at the parchment as if it had personally insulted his ancestors. When he finally spoke, his voice had changed, no longer dry and professional, but hushed with something that might have been awe. In over 400 years of service, he said slowly, I have never seen anything like this. Harry leaned forward, trying to read the parchment, but the words had stopped moving, or rather, they'd stopped being words at all. Instead, 4 distinct symbols had emerged at the top of the page, arranged in a diamond pattern, a lion, rampant and golden. A serpent, coiled and silver. An eagle, spread-winged and bronze. A badger, steadfast and black. Below them, a cascade of text listed names and dates and titles, but Harry's attention was fixed on those 4 symbols. He'd never seen them before, yet they resonated in his chest like a chord of music played on an instrument he didn't know he possessed. Those are. Ragnar trailed off, shaking his head. Mr. Potter. Do you know what Hogwarts is? No. It is the finest school of magic in Britain, perhaps the world. Founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 of the greatest witches and wizards who ever lived, Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. They built Hogwarts together, a sanctuary for magical learning, and their bloodlines have carried on through the centuries, diluted, scattered, but never entirely extinguished. Ragnar pointed to the 4 symbols on the parchment. These are their crests. Lion for Gryffindor, serpent for Slytherin, eagle for Ravenclaw, badger for Hufflepuff. Each crest appears when the blood test identifies someone as a descendant of that founder. In all our records, no one has ever produced more than one. The bloodlines diverged too far, too long ago. He paused, and his voice dropped to barely a whisper. Until now. Harry looked at the parchment. At the 4 crests, blazing with color, surrounding his name like a coronation. All 4, he said. You're saying I'm descended from all 4 founders. Not descended. Ragnar shook his head. That would be remarkable but explicable, chance convergences, fortunate marriages. No, Mr. Potter. The parchment says you are the heir. Not a descendant. The heir. The bloodlines have reunited in you in a way that hasn't happened since the founders themselves walked the earth. Something pulsed in Harry's chest. Not his heart, something deeper, something magical. The 4 crests on the parchment flared brighter for an instant, and Harry felt a warmth spread through his veins like sunlight after a long winter. "What does that mean?" he asked. "What do I inherit?" Ragnarok laughed, the same dry, rustling sound, but with an edge of hysteria this time. "What do you inherit?" "Mr. Potter, this bank contains 4 of the oldest vaults in its history, vaults that have been sealed since the founding of Hogwarts itself, awaiting the day a true heir would arise. They contain gold, yes, but gold is the least of it. Knowledge. Artifacts. Secrets that have been lost for a millennium." He stood abruptly, leaning over the desk to examine the parchment more closely. As he did, something flickered across his face, not awe this time, but concern. "There is more," he said quietly. "Below the crests. Do you see it?" Harry looked. Beneath the 4 crests, beneath his name and the cascade of inheritance details, a 5th symbol had appeared. Unlike the others, it wasn't a crest, it was a mark. Simple. Black. A circle with a line through it, surrounded by characters in a language Harry didn't recognize. "What is that?" Ragnarok didn't answer immediately. He had gone very still again, but this stillness was different, wary, almost fearful. Harry had seen the same look on stray cats when a larger predator entered their territory. "I do not know," the goblin said finally. "Which troubles me greatly. I have studied magical inheritance for 4 centuries, Mr. Potter. I know every sigil, every crest, every mark that the blood test can produce. This one is not in any record." The black mark seemed to pulse faintly as Harry watched, though he couldn't be sure if that was real or his imagination. Something about it made his scar prickle, not painfully, but with a strange sense of recognition. "Is it dangerous?" "I do not know." Ragnarok straightened, and the professional mask slid back into place, but not entirely. "What I do know is that this information cannot leave this room. Not yet. The political implications of a unified founder's heir are staggering enough. If word spreads before we have secured your position," a knock at the door interrupted him. Ragnarok's expression flickered with annoyance as he called, "Enter." Another goblin stepped in, younger than Ragnarok, dressed in the uniform of a security officer. His eyes widened when he saw Harry, but he mastered himself quickly. "Director Ragnar requests your presence, Senior Manager." "Immediately." "He says it concerns," the younger goblin hesitated, glancing at Harry. "A matter of institutional security." Ragnarok's jaw tightened. "The wards?" "Triggered, sir." When the boy's blood touched the parchment. Every detection enchantment in the lower vaults activated simultaneously. "Including," another hesitation. "Including the ones we are not supposed to discuss." Something cold slid down Harry's spine. He didn't know what the lower vaults were, or what enchantments they contained, but the younger goblin's careful words suggested they were significant. "Understood." Ragnarok turned to Harry, and his expression was grave. "Mr. Potter, I must speak with the director. You will remain here. Do not leave this room. Do not touch anything. Most importantly, do not discuss what you have learned with anyone until I return." "What's happening?" Harry asked. "What did I trigger?" Ragnarok paused at the door, his hand on the handle. For a moment, he looked almost sympathetic, an expression that sat strangely on his ancient, weathered face. "I do not know," he said. "But I intend to find out. For what it is worth, Mr. Potter, you have done nothing wrong. The magic chose you before you were born. Whatever awakened when your blood touched that parchment, it has been waiting for you." He stepped through the door, closing it firmly behind him. Harry heard the click of a lock engaging, and then silence. The office felt smaller with Ragnarok gone. Harry sat in his chair, the empty plate on the desk beside him, his mind racing faster than his pulse. The parchment still lay where Ragnarok had left it, the 4 crests glowing softly, the black mark beneath them pulsing with that strange, rhythmic energy. He was the heir to the 4 founders of Hogwarts. The words kept echoing in his head, but they wouldn't settle into meaning. An hour ago, he'd been a scruffy boy running away from his relatives, hoping to find somewhere, anywhere, that might be better than the cupboard under the stairs. Now he was apparently the most significant magical inheritor in 1,000 years, and something ancient had awakened in response to his blood. Harry had always adapted quickly. He'd had to. But this was testing even his capacity for adjustment. He stood, too restless to stay seated, and began to pace the small office. The shelves drew his attention, leather-bound ledgers, strange artifacts under glass domes, a collection of coins that didn't look like any currency he'd ever seen. Everything radiated that same tingling energy he'd felt since entering the alley. Magic, surrounding him, soaking into his bones. This is what I am, he thought again. Whatever else happens, this is where I belong. The thought was comforting. But it didn't answer the more pressing questions. What happened now? Where would he go tonight? Could he return to the Dursleys, knowing what he knew? Would they even take him back? He didn't want to go back. The realization crystallized with surprising force. Whatever the wizarding world held for him, dangers, complications, that ominous black mark, it had to be better than Privet Drive. Here, at least, the people seemed to see him. Here, his existence was significant rather than inconvenient. But wanting something and getting it were very different things. Harry was only 9. He had no guardian in this world, no allies, no knowledge of its rules and customs. The inheritance might make him rich on paper, but paper didn't put a roof over his head or keep him safe from whatever dangers Ragnarok had hinted at. He needed information. He needed allies. And he needed to understand what that black mark meant before anyone else discovered it. First things first, Harry told himself. Don't panic. Observe. Learn. Adapt. He returned to the desk and picked up the parchment, studying it more closely. His name was at the center, Harry James Potter. Below it, lines branched out like a family tree, connecting him to various names and dates. He recognized his parents, James Fleamont Potter, 1960 to 1981, and Lily Potter née Evans, 1960 to 1981, but the other names were unfamiliar. Potters and Blacks and Peverils and names that seemed to stretch back centuries. The 4 founder crests occupied the top of the page, each connected to his name by a glowing line. The inheritance details beneath them were dense and complicated. Gryffindor, Vault 1, Primary Magical Legacy, Founders Right Slytherin, Vault 2, Primary Magical Legacy, Founders Right Ravenclaw, Vault 3, Primary Magical Legacy, Founders Right Hufflepuff, Vault 4, Primary Magical Legacy, Founders Right, and below those, the Potter Inheritance, Potter, Vault 687, Trust Vault, Age Restricted, Manor Properties, Sealed, Wisengamot Seat, Dormant, and finally, a line he hadn't noticed before. Black, Heir Presumptive, Contested, Vault Access Pending Confirmation of Claim. Harry frowned. He'd never heard the name Black before, but the parchment connected it to his grandmother on his father's side, Doria Potter née Black. Another noble family, apparently, with its own vaults and properties. The inheritance was staggering. Even without understanding the details, Harry could see that he was entitled to vast wealth and significant political power. No wonder Ragnarok had been concerned about security. Information like this could make Harry a target. But it could also make him impossible to ignore. He was still studying the parchment when the door opened and Ragnarok stepped back in. The ancient goblin's face was carefully neutral, but something in his eyes had changed, a wariness that hadn't been there before. I have spoken with Director Ragnar, Ragnarok said, closing the door behind him. Your situation is more complicated than initially believed. The lower vaults, Harry said. Something happened when my blood touched the parchment. Yes. Ragnarok moved to his chair but didn't sit, instead gripping its back with both hands. Gringotts was built more than 1,000 years ago, Mr. Potter. The founders of Hogwarts were among our earliest clients, and among our most valuable. They entrusted us with vaults that contained not just wealth, but secrets. Weapons. Knowledge that could reshape the magical world. And those vaults have been sealed this entire time. Sealed and warded by the founders themselves. No goblin magic could open them, nor would we try. The agreement was explicit: the vaults would remain closed until a worthy heir arose. One who carried all 4 bloodlines in sufficient strength to be recognized by the founders' enchantments. Harry glanced at the parchment, at the 4 crests still glowing there. Me. You. Ragnar's voice was flat. When your blood touched the inheritance parchment, it sent a signal through every ward the founders ever created. Not just here in Gringotts, throughout magical Britain. At Hogwarts itself, enchantments that have been dormant for centuries flickered to life. The castle knows you exist now, Mr. Potter. And it is waiting for you. The word sent a shiver down Harry's spine. What does that mean? What happens now? That depends on several factors. Ragnar finally sat, his posture stiff. Politically, your emergence will cause an upheaval. The founders' heirs have been sought after for generations. Families have gone to war over claims far weaker than yours. When word spreads that a unified heir has appeared, you will become a target for every faction in magical Britain. And if word doesn't spread? Secrecy is impossible. The signal your blood sent cannot be called back. Already, those with the sensitivity to feel such things are wondering what happened. By tomorrow, the speculation will begin. By next week, every powerful family in Britain will be searching for answers. Harry absorbed this in silence. The enormity of his situation was becoming clearer. He wasn't just rich, he was politically significant, and that significance made him dangerous to people he'd never met. There's something else, he said, remembering the black mark. That symbol at the bottom of the parchment. You said you didn't know what it was. Ragnar's expression flickered. Director Ragnar has a theory. And it is not comforting. The goblin leaned forward, his voice dropping. The founders of Hogwarts did not just build a school, Mr. Potter. They fought a war that has been largely forgotten, its records destroyed or hidden. Something ancient and terrible threatened magical Britain in those days. The founders stood against it. They won. But according to our oldest records, their victory was not complete. They didn't destroy it. They could not. Whatever it was beyond their power to kill. So they did the next best thing, they bound it. Imprisoned it beneath Hogwarts itself, using their combined magic as chains. The castle was not just a school, it was a prison, and a monument, and a warning. Harry's scar prickled again, more insistently this time. He pressed his hand against it without thinking. The black mark, Ragnar continued, appears in one other place in our records. A fragment of a journal, written by Godric Gryffindor in his final years. He called it the Mark of the Bound, the symbol that would appear when the prison's keystone was near. Keystone? You, Mr. Potter. Ragnar's eyes met his, and for the first time, the ancient goblin looked genuinely afraid. The founders knew that their binding would weaken over time. 1,000 years is long, even for magic. So they created a failsafe, an heir who would carry all 4 bloodlines, all 4 sources of power, capable of renewing the binding when the time came. A failsafe, Harry repeated slowly. You're saying I was designed? That someone arranged for my parents to? I am saying that magic works in patterns, Mr. Potter. The founders planted seeds, and those seeds have grown through 1,000 years of marriages and births and deaths, until finally, you. Ragnar spread his hands. Whether this was intentional or coincidental, I cannot say. But the result is the same. You are the heir. The keystone. The one person in a millennium capable of maintaining the binding. Harry stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the stone floor. His mind was reeling, struggling to process everything Ragnar was telling him. An hour ago, he'd been worried about where to sleep tonight. Now he was apparently the magical equivalent of a prison guard, responsible for keeping some ancient evil locked away beneath a school he'd never even seen. "What happens if I don't?" he asked. "If I walk out of here and pretend none of this ever happened?" Ragnar was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft. "Then the binding continues to weaken. Perhaps it holds for another decade, another century. Perhaps whatever the founders imprisoned finds a way to break free. And when it does," he shook his head. "The founders were among the most powerful wizards who ever lived, Mr. Potter. They could not destroy it. If it escapes, I do not know what could." Harry paced to the window, a small opening that looked out onto some kind of underground cavern, lit by glowing crystals. He stared at the alien beauty without really seeing it. "I'm 9 years old," he said quietly. "I didn't know magic existed until today. I don't know how to be what you're describing." "No," Ragnar agreed. "You are not ready. No one would expect you to be. But readiness is not the question, Mr. Potter. The question is what you choose to do with the time you have." "What do you mean?" "The binding is weak, but it has not failed. The founder's prison still holds. You have time, years, perhaps, before the situation becomes critical. Time to learn. To grow. To prepare." Ragnar rose from his chair, moving to stand beside Harry at the window. "Gringotts can help you, Mr. Potter. We have resources, knowledge, protections that the wizarding world cannot match. The founders trusted us with their legacy. We take that trust seriously." Harry turned to look at the goblin. "Why? You don't owe me anything. You barely know me." "We owe you nothing," Ragnar agreed. "But we are not offering charity. Gringotts profits from stability, Mr. Potter. War is bad for business. Whatever the founders imprisoned, its escape would bring war on a scale this world has not seen in 1,000 years. Helping you is enlightened self-interest." Despite everything, Harry felt a flicker of amusement. Enlightened self-interest. "I can work with that. I thought you might." A ghost of a smile crossed Ragnar's face. "You are not what I expected, Mr. Potter. The boy who lived, the wizarding world has built you into a legend. A symbol of hope and victory. They will be very surprised when they meet the real thing. Which is a survivor." The word carried weight. Someone who has learned to read people and situations, to adapt, to make hard choices. Those skills will serve you well in the days ahead. Ragnar moved back to his desk, gathering several items, a leather pouch, a ring, and a thick envelope. "But first, we must address the immediate practicalities." He set the items on the desk. "The pouch contains gold, 300 galleons, converted from your trust vault. Enough to see you through the next several weeks. The ring is the Potter family signet. It will identify you to those who recognize such things and provide basic protection against minor magical threats. The envelope contains documents, your inheritance summary, identification papers, and a letter of introduction to certain parties who may prove useful." Harry picked up the ring. It was heavy gold, carved with a crest he didn't recognize, a stag and a lily, intertwined. Something about it felt right, familiar, like a piece of himself he hadn't known was missing. "What about the founders' vaults?" he asked. "You said they've been sealed for 1,000 years. And they will remain sealed until you are ready to open them." Ragnar's voice was firm. "Those vaults contain knowledge and power that would overwhelm you in your current state. The founders were wise enough to anticipate that their heir might be young when they emerged. The outer chambers can be accessed at any time, but the inner sanctums, the true repositories of their legacy, are locked by tests of magical competence. You will not be able to open them until you have developed sufficiently." Harry nodded slowly. It made sense, dangerous sense, but sense nonetheless. The founders hadn't just left an inheritance, they'd left a training program. "What should I do now?" he asked. Tonight, I mean. I can't go back to the Dursleys, they'll have called the police by now, and even if they haven't, they'd never believe. You will stay in Gringotts tonight, Ragnarok interrupted. We have guest quarters for high-value clients. Tomorrow, we will begin making arrangements. There are legal matters to address, your guardianship, your education, your public emergence. None of this can be rushed, but all of it must be handled carefully. And the other thing? Harry glanced at the parchment, at the black mark that still pulsed with that strange, rhythmic energy. The binding. The prison. Whatever's down there waiting for me. Ragnarok's expression grew grave. That, Mr. Potter, is a problem for another day. But yes, it must be addressed. The founders left journals, instructions, warnings. When you are ready, you will study them. You will learn what they faced, how they fought it, why they could not destroy it. And eventually, you will descend into the depths of Hogwarts and confront it yourself. Confront it. Harry's voice was flat. You make it sound so simple. It is not simple. It is terrifying, and dangerous, and possibly impossible. But it is also necessary. Ragnarok moved to the door. Get some rest, Mr. Potter. Tomorrow will be difficult. The director wishes to meet you personally, and after that, he paused. After that, we must discuss how to manage the attention you are about to receive. Attention? Ragnarok's smile was thin and humorless. You triggered ancient wards in the oldest magical institution in Britain, Mr. Potter. At this very moment, owls are flying, rumors are spreading, and powerful people are asking questions. By morning, every significant figure in the wizarding world will know that something extraordinary has happened. He opened the door. They will not know what, not yet. But they will want to. And when they discover that the something is you, the boy who lived, returned from obscurity as the heir to the four founders, there will be consequences. Harry felt the weight of those words settle over him like a cloak. He was no longer just an orphan, no longer just a runaway. He was a player in a game he didn't understand, with stakes he couldn't fully grasp. But he'd been playing games all his life, hadn't he? Games with the Dursleys, games with Dudley and his gang, games of survival and adaptation and quiet, patient waiting. This was just a larger board, with more pieces. One more question, Harry said as Ragnarok stepped into the corridor. The goblin paused, looking back. The other symbol on the parchment. The Black family. I'm apparently their heir too. Heir presumptive, Ragnarok corrected. The Black family is complicated. Their current lord is ancient and childless, their direct lines almost extinct. You have a claim through your grandmother, but it is contested. Others may challenge you. And if they do? Ragnarok's smile returned, not thin this time, but sharp. Approving. Then you will have to decide how to respond. But that, Mr. Potter, is a very political question. And politics, he nodded toward the documents on the desk, are covered in the envelope. Read carefully. Think strategically. Trust slowly. Trust slowly. Harry repeated the phrase, feeling its truth. I can do that. I know. Ragnarok inclined his head. Rest well, Mr. Potter. The next chapter of your life begins tomorrow. The door closed, and Harry was alone again. He stood in the center of the office for a long moment, the ring heavy in his palm, the parchment glowing on the desk before him. Through the small window, the crystal-lit cavern pulsed with ancient light. Somewhere far away, in a castle he had never seen, in chambers that had not been opened in 1,000 years, something stirred. Something that knew his name. Something that had been waiting for him since before he was born. Harry Potter, 9 years old, alone in a goblin bank, holding the keys to a legacy he couldn't yet comprehend. He should have been afraid. Perhaps he was, beneath the layers of adaptation and survival instinct. But as he slipped the ring onto his finger, feeling it resize itself to fit, warming against his skin, he felt something else too. Purpose. For 9 years, he'd been nobody. An orphan, a burden, a boy who lived in a cupboard and dreamed of something more. Now he knew, there was more. More than he'd ever imagined. More than he might be able to handle. But he would try. He would learn. He would grow into whatever he needed to be. And when the time came, when whatever lurked beneath Hogwarts finally tested its chains, he would be ready. Harry walked to the small bed in the corner of the office, lay down, and closed his eyes. His sleep was dreamless, but somewhere in the darkness, he felt it, a whisper at the edge of hearing, a presence that watched with ancient, patient eyes. Soon, the whisper seemed to say. Soon, little heir. We have waited so long. We can wait a little longer. The night deepened. The crystals in the cavern dimmed. And in the heart of Gringotts, surrounded by gold and secrets and the weight of 1,000 years of magic, a small boy slept, unaware that his presence had already begun to reshape the world. Morning came with a knock at the door. Harry woke instantly, another survival skill, honed by years of Dudley's attempts at ambush, and was on his feet before the second knock fell. The room was unfamiliar for a disorienting moment, then memory returned. Gringotts. The inheritance test. The 4 founders. Come in, he called, straightening his rumpled clothes as best he could. A young goblin entered, carrying a tray laden with food. Behind him came Ragnar, looking as ancient and unruffled as if he'd never slept at all. Breakfast, Ragnar said. Eat quickly. Director Ragnar is not known for his patience. Harry ate while Ragnar briefed him on what to expect. Director Ragnar was the head of Gringotts' British operations, answering only to the Goblin King himself. He had ruled the bank for 300 years and had a reputation for cold brilliance and even colder mercy. Do not lie to him, Ragnar advised. He will know. Do not make promises you cannot keep. He will remember. And do not, under any circumstances, show fear. He will exploit it. Charming, Harry muttered around a mouthful of eggs. He is a goblin, Mr. Potter. Charm is not our forte. They left the office and descended deeper into Gringotts, taking a series of lifts and corridors that Harry couldn't have navigated alone. The architecture grew older as they went, the stonework less refined, until finally they stood before a door that looked like it had been carved from a single block of granite. One more thing, Ragnar said quietly. Director Ragnar does not know about the black mark. I have not told him. Harry turned to stare at him. Why? Because I do not trust him to react wisely. The ancient goblin's voice was barely a whisper. The binding is a matter of enormous significance, too significant to be handled by normal political channels. If Ragnar knew, he would be obligated to inform the Goblin King. The king would be obligated to inform the ICW. And within weeks, every government and faction in the magical world would be fighting over you. And you're protecting me? I am protecting the situation. Ragnar's eyes were unreadable. The founders trusted Gringotts with their legacy. That trust came with responsibilities that transcend normal goblin politics. I am fulfilling those responsibilities. Before Harry could respond, the granite door swung open. The chamber beyond was vast and dim, lit by a single chandelier that cast harsh shadows. At its center sat a desk that dwarfed even the one in Ragnar's office, and behind that desk sat the oldest goblin Harry had ever seen. Director Ragnar looked like a statue that had come to life, his skin gray and weathered, his eyes like chips of obsidian, his expression carved from stone. He did not rise as Harry entered, merely watched with that cold, calculating gaze. The heir, he said. His voice was soft but carried perfectly in the silent chamber. Approach. Harry walked forward, keeping his pace steady, his expression neutral. He felt Ragnar's eyes on him like a physical weight, measuring, assessing, searching for weakness. He stopped at the edge of the desk and waited. For a long moment, Ragnar said nothing. Then, slowly, he smiled, a thin, lipless expression that held no warmth. "You have good instincts," he said. "You do not fidget, do not speak out of turn, do not let your fears show. How old are you?" 9. 9. The word was flat. "And yet you carry yourself like someone much older. The Muggles were unkind to you, I think." It wasn't a question, so Harry didn't answer. Ragnar nodded, as if Harry had passed some kind of test. "Ragnarok has briefed me on your situation. The Founder's heir, unified for the first time in a millennium. A political earthquake waiting to happen. What do you want from us, Mr. Potter?" "Protection," Harry said. "Training. Information. The things I need to survive long enough to understand what I've inherited. And in return, my business, for as long as I live. Exclusive access to the Founder's vaults. A share in whatever profits they generate." Ragnar's eyebrows rose slightly. "You have thought about this?" "I had all night." "Indeed." The director leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Your terms are acceptable, with modifications. Gringotts will provide sanctuary within our London facilities. We will assign tutors to educate you in magical basics, politics, and history. We will manage your public emergence and handle the legal complications of your guardianship. In return, Gringotts receives exclusive banking rights for all Potter and Founder-related accounts, a 10% management fee on all assets, and first rights of refusal on any artifacts or knowledge recovered from the Founder vaults." Harry considered. The terms were steep, but not unreasonable, and he was in no position to negotiate from strength. 5%, he said. "And first rights of refusal, but at fair market value assessed by an independent party." Ragnar's smile widened slightly. 7%. "And we will accept independent assessment, provided the assessor is mutually agreed upon." "Done." The director nodded, something like satisfaction flickering in his ancient eyes. "You will do well, Mr. Potter. You understand the value of compromise." He gestured to a goblin waiting in the shadows. "Draw up the contracts. We will formalize the arrangement before the day is out." The next several hours were a blur of documents and negotiations. Harry signed contracts he barely understood, trusting Ragnar's whispered guidance to keep him from making critical errors. He was measured for clothes that actually fit, provided with a room that was larger than the entire ground floor of the Dursleys' house, and introduced to the goblin who would serve as his primary tutor, a sharp-featured female named Griphook who looked at him with undisguised skepticism. "The Founder's heir," she said, circling him like a predator examining prey. "You do not look like much." "I'm not supposed to," Harry replied. "Yet." Something flickered in her eyes, surprise, maybe, or grudging respect. "We shall see. Your first lesson begins tomorrow. Today, you rest and read the materials Ragnar has provided. You have much to learn, Mr. Potter, and little time to learn it." "Why little time?" Griphook's smile was sharp as a blade. "Because by tomorrow morning, the wizarding world will know you exist. And they will come for you, some as friends, some as enemies, and most as something in between. You must be ready to tell the difference." She left him alone in his new quarters, surrounded by stacks of books and documents, the weight of expectation pressing down like a physical force. Harry picked up the first book, A History of Magical Britain, and began to read. Outside the window, the sun was setting over a world he didn't yet understand. But he would. He had to. The heir had emerged. The game had begun. And Harry Potter, 9 years old and utterly alone, was going to learn how to win. He read through the night. The history was overwhelming at first, 1,000 years of magical society, wars and treaties and political shifts that made Muggle history look simple by comparison. But Harry had always been good at finding patterns, at identifying the key pieces in any puzzle, and gradually the shape of the wizarding world began to emerge. Power flowed through 3 channels: political, the Wisengamot, Britain's magical parliament, financial, Gringotts and the old families, and magical, raw ability and knowledge. To survive in this world, Harry needed influence in all three. His inheritance gave him a foundation, but a foundation wasn't a fortress. By midnight, he had identified his immediate priorities. First, guardianship. He was legally a minor, which meant someone had to be responsible for him. If he didn't control who that was, someone else would, and the magical world was full of people who would love to control the founder's heir. Second, education. He knew nothing about magic, and ignorance was weakness. The goblins would teach him some things, but their knowledge was specialized. He needed access to broader resources, Hogwarts, eventually, but other sources too. Third, allies. Not friends, he couldn't afford friends yet, not until he understood who could be trusted. But allies, people whose interests aligned with his own, whose support he could rely on for specific purposes. The Blacks kept appearing in his reading. An ancient family, one of the most powerful in magical Britain, with connections to every major faction. According to the inheritance parchment, Harry had a claim on their legacy through his grandmother. If he could solidify that claim, it would give him access to political influence he couldn't build on his own. But the Blacks were also dangerous. Their history was dark wizards, dark magic, a reputation for ruthlessness that spanned centuries. Allying with them would carry costs. Everything has a cost, Harry thought. The question is whether you can afford to pay it. He fell asleep with a book still open on his chest, dreaming of lions and serpents and eagles and badgers, all four circling him in an endless dance, while somewhere in the darkness below, something whispered his name. Morning brought visitors. Ragnarok woke him with a sharp knock and an urgent expression. Dumbledore is here. He is demanding to see you. Harry sat up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Who? Albus Dumbledore. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Headmaster of Hogwarts. Ragnarok's voice was tight. The most powerful wizard in Britain, and possibly the world. He arrived an hour ago and has been making a considerable nuisance of himself. Harry remembered the name from his reading, a leader of the war against Voldemort, a hero of the light, the closest thing magical Britain had to a living legend. He was also, according to the books, the man responsible for placing Harry with the Dursleys after his parents' deaths. What does he want? To collect you, I assume. Return you to your relatives, or perhaps to some other location of his choosing. He seems quite confident that you will cooperate. Ragnarok's smile was thin. I thought you might wish to disabuse him of that notion personally. Harry considered. Meeting Dumbledore now, unprepared and uninformed, was dangerous. But refusing to meet him at all would send its own message, that Harry was hiding, afraid, easily controlled. I'll see him, Harry said. But not alone. You'll be present, and Director Ragnar if he's willing. Make it clear that this is a formal meeting, not a social call. Ragnar nodded approvingly. As you wish, Mr. Potter. They met in a conference room on the bank's upper levels, neutral ground, chosen to convey neither hospitality nor hostility. Harry sat at one end of a long table, flanked by Ragnar and a younger goblin acting as secretary. Director Ragnar had declined to attend personally but had sent a representative, a stern female named Silverclaw who watched everything with sharp, suspicious eyes. Albus Dumbledore entered alone. He was tall, taller than Harry had expected, with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles that glinted in the lamplight. His robes were elaborate, deep purple with silver stars, and he walked with the easy confidence of someone accustomed to being the most important person in any room. His eyes, though. Harry noticed those immediately. Bright blue, sharp as knives, radiating an intelligence that made Harry's skin prickle. This was not a man who missed things. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore said warmly, settling into a chair across the table. I cannot tell you how relieved I am to see you safe. Thank you, Harry said carefully. Though I'm curious why you're relieved. We've never met. Something flickered in those blue eyes, surprise, quickly hidden. No, we have not. But I knew your parents well, Harry. They were dear friends, and their deaths, he paused, his expression growing somber. Their deaths were a tragedy I have carried with me ever since. I have watched over you from afar, ensuring your safety, hoping that one day, you placed me with the Dursleys, Harry interrupted quietly. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry caught the slight tightening around his eyes. I did. There are protections on that house, Harry, blood wards, tied to your mother's sacrifice, that keep you safe from those who would do you harm. The Dursleys may not be ideal guardians, but they offered something no one else could, absolute protection. Protection. The word tasted bitter. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs for 6 years. I was given Dudley's cast-off clothes and his leftover food. I was told my parents died in a car crash and that I should be grateful anyone bothered to take me in at all. Harry kept his voice calm, controlled. That was your idea of protection? For the first time, Dumbledore looked uncomfortable. I had reports that your situation was difficult, but I was assured, by whom? That is not, by whom, headmaster. The title stopped Dumbledore mid-sentence. He looked at Harry, really looked, perhaps for the first time, and something shifted in his expression. You are not what I expected, he said quietly. No, Harry agreed. I imagine I'm not. Silence stretched between them. Ragnarok watched impassively. Silverclaw's quill hovered over her parchment, ready to record whatever came next. Finally, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. Very well, Harry. You clearly have questions, and you deserve answers. What, several things? Harry folded his hands on the table, mirroring the headmaster's posture. But let's start with the most important one, what do you want from me? Want? I want nothing except your safety and happiness, headmaster. Harry's voice was still calm, but something sharp crept into it. I grew up with the Dursleys. I know what lying looks like. I know what manipulation sounds like. Please don't insult my intelligence. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You are right. I apologize. Old habits. He removed his spectacles, polishing them on his robe, a stalling tactic, Harry recognized. What I want, Harry, is for you to return to the wizarding world under controlled circumstances. The prophecy, what prophecy? The prophecy that led to your parents' death suggests you have a role to play in the ongoing struggle against the forces of darkness. There are those who would seek to use you, manipulate you, turn you into a weapon. I hope to guide you, to teach you, to prepare you for what lies ahead without exposing you to unnecessary danger. By keeping me ignorant and isolated with people who hated me. By keeping you safe until you were old enough to understand. I'm 9 years old, and I understand quite a lot. Harry leaned forward. I understand that someone murdered my parents. I understand that I'm apparently famous for surviving something I don't remember. I understand that I've inherited a legacy that terrifies people who have been alive for centuries. He paused. And I understand that you, the most powerful wizard in Britain, the man who supposedly knew my parents, left me with abusive muggles and never bothered to check whether I was actually all right. Dumbledore's face had grown pale. Harry, I don't need your apologies. I need to know, are you an ally, or an obstacle? The question hung in the air. Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but Harry caught the slight inclination of his head, approval. I am your ally, Dumbledore said finally. I have always been your ally, even when my methods, he stopped, shook his head. I am old, Harry. I have fought wars, made impossible choices, watched friends die because of decisions I made. Along the way, I have developed a perhaps excessive faith in my own judgment. That faith has served me well, but it has also blinded me to certain things. He met Harry's eyes. I failed you. I see that now. The question is whether you will give me a chance to make amends. Harry considered. The man before him was clearly dangerous, brilliant, manipulative, accustomed to control. But he was also genuinely powerful, genuinely connected, and according to everything Harry had read, genuinely opposed to the forces that had killed his parents. You can be my ally, Harry said finally. But not my guardian. Not my keeper. I will listen to your advice, consider your guidance, but the decisions about my life will be mine. If you can accept that, we can work together. If you can't, he shrugged. Then we'll be obstacles to each other, and I'd rather avoid that if possible. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, to Harry's surprise, he smiled, a genuine smile, with warmth in it. Your mother would be proud of you, he said. She had that same fire, that same refusal to be controlled. Very well, Harry. On your terms. I will advise, and you will decide. He rose, extending his hand across the table. Do we have an understanding? Harry stood and shook it. The old man's grip was firm but not aggressive, a promise, not a challenge. We have an understanding, Harry said. Now. Tell me about the prophecy. The conversation lasted 3 hours. Dumbledore spoke about the war against Voldemort, the fear, the deaths, the terrible choices made on both sides. He spoke about Harry's parents, their bravery, their sacrifice. He spoke about the prophecy that had marked Harry as Voldemort's equal, and the night that prophecy had been fulfilled. And he spoke about Voldemort himself. He is not dead, Dumbledore said quietly. The night you survived his killing curse, his body was destroyed, but his spirit, his essence, escaped. He is out there, somewhere, weakened but not gone. And one day, he will return. Harry absorbed this in silence. Another enemy, another threat. As if the ancient evil beneath Hogwarts weren't enough. What about my inheritance, he asked. The Founder's legacy. Does that connect to any of this? Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. The Founders lived 1,000 years ago, Harry. Whatever they faced, whatever they fought, has long since passed into legend. Your inheritance is significant, certainly, politically, magically, financially, but I do not see how it connects to Voldemort. Harry thought about the black mark on the inheritance parchment. The binding. The prison beneath Hogwarts. Maybe it doesn't, he said. But maybe there are threats older than Voldemort. Things even you don't know about. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, curiosity, concern, a hint of the same wariness Ragnarok had shown. What do you mean? Harry considered telling him. The old man seemed genuine, and his knowledge might be valuable. But Ragnarok's warning echoed in his mind, trust slowly. I'm not sure yet, Harry said. When I understand more, I'll let you know. Dumbledore nodded, accepting the evasion. Fair enough. I suspect we both have secrets we're not ready to share. He rose, gathering his cloak. I will be in touch, Harry. In the meantime, if you need anything, anything at all, send word. I will. The headmaster paused at the door, looking back. One more thing. The Dursleys reported you missing yesterday. The Muggle police are searching for you. Shall I handle that? Harry thought of the cupboard. The hunger. Dudley's fists. Handle it, he said. But not by sending me back. I'm done with them. Dumbledore nodded once, and was gone. The sun was setting again when Harry finally returned to his room. It had been 2 days since he'd walked away from the Dursleys. 2 days that had changed everything. He was no longer a helpless orphan, he was the Founder's heir, a political figure, a target and a prize all at once. He had allies, of a sort, and enemies he hadn't even met yet. He had a destiny, a prophecy, and a binding to maintain. He should have been overwhelmed. Maybe he was, somewhere beneath the layers of adaptation and control. But as he looked out the window at the magical world spreading before him, he felt something else too. Freedom. For the first time in his life, he had choices. Real choices, about where to go and who to be and what to do. The path ahead was dangerous, complicated, probably impossible. But it was his path. Harry Potter picked up the next book on his reading list, Magical Politics, an Introduction, and began to plan. The game had only begun. And he intended to win. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, What the Blood Reveals. The Goblin Nation did not sleep. Harry learned this during his first week in Gringotts, watching the endless flow of activity through the corridors outside his quarters. Day and night meant nothing underground, the bank operated on its own rhythm, gold flowing in and out like blood through veins, the machinery of magical commerce never pausing for something as mundane as darkness. He adapted. 9 years with the Dursleys had taught him to sleep when he could and stay alert when he couldn't. The goblins seemed to appreciate this, or at least, they stopped commenting on it after the first few days. Griphook was a relentless teacher. Again, she said, watching Harry trace the wand movement for the third time. Your wrist is too stiff. Magic is not about force, it is about intention guided by precision. I don't have a wand, Harry pointed out. They'd been over this repeatedly. Which is why we are practicing movements, not spells. Griphook's voice was sharp as always, but Harry had learned to hear the patience beneath it. When you do acquire a wand, you will not waste time learning basic motor control. You will be ready. Harry adjusted his grip on the practice rod, a length of polished oak, unenchanted, and tried again. The movement was deceptively simple, a swish, a flick, a precise rotation at the end. But his muscles kept wanting to add force, to push through resistance that wasn't there. Better, Griphook admitted grudgingly. Again. The physical training was only part of it. In the mornings, Harry studied magical theory with a goblin scholar named Thornback, who had the patience of stone and the teaching style of a hammer. In the afternoons, Griphook drilled him on practical skills, wand movements, potion ingredient preparation, the basics of magical defense. And in the evenings, Ragnarok himself came to discuss politics, history, and the complex web of alliances that governed magical Britain. You are making progress, Ragnarok said on the 7th night, reviewing Harry's notes on the Wisengamot's faction structure. Your analysis of the conservative bloc is particularly astute. They're the obvious threat, Harry said. Old families, old money, old prejudices. They'll see me as either a prize to claim or an obstacle to remove. And the progressives? Less dangerous but less useful. They'll want to use me as a symbol, the boy who lived, champion of the light, but they won't actually give me power. I'd be a figurehead, not a player. Ragnarok nodded slowly. And the neutrals? The key to everything. Harry tapped the diagram he'd drawn, showing the Wisengamot's balance of power. They vote based on self-interest, which makes them predictable. If I can offer them something concrete, trade advantages, political protection, access to resources, I can build a coalition that neither bloc can easily counter. You think like a goblin, Ragnarok observed. It was, Harry had learned, high praise. I think like someone who's spent 9 years studying power from the bottom. Harry set down his quill. The Dursleys weren't complicated, they wanted comfort, status, and the feeling of superiority. Everything they did made sense once I understood that. The wizarding world is more complex, but the principles are the same. Everyone wants something. Figure out what, and you can predict their behavior. And what do you want, Mr. Potter? The question caught Harry off guard. He'd been so focused on survival, on strategy, on the immediate challenges before him, that he hadn't stopped to consider the larger question. What did he want? Safety, he said finally. Real safety, not the kind that comes from hiding. I want to be strong enough that no one can hurt me without consequences. I want to understand this world well enough to navigate it without being manipulated. He paused, thinking. And I want to know what happened to my parents. Not just the facts, I know those now. I want to understand why. Why Voldemort targeted them specifically. Why the prophecy named me. Why everything led to that night. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was uncharacteristically soft. Those are worthy goals, Mr. Potter. Achievable, with time and effort. He rose from his chair, moving to the window that looked out over the underground cavern. But I must warn you, the more you learn, the more questions you will have. Understanding is not a destination, it is a journey that never ends. I know, Harry said. But I'd rather travel confused than stand still in the dark. The old goblin smiled, a rare expression, almost warm. Your mother said something similar, once. When she came to Gringotts to establish her accounts after marrying your father. She said that not knowing was worse than any truth, however painful. He turned back to face Harry. You have much of her in you, Mr. Potter. More than you realize. It was the first time anyone had compared him to his mother as a person, not just a symbol. Harry filed the moment away, precious and private, to examine later when he was alone. Speaking of understanding, Ragnar continued, his tone shifting back to business, it is time to discuss your public emergence. You have been in Gringotts for a week. The rumors have reached a fever pitch. If we do not act soon, the narrative will be shaped entirely by speculation. Harry nodded. He'd expected this. What are my options? 3 paths present themselves. Ragnar counted them on his long fingers. First, you continue hiding. We release a statement confirming your safety but providing no details. This buys time but allows others to control the story. No, Harry said immediately. Hiding makes me look weak. Agreed. Second, we arrange a formal presentation. You appear before the Wisengamot, claim your inheritances publicly, and establish yourself as a political figure in one dramatic stroke. Too aggressive. I don't have the knowledge or allies to survive that kind of scrutiny yet. Also agreed. Which leaves the third option, a controlled leak. We select a journalist, provide them with limited information, and let them break the story on our terms. You remain somewhat mysterious, accessible but not exposed, while establishing that you are aware, active, and not to be underestimated. Harry considered. Who would we use? There is a reporter at the Daily Prophet named Rita Skeeter. Unscrupulous, ambitious, and thoroughly corrupt, but those qualities make her useful. She will print what we tell her if the price is right, and she has the platform to reach all of magical Britain. And afterwards? Afterwards, the responses will tell us much about who sees you as ally, enemy, or opportunity. We watch, we wait, and we plan our next moves accordingly. Harry stood, pacing to the window beside Ragnar. The crystals in the cavern pulsed with soft light, eternal and unchanging. Do it, he said. But I want to review the story before it goes out. Every word. Naturally. Ragnar inclined his head. I would expect nothing less. The story broke 3 days later. The boy who lived, found. Harry Potter emerges from hiding, claims ancient heritage by Rita Skeeter. Harry read the article in his quarters, Ragnar watching silently from across the room. The tone was breathless, dramatic, exactly what they'd paid for. Skeeter painted Harry as a mysterious figure, abused by muggles, rescued by goblins, heir to fortunes beyond imagining. She hinted at the founder's connection without confirming it, leaving enough ambiguity to fuel speculation without revealing the full truth. The responses are already arriving, Ragnar said, gesturing to a stack of letters on the desk. Owls have been circling the bank since dawn. Harry picked up the first envelope. The seal was elaborate, a family crest he recognized from his studies, the Malfoys, one of the wealthiest and most politically connected families in Britain. Lord Malfoy extends his congratulations on your emergence and invites you to tea at your earliest convenience, he read aloud. How very civil. Lucius Malfoy was one of Voldemort's inner circle, Ragnarok said flatly. He claimed to be under magical compulsion, paid substantial reparations, and was never charged. He is also one of the most dangerous men in Britain. And he wants to meet me. He wants to assess you. Determine whether you can be controlled, corrupted, or eliminated. Harry set the letter aside and reached for the next one. Then he'll be disappointed. The morning passed in a blur of correspondence. Letters from politicians, businessmen, old families, new families, people Harry had never heard of and people whose names appeared in every history book he'd read. Some offered alliance, some demanded answers, some threatened consequences if Harry didn't respond immediately. He answered none of them directly, following Ragnarok's advice. Silence, at this stage, was more powerful than words. Let them wonder. Let them worry. Let them come to him. One letter, however, stood out. The envelope was plain, the handwriting cramped and unfamiliar. No family crest, no formal seal. Harry almost set it aside with the others, but something made him pause, a prickling at the back of his neck, the same instinct that had guided him through the leaky cauldron. He opened it. Mr. Potter, I am writing to request a meeting at your earliest convenience. There are matters of family significance that cannot be committed to paper, matters that concern your heritage in ways you may not yet understand. I am an old man with little time left. I would consider it a personal favor if you would grant me an audience. Arcturus Black, Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Black. Harry read the letter twice, then handed it to Ragnarok. The goblin's expression shifted as he scanned the words, not surprise, exactly, but something like recognition. Arcturus Black, Ragnarok murmured. I had wondered when he would make contact. You know him? I know of him. He is 88 years old, the last lord of a dying house. His son went mad and was imprisoned in Azkaban. His grandson, Ragnarok paused. His grandson is Sirius Black, who was convicted of betraying your parents to Voldemort. Something cold slid through Harry's chest. What? Sirius Black was your father's best friend. He was also, according to the official record, the secret keeper who revealed your parents' location to the Dark Lord. He was arrested the following day, convicted without trial, and has been in Azkaban ever since. Harry's mind raced. He'd read about secret keepers, the magical protection that could hide a location from anyone except the person designated to know. If Sirius Black had been his parents' secret keeper, and if he'd betrayed them, why would Arcturus Black want to meet me? Harry asked. If his grandson killed my parents, that, Ragnarok said carefully, is an excellent question. Harry looked at the letter again. The handwriting was steady despite its cramped nature, no trembling, no uncertainty. An old man, but not a weak one. Matters of family significance. Heritage in ways you may not yet understand. I want to meet him, Harry said. Ragnarok's eyebrows rose. You understand the risks. Arcturus Black may be ancient, but he was a formidable wizard in his prime, and the Black family has never been known for their ethical flexibility. I understand. But he knows something about my inheritance, something he thinks I need to hear. If I refuse to meet him, I'll never find out what it is. And if it's a trap? Harry smiled thinly. Then I'll learn something about the Black family's intentions. Either way, I gain information. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. I will arrange a meeting, neutral ground, with security precautions. You will not be alone. I wouldn't expect to be. The meeting was arranged for 3 days later, in a private room at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry arrived early, accompanied by Ragnarok and 2 goblin guards who positioned themselves near the exits with professional discretion. The room was small but comfortable, a fire crackling in the hearth, 2 armchairs facing each other, a table between them laden with tea and small cakes. Harry sat and waited. Arcturus Black arrived precisely on time. He was old, there was no disguising that. His face was a map of wrinkles, his hair pure white, his hands gnarled with age. But his eyes were sharp as cut glass, pale gray and penetrating, and he moved with the careful precision of someone conserving strength rather than lacking it. "Mr. Potter," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "Thank you for agreeing to meet. Lord Black." Harry gestured to the opposite chair. "Please, sit." Arcturus lowered himself carefully, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. For a long moment, neither of them spoke, both measuring, assessing, searching for weakness. "You look like your father," Arcturus said finally. "The same unruly hair, the same stubborn set to the jaw. But your eyes." He trailed off, something flickering in his expression. "Your eyes are lilies. I met her once, did you know? At James's wedding. She was remarkable. I've been told." "I'm sure you have." Arcturus leaned back in his chair, some of the formality draining from his posture. "Let me be direct, Mr. Potter. I am dying. The healers give me perhaps a year, perhaps less. My house is in ruins, my son mad, my grandson imprisoned, my bloodline ending with me. I do not have time for the usual political games." "Then why are we here?" "Because you are my heir." The words hung in the air. Harry kept his face neutral, but his heart had begun to race. "Explain," he said. "Your grandmother was Doria Black, my cousin. She married Charles Potter, and their son was your father. When James died, his Potter inheritance passed to you, but so did his black blood. You are the last legitimate male heir of the House of Black." Arcturus's eyes were intense. "The parchment at Gringotts would have shown you as heir presumptive. I am here to confirm that claim and remove the presumption." "Why?" "Because my alternatives are unacceptable." Arcturus's voice hardened. "My grandson Sirius was meant to inherit. He was brilliant, powerful, everything a Black should be. Then he betrayed his friends, murdered 13 people, and brought shame upon our house that will last for generations. My other options are Narcissa, who married a Death Eater, or Bellatrix, who is a Death Eater. I will not leave my legacy to servants of the monster who destroyed everything I built." Harry considered this. "And you think I'm a better option? You don't know me." "I know enough." Arcturus leaned forward. "I know you escaped from Muggles who should have broken you. I know you walked into Gringotts alone and emerged with alliances that wizards spend lifetimes building. I know you met Albus Dumbledore and held your own against the most manipulative wizard of the age. And I know you're sitting across from me now, 9 years old, and you haven't flinched once. I've had practice at not flinching. Clearly." Arcturus's smile was thin but genuine. "I am not offering you charity, Mr. Potter. I am offering you power, real power, the kind that comes with centuries of accumulated wealth, knowledge, and political influence. In return, I ask only that you restore honor to my house and continue its legacy. And what if I don't want to be a Black? Your family's history isn't exactly light." "No," Arcturus agreed. "It isn't. We have produced dark wizards, murderers, madmen. But we have also produced heroes, scholars, visionaries. The darkness in our bloodline is real, but it is not inevitable. You would not be the first Black to choose a different path." Harry was silent for a long moment, turning the offer over in his mind. The political advantages were obvious. The Black family's connections, resources, and Wisingamott's seat would dramatically increase his influence. But there were costs too. Accepting the Black inheritance would tie him to a legacy of darkness, would make him responsible for the family's debts and obligations, would draw him deeper into the pure-blood politics he'd hoped to navigate from a distance. "Your grandson," Harry said finally. "Sirius. You said he betrayed my parents." Something shifted in Arcturus's expression, pain, carefully controlled. "That is what the records state. But..." The old man was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was very soft. I have spent 8 years asking myself that question, Mr. Potter. Sirius was many things, rebellious, reckless, infuriatingly stubborn, but he loved James Potter like a brother. They were inseparable from their first year at Hogwarts. For Sirius to betray James. He shook his head. It makes no sense. And yet, he was found at the scene, laughing, surrounded by bodies. He confessed to nothing, but he denied nothing either. He simply surrendered. You think he's innocent? I think something is wrong with the official story. I have thought so for 8 years, but I have been too weak, too isolated, to investigate properly. Arcturus met Harry's eyes. If you accept the black inheritance, you will have resources I do not. Influence I cannot wield. Perhaps enough to uncover the truth. Harry felt pieces clicking together in his mind. This wasn't just about inheritance or politics, it was about justice. About family. About a mystery that had been buried for nearly a decade. I have conditions, he said. Arcturus inclined his head. Name them. First, I want full access to the Black family records. Everything, financial, political, magical. No secrets. Agreed. Second, I want to conduct my own investigation into Sirius's case. If he's guilty, I need to know beyond doubt. If he's innocent. Harry paused. If he's innocent, I want him freed. Something flickered in Arcturus's eyes, hope, quickly suppressed. That may prove difficult. He was convicted by the full Wizengamot. Then we'll need to unconvict him. That would require evidence, allies, and considerable political capital. Which I'll have, Harry said, once I accept your offer. Arcturus stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he began to laugh, a dry, rasping sound that seemed to surprise even him. You are extraordinary, Mr. Potter, he said when he'd recovered. James would be proud. Lily would be terrified. And he extended his hand across the table. I accept your conditions. All of them. Harry took his hand. The grip was firm despite the old man's age, and something passed between them, an understanding, an alliance, the beginning of something new. There is one more thing, Arcturus said as they released the handshake. My sister, Cassiopeia. She has asked to meet you. Another black. The last of our generation, besides myself. She has abilities. Sight, we call it, the gift of seeing what others cannot. She has been a recluse for decades, but when she heard of your emergence, she insisted. Arcturus's expression was unreadable. I would not normally indulge her, but she seemed urgent. Almost frightened. Harry remembered Ragnarok's words about the black mark on his inheritance parchment. The binding. The thing imprisoned beneath Hogwarts. I'll meet her, he said. Arrange it. The meeting with Cassiopeia Black took place 3 days later, at a crumbling manor house on the outskirts of Wizarding London. The house looked abandoned from the outside, windows dark, garden overgrown, the kind of place that invited ghost stories. But as Harry approached the door, he felt the wards pulse around him, ancient and powerful, and knew that appearances were deceiving. Arcturus had offered to accompany him, but Harry had declined. Whatever Cassiopeia wanted to tell him, he suspected it was meant for his ears alone. The door opened before he could knock. Cassiopeia Black was nothing like her brother. Where Arcturus was weathered but dignified, she was wild, silver hair streaming loose, robes that might once have been elegant but now hung in tattered layers, eyes that burned with an intensity that made Harry's scar prickle. You came, she breathed. I wasn't certain you would. The others never do. They think I'm mad. Are you? She laughed, a harsh, broken sound. Perhaps. The sight does that, over time. Seeing too many futures, too many possibilities, it fractures something essential. She stepped aside, gesturing him in. But madness doesn't mean I'm wrong. Come. There are things you must know. The interior of the manor was chaos organized by instinct. Papers covered every surface, scrawled with diagrams and predictions and fragments of text. Books lay open on chairs, on the floor, stacked in precarious towers. The air smelled of old parchment and something else, ozone, like the aftermath of a lightning strike. Cassiopeia led him to a room at the back of the house, where a single candle burned on a bare table. 2 chairs faced each other, and she gestured for him to sit. "I will not waste time with pleasantries," she said, settling across from him. "I have seen you, Harry Potter. I have seen you since before you were born. You are a pivot point, a nexus where futures converge. Every path I follow leads through you." What does that mean? It means that what happens to you matters. Not just to Britain, not just to the wizarding world, to everything. Her eyes were fixed on his, unblinking. "I have seen futures where you save us all. I have seen futures where you destroy us. I have seen futures where you simply exist, and the world reshapes itself around you like water around a stone." Harry kept his voice steady. "Which future is real?" "All of them." "None of them." Cassiopeia shook her head impatiently. "The sight doesn't show what will happen, it shows what might happen. The future is not fixed. Every choice, every action, every moment of chance spins new possibilities into being. But some things." She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Some things are more probable than others. Some events cast shadows backward through time, making themselves inevitable through sheer weight. And you've seen something inevitable?" "I've seen something coming." Her face had gone pale, the wild energy draining away to leave something hollow and afraid. "Something old. Something that was locked away before Hogwarts was built, before the Ministry existed, before anything we know existed. It's been waiting, Mr. Potter. Waiting for you." Harry's hand moved unconsciously to his scar. "The binding." Cassiopeia's eyes widened. "You know. I know there's something beneath Hogwarts. Something the founders imprisoned. Something that my blood is connected to." Harry met her gaze steadily. "I don't know what it is, or what it wants, or why I'm involved. But I know it's real. It's real." Cassiopeia's voice was barely audible. "And it's waking up. Your emergence, the reunification of the founder bloodlines, it sent a signal. A pulse of power that echoed through every ward and binding the founders ever created. The thing beneath Hogwarts felt it. And it responded. How do you know this?" "Because I saw it." Her hands were shaking now. "Last night, I had a vision, clearer than any I've had in years. I saw you standing in a chamber of black stone, for lights burning around you, a shadow with too many angles rising from the floor. It spoke to you, Mr. Potter. It spoke with your voice." Harry's blood ran cold. "What did it say?" Cassiopeia closed her eyes, and when she spoke, her voice had changed, deeper, resonant, carrying an echo of something vast and terrible. "You will free me, Heir. Not because you want to. Because you are kind. And kindness is the key we forged the lock to accept." The candle flickered and nearly died. Harry sat frozen, his heart pounding, his scar burning with a pain he hadn't felt since when? He couldn't remember feeling this before, but the sensation was familiar, like a half-remembered nightmare. "What is it?" he asked when he could speak again. "What did the founders imprison?" "I don't know." Cassiopeia opened her eyes, and tears were streaming down her face. "The sight shows me images, fragments, possibilities, not explanations. But I know this, it is ancient, it is hungry, and it has been planning your arrival for 1,000 years. Planning? How can it plan? It's imprisoned. Prisons have walls, Mr. Potter. Walls can be thin. The founders bound the thing, but they could not silence it entirely. It whispers, through the stones of Hogwarts, through the wards of Gringotts, through the dreams of those sensitive enough to hear. She leaned forward, gripping his hands with surprising strength. It has been whispering for centuries. Guiding events. Nudging bloodlines together. Ensuring that when its prison weakened, the perfect key would be waiting. Me. You. Cassiopeia released him, slumping back in her chair. You are the heir of 4. The keystone. The only one who can renew the binding, or break it entirely. The thing knows this. It has been shaping your existence since before you were conceived. Harry absorbed this in silence. The horror of it, the idea that his entire life had been arranged, manipulated by something ancient and unknowable, should have overwhelmed him. But somehow, it didn't. Perhaps because he'd already suspected something similar when Ragnarok first explained the inheritance. Perhaps because 9 years with the Dursleys had taught him that the universe didn't care about fairness. What should I do? He asked finally. Cassiopeia laughed bitterly. I am a seer, not an oracle. I cannot tell you what to do, only what might happen if you do it. She paused, considering. But I can tell you this, the binding is weakening. Not quickly, you have time, perhaps years, but inevitably. If nothing changes, the thing will eventually break free. When it does, everything you know will end. So I need to strengthen the binding. Or destroy the thing entirely. The founders could not do it, but they were working with incomplete knowledge. Their journals, their research, it's somewhere, Mr. Potter. Perhaps in the vaults, perhaps in Hogwarts itself. Find it. Learn what they learned. And pray that it's enough. She stood, moving to a cabinet in the corner of the room. When she returned, she carried a small pendant on a silver chain, a black stone, polished smooth, carved with symbols that made Harry's eyes water if he looked at them too long. Take this, she said, pressing it into his hand. It was my grandmother's, and her grandmother's before that. A black family heirloom, passed down for generations. It blocks external influence, whispers, compulsions, anything that tries to reach your mind from outside. Will it stop the thing from contacting me? I don't know. But it will help. And at this point, Mr. Potter, every advantage matters. Harry slipped the chain over his head, feeling the pendant settle against his chest. The weight was oddly comforting, a tangible reminder that he wasn't entirely alone in this fight. Thank you, he said. Cassiopeia's smile was sad. Don't thank me yet. I've just told you that an ancient evil has been planning your existence for a millennium, and that you're probably the only thing standing between it and the end of the world. Most people would consider that a burden, not a gift. I've carried burdens before. Yes. Her gaze softened. I believe you have. That's why I agreed to meet you, Mr. Potter. When I saw you in my visions, standing against the darkness, refusing to break, I saw something I hadn't seen in a very long time. What? Hope. She touched his cheek gently, like a grandmother comforting a child. You're going to face terrible things. Things that would drive lesser people mad. But you won't break. I've seen it. In every future where you matter, you don't break. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He settled for a nod, acknowledgement, not agreement. He'd learned long ago that he could only trust his own judgment, his own resilience. What others saw in him mattered less than what he knew himself to be capable of. I should go, he said. There's still much to do. Yes. Cassiopeia walked him to the door, her manner calmer now, as if sharing her burden had lightened it somehow. Be careful, Mr. Potter. The world is watching you now. Not just the wizarding world, all of it. Everything that lives and breathes and whispers in the dark knows that the heir has emerged. Let them watch, Harry said. I'm not hiding anymore. He stepped out into the fading daylight, the pendant cool against his chest, and began the walk back to Gringotts. The vault called to him. 3 weeks after his meeting with Cassiopeia, Harry descended to the Founder's level for the first time. Ragnar accompanied him, along with Director Ragnar himself, a rare honor that spoke to the significance of the occasion. The outer chambers contain what the Founders considered preliminary materials, Ragnar explained as their cart plunged deeper into the earth. History, theory, basic magical instruction. The inner sanctum holds their true legacy, but those doors are sealed by tests of magical competence. You will not be able to open them until you have developed sufficiently. Griphook mentioned that. What kind of tests? Unknown. The Founders designed them, and the Founders are dead. Even we cannot predict what they created. Ragnar's expression was neutral, but Harry caught a flicker of something beneath it, curiosity, perhaps, or anticipation. You will be the first in 1,000 years to face them, Mr. Potter. Whatever happens, it will be educational. The cart slowed as they approached a massive door of black metal, carved with symbols that seemed to shift and writhe in the torchlight. The 4 Founder crests dominated the center: lion, serpent, eagle, badger, arranged in the same diamond pattern Harry had seen on his inheritance parchment. Your blood, Ragnar said, producing a silver knife. 3 drops, as before. Harry took the knife, made a small cut on his finger, and let the blood fall against the door. The effect was immediate. The crests flared with light, gold and green and bronze and black, and the symbols around them began to spin, forming patterns that hurt to look at directly. A sound filled the air, deep and resonant, like a massive heart beginning to beat. Then the door opened. The chamber beyond was vast, far larger than should have fit within the mountain. The ceiling vanished into shadow above, supported by columns carved with the likenesses of 4 figures Harry assumed were the Founders themselves. Light came from everywhere and nowhere, soft and golden, illuminating shelves and tables and display cases that stretched to the distant walls. The outer vault, Ragnar breathed. Even the ancient director seemed impressed. No goblin has seen this in a millennium. Harry stepped inside, feeling the magic wrap around him like a welcoming embrace. The air hummed with power, not threatening, but alive, responding to his presence like a sleeping creature recognizing its master. Take your time, Ragnar said quietly. We will wait at the entrance. Harry walked deeper into the vault, letting instinct guide him. The shelves held books, hundreds of them, leather-bound and ancient, their spines marked with titles he didn't recognize. Principles of Magical Combat. A Theory of Ward Construction. The Nature of Blood and Its Magical Properties. Each one practically vibrated with knowledge, waiting to be absorbed. But it wasn't the books that drew him. It was something else, a table at the center of the chamber, holding 4 objects arranged in a square. A sword, its blade gleaming silver, rubies set in its pommel. A locket, heavy gold, marked with an ornate S. A diadem, delicate and beautiful, its central gem glowing with soft blue light. And a cup, small and golden, badgers carved around its rim. The Founders' artifacts. The physical manifestations of their power. Harry approached slowly, aware of the magic intensifying around him. Each artifact radiated its own energy, the sword fierce and warm, the locket cold and calculating, the diadem sharp and brilliant, the cup steady and enduring. Together, they formed a harmony that resonated in his blood. He didn't touch them. Something told him he wasn't ready, that these objects required more than blood to wield, that they would test him in ways he couldn't yet anticipate. But he studied them. Memorized them. Filed away every detail for later consideration. Beyond the artifacts, at the far end of the chamber, stood another door. This one was smaller, simpler, plain black stone with no visible handle or lock. But Harry could feel the magic radiating from it, denser and more complex than anything else in the vault. The inner sanctum. The true repository of the Founder's legacy. He approached it, placing his hand against the cold stone. Nothing happened, no flash of light, no test, no recognition. The door remained closed, indifferent to his presence. Not yet, he murmured. But soon. A whisper echoed through the vault, so faint he almost missed it. Not words, exactly, but an impression. A feeling. Welcome home, heir. Harry turned back to the chamber, to the books and artifacts and endless possibilities spread before him. He had work to do. Knowledge to acquire. Power to develop. The thing beneath Hogwarts could wait. For now, he had studying to do. The weeks that followed were the most intense of Harry's life. Every morning, he descended to the Founder's vault and selected books at random, or what felt like random, though he suspected the magic was guiding his choices. He read about magical theory, about ancient history, about creatures and curses and the fundamental nature of power. Each book built on the last, constructing a framework of understanding that no Hogwarts student could have acquired in years of formal education. His practical training accelerated too. Griphook obtained a wand for him, not from Ollivander, whose shop was too public, but from a goblin wandmaker who owed Ragnarok favors. The wand was holly with a core of phoenix feather, and the moment Harry touched it, he felt the magic in his blood surge to meet it. Compatible, the wandmaker grunted, studying the golden sparks that erupted from the tip. Strongly compatible. This wand will serve you well, heir. After that, everything changed. Spells that had been abstract concepts became real. Harry learned to levitate objects, to unlock doors, to defend himself against magical attack. Griphook drilled him relentlessly, never satisfied, always pushing for more precision, more power, more control. You have raw ability, she told him after a particularly grueling session. More than most adult wizards. But ability without discipline is dangerous. Control everything, Harry. Every impulse, every emotion, every spark of magic. Make your power yours, not the other way around. He learned. He grew. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, he began to feel the Founder's magic responding to his development, the artifacts in the vault humming a little louder each time he visited, the sealed door at the back of the chamber pulsing with something that might have been anticipation. He was changing. Becoming something more than he had been. And all the while, the world outside Gringotts was changing too. The political situation is deteriorating, Ragnarok reported one evening, spreading a collection of newspaper clippings across Harry's desk. Your emergence has destabilized the existing balance of power. The factions are jockeying for position, forming new alliances, preparing for conflict. Harry scanned the headlines. Founder's heir, savior or threat. Ancient houses demand Wisengamot's seat for Potter. Dumbledore calls for calm as speculation mounts. What do they want? Different things. The Conservatives want to co-opt you, marry you into one of their families, bind your political influence to their agenda. The Progressives want to use you as a symbol against pureblood supremacy. And Dumbledore. Ragnarok paused. Dumbledore wants to control you. Not maliciously, I think, he genuinely believes he knows best, but control nonetheless. And the neutrals? Waiting to see which way the wind blows. Several have made quiet overtures, testing your receptiveness to alliance. I have given noncommittal responses per your instructions. Harry nodded, thinking. The political game was more complex than he'd anticipated, not because the players were smarter than he'd expected, but because there were so many of them, each with their own agendas, their own fears, their own calculations. He needed a move. Something that would establish his independence without making enemies of everyone at once. The Wisengamot seat, he said slowly. The Potter seat has been dormant since my father's death. If I claimed it, you would become a voting member of the legislature at 9 years old, Ragnarok finished. Unprecedented, but not technically illegal. The Potter seat is hereditary, and you are the undisputed heir. Would they accept it? Some would welcome it, you would be a fresh voice in a stagnant institution. Others would oppose it, a child with the Founder's legacy, immune to the usual methods of control, would be threatening. Ragnarok considered. But none could prevent it. The law is clear. Harry smiled. Then that's our next move. Claim the seat. Force them to respond to me directly, instead of speculating from a distance. It would paint a target on your back. I'm already a target. At least this way, I get to shoot back. Ragnar's answering smile was fierce. I will make the arrangements. The day Harry claimed his Wizengamot seat, autumn was giving way to winter. He dressed carefully that morning, in robes that Arcturus had sent as a gift, deep green with silver trim, cut in the style of the old families, formal without being ostentatious. The Potter signet ring gleamed on his finger, and the black pendant rested hidden beneath his collar. The Wizengamot chamber was everything the books had described, a massive circular room, tiers of seats rising to a vaulted ceiling, ancient magic humming in the walls. The members were already assembled when Harry entered, their murmured conversations dying to silence as they registered his presence. He walked to the center of the floor and stopped, surveying the assembly with calm deliberation. He recognized faces from his studies, Dumbledore in the Chief Warlock's chair, Lucius Malfoy among the conservatives, Augusta Longbottom with the progressives. Dozens of others, watching him with expressions ranging from curiosity to hostility to carefully hidden fear. I am Harry James Potter, he said, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. Heir to the House of Potter, heir presumptive to the House of Black, and heir to the 4 founders of Hogwarts. I am here to claim my ancestral seat on this body. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Malfoy's lips had thinned to a hard line. You are a child, someone called from the conservative benches, not, Harry thought, recognizing the face from Arcturus's briefings. This body is meant for adults, not infants playing at politics. The law disagrees. Harry's voice remained calm. The Potter seat is hereditary, passing to the eldest male heir upon the previous holder's death. My father died 8 years ago. I am his only child. The seat is mine by right. Rights can be suspended, another voice chimed in. The Wizengamot has authority to impose age restrictions, which would require a vote, Harry interrupted smoothly. A vote that would have to pass by 2/3 majority. Do you truly believe you have those numbers, Lord Not? My claim has the support of Gringotts, the House of Black, and several neutral families who have approached me privately. I would be curious to see you try. The challenge hung in the air. Not's face reddened, but he said nothing. If there are no further objections, Harry continued, I will take my seat. He turned and walked to the Potter bench, a position near the center of the chamber, neither conservative nor progressive, perfectly positioned to observe and be observed. As he sat, he felt the ancient magic of the Wizengamot recognize him, accepting him as a member. The first battle was won. The real war was just beginning. The session that followed was largely routine, budget discussions, minor legislation, the kind of bureaucratic tedium that kept any government functioning. Harry listened carefully, absorbing the rhythms of debate, the unspoken alliances, the subtle signals that members use to communicate without words. Dumbledore watched him throughout, that penetrating gaze never wavering. When the session ended, the Chief Warlock descended from his chair and approached Harry directly. That was well handled, he said quietly. You've made quite an impression. Was that your goal when you arranged for me to grow up ignorant and isolated? To impress people when I finally emerged? Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, pain, quickly suppressed. I deserve that. But I would ask you to consider, the choices I made were intended to protect you. That they also harmed you is a failure I will carry for the rest of my days. Intentions don't matter. Results do. Perhaps. Dumbledore inclined his head. But consider this as well, you are now a target for every faction in magical Britain. Some will try to control you. Others will try to destroy you. In the days ahead, you may find that having an ally, even one whose methods you despise, is better than standing alone. I'll keep that in mind. Harry rose from his seat and walked out of the chamber, feeling the weight of 100 watching eyes. The game had entered a new phase. The players were circling, testing, preparing their moves. But Harry had been playing survival games his whole life. And he intended to win this one too. That night, in his quarters at Gringotts, Harry dreamed. He stood in a chamber of black stone, exactly as Cassiopeia had described. For lights burned around him, red and green and blue and yellow, each positioned at a corner of the room. The air was thick with power, ancient and terrible, pressing against him from all sides. And from the floor, a shadow rose. It had no fixed shape, or rather, it had too many shapes, cycling through forms that hurt to look at directly. A serpent with 1,000 eyes. A figure wrapped in darkness. A void that swallowed light and meaning both. "Hello, Heir," it said with his voice. "I've been waiting for you." Harry didn't flinch. Even in the dream, he remembered Cassiopeia's words, "You don't break." "What are you?" "I am what remains when everything else is gone." The shadow pulsed, almost pleased. "I am hunger given form. I am the darkness between stars. I am what your founders feared more than death itself. They imprisoned you. They tried." The shadow's laugh was terrible, a sound like reality tearing at the seams. "They poured their power, their souls, their very existence into the chains that bind me. And still I endure. Still I wait. Still I whisper. What do you want?" "Freedom." The word resonated through the chamber, making the stone walls tremble. "I want to walk the world again. To feast on the fear and hope and despair of every living thing. To consume until nothing remains but darkness and silence and me. And you think I'll help you achieve that? I think you have no choice." The shadow moved closer, its formless mass pressing against the boundary of the four lights. "You are the keystone, Heir. The lock and the key both. When you are ready, truly ready, you will face me. And in that moment, you will choose, renew the binding, or break it. I'll renew it. Strengthen it. Make sure you never escape. Perhaps." The shadow's voice was almost gentle now. "But consider this, little Heir, the binding requires sacrifice. Your founders gave everything they had, their power, their souls, their eternal rest, to create these chains. What will you give? What are you willing to lose?" The question echoed through the chamber, through the dream, through Harry's very bones. He woke with the dawn light streaming through his window, the pendant cold against his chest, and the shadow's words still ringing in his ears. "What are you willing to lose?" He didn't have an answer. But he knew, with absolute certainty, that he would need to find one. The Founder's vault seemed different after the dream. Harry descended alone that morning, leaving even Ragnarok behind. He needed to think, to process, to understand what he was facing. The outer chamber welcomed him as always, its magic warm and responsive, but his attention was fixed on the sealed door at the back. He approached it slowly, placing both hands against the cold black stone. The surface was perfectly smooth, unmarked by any visible mechanism or symbol. And yet he could feel the power within, vast and ancient, waiting for someone worthy to access it. "I need to understand," Harry said quietly. "I need to know what you knew, what you faced, how you survived. Help me." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, words began to appear on the stone's surface, burning themselves into the rock in letters of golden fire. "To unlock this door, you must prove yourself worthy in 3 ways. You must demonstrate mastery of the mind, the Ravenclaw trial. You must demonstrate mastery of the body, the Gryffindor trial. You must demonstrate mastery of the heart, the Hufflepuff trial. You must demonstrate mastery of the soul, the Slytherin trial. Only when all 4 are complete will the inner sanctum open." The words faded, leaving the stone blank once more. But Harry had memorized them, turning each phrase over in his mind. 4 trials. 4 aspects of magical ability. 4 founders, testing their heir across 1,000 years. He wasn't ready. He knew that with cold certainty. His training had barely begun, his power still raw and uncontrolled. Attempting the trials now would likely kill him. But he had time. Years, perhaps, before the binding weakened beyond recovery. Years to learn, to grow, to become worthy of the legacy he'd inherited. "I'll be back," he promised the door. "When I'm ready, I'll face your tests. And I'll pass them." The magic around him seemed to pulse in response, not quite agreement, but something close. Acknowledgement, perhaps. Recognition that the heir had accepted the challenge. Harry turned and walked back through the vault, past the artifacts and books and endless knowledge waiting to be absorbed. He had work to do. The shadow in his dreams was patient. But so was he. And when the time came, when he descended into the depths of Hogwarts to face the thing that had been planning his arrival for a millennium, he would be ready. Whatever the cost. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Old Blood Stirs. Winter settled over magical Britain like a burial shroud. Harry watched the snow fall through the enchanted windows of his Gringotts quarters, each flake catching the light of the underground crystals before dissolving against the glass. 2 months had passed since his emergence. 2 months of training, politics, and the slow accumulation of power that would determine whether he survived the challenges ahead. The Founder's Vault had become his second home. Every morning he descended to study their books, practice their techniques, absorb their knowledge through methods that sometimes felt more like communion than education. The artifacts still waited at the center of the chamber, sword, locket, diadem, cup, their magic humming with patient anticipation. He hadn't attempted the trials yet. Griphook had made it clear that doing so prematurely would be suicide. The Founders designed those tests for their heir at the peak of his power, she'd said, her tone sharp as always. "You are 9 years old with 3 months of formal training. Attempting them now would be like challenging a dragon with a butter knife. When will I be ready? When I tell you. Which will not be today, or tomorrow, or next month. Be patient, heir. The vault has waited 1,000 years. It can wait a little longer." Harry had accepted the advice, channeling his frustration into his studies. The books in the outer chamber covered everything from basic magical theory to advanced combat techniques, and he devoured them with an intensity that surprised even his goblin tutors. Knowledge was power, real power, the kind that couldn't be taken away, and he was determined to acquire as much of it as possible. But knowledge alone wasn't enough. He needed allies, resources, political capital. The Wisengamot seat had established his presence, but presence without influence was merely visibility. Which was why, on this particular December morning, he was preparing for a very different kind of challenge. "The ministry delegation arrives in 1 hour," Ragnarok reported, entering Harry's quarters with his usual silent efficiency. "Minister Fudge himself will be leading it, along with Undersecretary Umbridge and Director Bones of the DMLE. 3 different agendas in one room." Harry adjusted his robes, black family green today, a deliberate signal. "Fudge wants to control me, Umbridge wants to undermine me, and Bones wants to assess me." Essentially correct. The minister is a weak man who fears anything he cannot manage. Umbridge is dangerous, she despises anything she considers abnormal, and a 9-year-old Founder's heir certainly qualifies. Bones, however, may prove useful. She is honest, competent, and has no patience for political games. Then I'll focus on Bones and manage the others. Harry checked his reflection one final time. The face that looked back at him was still young, too young, some would say, for the burdens he carried, but the eyes were old. The Dursleys had given him that, at least. "Let's go make some impressions." The meeting took place in a conference room on Gringotts' upper levels, neutral ground that neither side could claim as an advantage. Harry arrived early and positioned himself at the head of the table, Ragnarok at his right hand, the Potter and Black family banners hanging on the wall behind him. The ministry delegation entered precisely on time. Cornelius Fudge was exactly what Harry had expected, a pompous man in expensive robes, his expression cycling between forced joviality and barely concealed nervousness. He wore a lime green bowler hat that clashed magnificently with his pinstriped suit, and he kept dabbing at his forehead with a handkerchief despite the comfortable temperature. Dolores Umbridge was worse. She was short and squat, dressed in pink that made Harry think of poisonous mushrooms, with a face like a toad and eyes that gleamed with malicious intelligence. Her smile was sweet in the way that certain predators were sweet, the kind of sweetness that preceded a strike. Amelia Bones was neither pompous nor predatory. She was solid, no nonsense, with short gray hair and a monocle that caught the light as she surveyed the room. Her gaze lingered on Harry for a moment, assessing, before she gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. "Mr. Potter," Fudge began, his voice carrying that false heartiness Harry had learned to distrust. "How wonderful to finally meet you. I must say, we were all quite concerned when you, disappeared from your relatives' care." "I wasn't aware the ministry had any role in my care," Harry replied calmly. "My placement with the Dursleys was arranged by Dumbledore, not the government." Fudge's smile faltered. "Yes, well, be that as it may, the welfare of magical children is certainly a ministry concern. When we heard that you had resurfaced, naturally we wanted to ensure that I was properly managed." Harry let the words hang in the air. "I assure you, Minister, I am quite capable of managing myself." Umbridge's smile widened, showing too many teeth. Hem. "Mr. Potter, surely you understand our concern. A child your age, alone in the world, inheriting responsibilities far beyond his years, it would be irresponsible of the ministry not to offer guidance." "Guidance?" Harry turned his attention to her, letting his expression cool several degrees. "I've received guidance before, Undersecretary. From the family that kept me in a cupboard under the stairs, from the neighbors who pretended not to notice, from the social services that decided everything was fine. Forgive me if I'm skeptical of additional offers." Something flickered in Umbridge's eyes, anger, quickly hidden behind that sweet smile. "I'm sure those were regrettable circumstances, Mr. Potter. But the magical world is different. We have resources, institutions, people who genuinely want to help. Then perhaps those people should have checked on me at some point during the 8 years I spent with muggles who hated magic." Harry's voice remained calm, but there was steel beneath it. "I find it interesting that the ministry's concern for my welfare only emerged after I claimed my inheritance." Fudge cleared his throat. "Mr. Potter, I assure you, we meant no, that is to say, the ministry has always, Minister." Harry held up a hand, stopping the stammering. "I understand political necessity. You're here because my emergence has created problems you need to solve. The Founder's heir, answering to no one, allied with goblins and old families, it's destabilizing. I represent an unknown variable in equations that were already complicated." Fudge blinked, clearly not expecting such direct analysis from a 9-year-old. Well, so let's dispense with the pretense." Harry leaned forward slightly. "What does the ministry actually want, and what are you prepared to offer in exchange?" Silence fell over the room. Umbridge's smile had frozen into something brittle. Fudge looked like a man watching his carefully prepared script disintegrate. It was Bones who spoke first. "The ministry wants stability," she said, her voice cutting through the tension. "Your emergence has created uncertainty, and uncertainty makes people afraid. Afraid people make poor decisions, decisions that could harm everyone, including you. And what do you suggest?" "Cooperation." Bones met his eyes steadily. "Not control, not management, cooperation. The ministry has resources you lack. You have influence the ministry needs. A mutually beneficial arrangement is possible, if both sides are willing to negotiate in good faith." Harry considered her for a long moment. Unlike Fudge's nervous posturing or Umbridge's poisonous sweetness, Bones seemed genuinely straightforward. A potential ally, if handled correctly. "What kind of cooperation did you have in mind?" "Regular communication, for a start. When the ministry makes decisions that affect you, you should be informed in advance. When you take actions that affect the ministry, the same courtesy applies. Beyond that. She shrugged. Specific arrangements can be negotiated as circumstances require. And in exchange, the ministry stops treating you as a problem to be solved and starts treating you as a citizen to be respected. Bones's gaze flicked briefly to Umbridge, whose smile had soured considerably. Not everyone in government agrees with that approach, but Director Bones has influence of her own. Harry turned to Ragnock, who had been silent throughout the exchange. The old goblin gave a barely perceptible nod. Director Bones, Harry said, returning his attention to her. I think we can work together. But I want to be clear, I won't be a puppet, a symbol, or a convenient tool for anyone's agenda. Any arrangement between us will be based on mutual respect, or it won't exist at all. Fair terms. Bones inclined her head. I look forward to seeing what you become, Mr. Potter. Fudge cleared his throat again, apparently trying to reclaim control of a meeting that had thoroughly escaped him. Yes, well, this has been most productive. The ministry appreciates your willingness to cooperate, Mr. Potter. If there's anything we can do, actually, there is. Harry cut him off smoothly. I want access to the ministry archives. Specifically, the trial records from the period immediately following Voldemort's defeat. The name dropped like a stone into still water. Fudge flinched visibly. Even Bones looked surprised. Trial records? Fudge's voice had gone slightly strangled. Whatever for? Research. Harry's expression was innocent, but his eyes were sharp. I'm interested in understanding how the wizarding world handled the transition from war to peace. Historical curiosity, nothing more. It was a lie, and everyone in the room probably knew it. But Fudge, for all his faults, was a politician. He understood the value of plausible deniability. I suppose, that could be arranged, he said slowly. Within reason, of course. Some records are sealed, I only need the public records. Trials, sentences, acquittals. Nothing sensitive. Fudge visibly relaxed. Yes, well, public records are public. I see no reason to deny such a reasonable request. Excellent. Harry rose from his chair, signaling that the meeting was ending. I look forward to a productive relationship, Minister. Director Bones. He nodded to each in turn, pointedly excluding Umbridge. Ragnock will see you out. As the delegation filed from the room, Bones paused at the door. Mr. Potter. One word of caution. Yes. Not everyone in the ministry shares my views. Some would prefer to see you controlled, diminished, or removed entirely. Her gaze was steady. Watch your back. I always do. She left without another word, but the warning lingered in the air long after she was gone. The ministry archives arrived 3 days later, a massive stack of documents that took Harry 2 full days to sort through. Most of it was routine, trials of low-level Death Eaters, administrative proceedings, the endless bureaucratic machinery of post-war justice. But buried in the middle of the stack, almost hidden among more mundane records, Harry found what he was looking for. The People vs. Sirius Orion Black charges, murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggle witnesses verdict, guilty sentence, life imprisonment, Azkaban note, defendant waived right to trial by combat. No defense presented. Harry read the document 3 times, his frown deepening with each pass. Something was wrong, something beyond the obvious horror of the charges. No trial, he said aloud, turning to Ragnock, who was reviewing financial statements at the other end of the room. According to this, Sirius Black was convicted without a trial. He waived his right, but there's no record of who witnessed the waiver, no documentation of his mental state, no evidence presented by either side. Ragnock looked up, his expression sharpening. That would be highly irregular. Wisengamot procedures require formal hearings for any charge carrying a sentence of more than 5 years. Unless the accused confesses. Did he confess? Harry scanned the document again. It doesn't say. The only statement on record is, defendant offered no defense and showed no resistance to arrest. That's not a confession, that's just, giving up. Perhaps he was guilty and knew it. Perhaps. But Harry remembered Arcturus Black's words, it makes no sense. He loved James Potter like a brother. Or perhaps there's something else going on. Something that got buried in the chaos after the war. He set the document aside and reached for another stack, the records surrounding Peter Pettigrew, the wizard Sirius had allegedly murdered. The file was thin, barely more than a few pages. Peter Pettigrew, Order of Merlin, First Class, posthumous. Killed by Sirius Black while attempting to apprehend said suspect. Remains recovered, index finger. Body presumed destroyed in magical explosion. An Order of Merlin, Harry murmured. For trying to stop Black. The official narrative is that Pettigrew confronted Black after discovering his betrayal, Ragnarok said. He was portrayed as a hero, a friend seeking justice for the Potters. But there are no witnesses. No survivors of the explosion except Black himself. The entire story depends on. What? Black's silence. The absence of anyone who could contradict it. Harry stood, pacing to the window. The snow was still falling outside, heavier now, blanketing the world in white. His mind raced through possibilities, searching for patterns in the gaps. My parents had a secret keeper, he said slowly, thinking out loud. Someone who knew where they were hiding, who could have told Voldemort. The official record says it was Sirius Black. But what if it wasn't? Who else could it have been? I don't know. But I intend to find out. Harry turned back to face the goblin. I need to talk to someone who was there. Someone who knew my parents, who understood the war from the inside. Dumbledore would be the obvious choice. No. Harry shook his head firmly. Dumbledore was too close to everything. He might be biased, or worse, he might have reasons for wanting the truth to stay buried. I need someone else. Someone who was involved but not compromised. Ragnarok was silent for a moment, considering. There is one possibility. Remus Lupin, he was close to your parents, part of their inner circle. He currently lives in obscurity, taking odd jobs when he can find them. Why obscurity? He is a werewolf. In magical Britain, that makes him essentially unemployable. Harry filed that information away for later consideration. The treatment of werewolves was another symptom of the same disease that had allowed a man to be imprisoned without trial, a society that valued convenience over justice, fear over fairness. Find him, Harry said. Offer him work, good wages, anything that will get him to meet with me. I want to hear his version of events. And if his version matches the official story, then I'll know more than I do now. Harry returned to his desk, picking up the Sirius Black file again. But something tells me the official story has holes. And holes are where the truth hides. Remus Lupin arrived at Gringotts on a grey afternoon 3 weeks into January. He was not what Harry had expected. The files described a brilliant wizard, one of the top students of his year at Hogwarts, a member of the original Order of the Phoenix. But the man who entered Harry's quarters looked beaten down, shabby robes, graying hair, scars that spoke of years of hardship. Mr. Potter. Lupin's voice was hoarse, uncertain. Thank you for reaching out. I wasn't sure you would want to, that is, I didn't know if I blamed you for abandoning me after my parents died. The words hit Lupin like a physical blow. He flinched, looking away. I tried. You have to believe me, I tried. But Dumbledore said the blood wards needed time to establish, that any magical presence might interfere. I'm not interested in excuses, Mr. Lupin. Harry gestured to a chair. Sit. I have questions, and I think you have answers. Lupin sat, his movements careful, like a man expecting to be struck. It was a body language Harry recognized. He'd worn it himself, during the Dursley years. Something about that recognition softened his approach slightly. "I'm not your enemy," Harry said, taking his own seat across from Lupin. "I'm not trying to punish you for the past. But I need to understand what really happened, and you're one of the few people who might be able to tell me." "What do you want to know?" "My parents' secret keeper. The official record says it was Sirius Black. But you knew him. You knew them. Does that story make sense to you?" Lupin was silent for a long moment, his scarred face working through emotions that Harry couldn't quite read. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "No. It never made sense. Sirius loved James, they were brothers in everything but blood. I spent years trying to understand how he could have betrayed them, and I never found an answer that fit. But you believed it anyway." "I had to." Lupin's eyes met Harry's, haunted. He was there, laughing, surrounded by bodies. He didn't deny anything, didn't explain. He just laughed. "And Peter," his voice cracked. "Peter was my friend too. Shy, uncertain, always following James and Sirius around like a loyal puppy. The idea that Sirius killed him. Did you ever consider that it might have been the other way around?" Lupin froze. "What do you mean?" "Pettigrew was the secret keeper. Pettigrew betrayed my parents. Pettigrew faked his death and framed Sirius to cover his tracks." Harry watched Lupin's face carefully as he laid out the theory. It would explain everything: Sirius's behavior, the lack of a trial, the convenient narrative that emerged. But Peter was weak. He couldn't have. Weakness makes excellent camouflage. Harry leaned forward. "Think about it, Mr. Lupin. If you wanted to infiltrate a group, to betray them without suspicion, would you present yourself as strong and dangerous? Or would you cultivate an image of harmlessness?" Lupin was shaking his head, but not in denial, in dawning horror. "Oh God! Oh God, we never even considered. Dumbledore said Sirius was the secret keeper. He was so certain. We all just assumed, Dumbledore isn't infallible. And even if he believed it, that doesn't make it true." Harry stood, moving to his desk to retrieve the files he'd gathered. "I've been researching the case. There's no evidence that Sirius was actually the secret keeper. No documentation of the charm being cast, no witnesses to the selection. The entire accusation rests on his presence at the scene and his failure to deny it. But why wouldn't he deny it? If he was innocent, I don't know. But I intend to find out." Harry handed Lupin the stack of documents. "These are everything I've been able to gather. Read them. Look for anything that doesn't fit, anything that might support an alternative theory." Lupin took the files with trembling hands. "You really believe he might be innocent?" "I believe the story has holes. I believe an innocent man might be rotting in Azkaban while the real traitor walks free. And I believe that if there's any chance of that being true, we have a responsibility to investigate." "We?" Harry met his eyes steadily. "You were their friend, Mr. Lupin. You've spent 8 years living with the guilt of believing Sirius betrayed them. If I'm right, if Pettigrew was the real traitor, then you have a chance to make amends. Help me find the truth, and help me free an innocent man." Lupin was silent for a long moment, clutching the files to his chest like a lifeline. When he spoke, his voice was stronger than it had been since he'd arrived. "What do you need me to do?" The investigation consumed the following weeks. Lupin proved invaluable, his memories of the war years filling in gaps that documents couldn't capture. He described the paranoia of those final months, how the Order of the Phoenix had been infiltrated, how no one knew who to trust, how Dumbledore had advised the Potters to go into hiding. The Fidelius charm was Dumbledore's idea, Lupin explained during one of their sessions. He said it was the only way to be certain. As long as the secret keeper held firm, not even Voldemort himself could find them. And he suggested Sirius as the keeper. Yes. But Sirius refused. Harry looked up sharply. He refused. He thought he was too obvious a choice. James's best friend, practically a member of the family, if Voldemort was looking for the secret keeper, Sirius would be the first target. Lupin's face was troubled. He suggested they use Peter instead. Said no one would suspect him, that he was the perfect decoy. A decoy secret keeper. But the charm was actually cast on Pettigrew? I don't know. Lupin shook his head. I wasn't there when the charm was performed. James and Sirius handled it themselves, for security reasons. I only knew what they told me afterward. And what did they tell you? That it was done. That they were safe. That I shouldn't worry. Lupin's voice was bitter. 3 weeks later, they were dead. Harry absorbed this in silence, adding the new information to his mental map of the case. A decoy plan, known only to the Potters, Sirius, and Pettigrew. If Pettigrew was the real traitor, he would have had perfect opportunity. Everyone else believed Sirius was the keeper, so no one would have suspected the switch. After the murder, Harry said slowly, Sirius went after Pettigrew. Why? Revenge, supposedly. The official story is that he was trying to cover his tracks, kill the only other person who knew the truth. But if our theory is correct, Sirius was trying to expose the truth. He knew Pettigrew was the real traitor, and he went after him before Peter could disappear. And Peter outmaneuvered him. Lupin's expression was haunted. He killed those muggles, cut off his own finger, and escaped in the chaos. Made it look like Sirius had murdered everyone, then vanished. Vanished where? I don't know. If he's alive, Lupin stopped, a strange expression crossing his face. Actually, I might know. Peter was an unregistered animagus. Harry's attention sharpened. What form? A rat. The pieces clicked together with almost audible force. A rat. Small, inconspicuous, impossible to track. The perfect form for a man who wanted to disappear, to hide in plain sight while the world believed him dead. He could be anywhere, Harry said. Living as a rat, listening, waiting. Perhaps even staying close to the wizarding world, using his animal form to avoid detection. But how would we find him? There are millions of rats in Britain. We wouldn't have to find him. We just have to prove he could have survived. Harry stood, pacing to the window. If we can demonstrate that Pettigrew was capable of faking his death, that the official story has logical holes, we might be able to force a real investigation. The Ministry won't investigate willingly. Fudge built his early career on the black conviction. Admitting the verdict was wrong would be political suicide. Then we don't give them a choice. Harry turned back to face Lupin. We build a case so compelling that ignoring it becomes more dangerous than addressing it. We gather evidence, find witnesses, document every inconsistency. And when we're ready, we bring it to the Wisengamot directly. That could take months. Years, even. I have time. Harry's voice was steady. Sirius has already waited 8 years. He can wait a little longer, as long as we're actually working to free him. Lupin studied him for a long moment, something shifting in his expression. You're really committed to this. A man you've never met, based on a theory we can't prove. He's my godfather, Harry said simply. He was my father's best friend. If there's even a chance he's innocent, I have to try. And if he's not? If we're wrong, and he really did betray them? Then I'll know for certain. I'll have the truth, whatever it is. Harry moved back to his desk, picking up a fresh stack of documents. But something tells me we're on the right track. The official story is too convenient, too clean. Real life is messier than that. Real life is messier, Lupin agreed quietly. I learned that the hard way. They worked through the evening, comparing notes, building timelines, searching for the cracks in a narrative that had stood unchallenged for 8 years. Outside, the winter darkness deepened, snow falling silently over a world that didn't know its foundations were about to shift. The breakthrough came in early February. Harry was reviewing old copies of the Daily Prophet, searching for contemporary accounts of Pettigrew's supposed death, when a small notice caught his eye. It was buried in the back pages, easily overlooked, a letter to the editor, published 3 weeks after the incident. To the editors of the Daily Prophet, I was present in the vicinity of Chatsworth Street on the day of the supposed gas explosion. I would like to know why no investigation has been conducted into the peculiar behavior I witnessed prior to the incident, specifically, the presence of a large black dog that appeared to be following Peter Pettigrew from the moment he left Diagon Alley. Additionally, I observed Mr. Pettigrew casting what appeared to be a blasting curse at his own hand before the explosion occurred. This detail seems significant and has been notably absent from all official accounts. I have attempted to contact the DMLE regarding these observations but have received no response. Respectfully, Marlene Vance Hogsmeade. Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding. A witness. Someone who had seen the events unfold, who could testify that the official story didn't match reality. Ragnarok, he called, his voice sharp with excitement. I need you to find someone for me. The old goblin appeared within moments, his expression questioning. Marlene Vance. She wrote a letter to the Prophet in November of 1981, describing the Pettigrew incident. I need to know if she's still alive, and if so, where she is. Ragnarok nodded slowly. The name is familiar. I will make inquiries. Do it quickly. If we can find her, if she's willing to testify, then we might have enough to force a hearing. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. I will have information for you by morning. Marlene Vance was alive. She lived in a cottage on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, a widow who had spent the past 15 years in quiet obscurity. According to Ragnarok's sources, she rarely received visitors and had no involvement in wizarding politics. Harry arrived at her door on a cold February afternoon, accompanied by Lupin. The cottage was small but well maintained, smoke rising from the chimney, the garden showing signs of recent care despite the winter weather. Marlene herself was a woman in her 60s, with silver-streaked hair and sharp eyes that assessed Harry with immediate wariness. Mrs. Vance, Harry began, my name is, I know who you are. Her voice was firm, clipped. Everyone knows who you are, Mr. Potter. The question is why you're at my door. I found your letter. The one you wrote to the Prophet about the Pettigrew incident. Something flickered in her expression, surprise, quickly masked. That was a long time ago. Did anyone ever respond? No. The word was bitter. No one wanted to hear what I saw. The story had already been decided, Sirius Black was the villain, Pettigrew was the hero, and inconvenient witnesses were politely ignored. What if someone wanted to hear now? Marlene studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she stepped aside. You'd better come in. The cottage's interior was comfortable, cluttered with books and magical artifacts and the accumulated detritus of a long life. Marlene gestured them to seats near the fire, then settled into her own chair with the careful movements of age. I assume you're investigating the Black case, she said. Looking for evidence that might exonerate him. We're looking for the truth, Harry replied. Whatever that turns out to be. Fair enough. Marlene was silent for a moment, gathering her thoughts. I was in Diagon Alley that morning, visiting Gringotts. I saw Pettigrew leaving. He looked nervous, agitated, kept glancing over his shoulder. There was a large black dog following him, about a block behind. A black dog? Sirius Black's animagus form, Lupin said quietly. He was an unregistered dog. I didn't know that then, of course. I just noticed because the dog seemed purposeful. Not a stray. It was tracking him. And then? Pettigrew apparat to Chatsworth Street. I was curious, I admitted, so I followed at a distance. When I arrived, they were arguing. The dog had transformed into a man, black, I realized later. He was shouting something about betrayal, about Lily and James. Harry leaned forward. Could you hear what they said? Only fragments. But I saw what happened next. Marlene's voice had gone hard. Pettigrew raised his wand, but not at Black. He pointed it at his own hand and cast a curse, a blasting curse or something similar. There was an explosion. When the smoke cleared, Pettigrew was gone, Black was standing in a crater surrounded by bodies, and there was nothing left of Pettigrew but a finger. He cursed himself. That's what I saw. He deliberately destroyed his own finger, triggered an explosion that killed everyone nearby, and used the chaos to escape. Harry sat back, his mind racing. This was exactly what they needed, an eyewitness account that contradicted the official story, that showed Pettigrew as the aggressor rather than the victim. Why didn't anyone listen to you? Lupin asked, his voice strained. Because I was a nobody. Marlene's smile was bitter. A widow with no political connections, no influence, no importance. The DMLE didn't want complications, they had their villain, their hero, their tidy narrative. My letter was probably filed and forgotten. Would you be willing to testify? Before the Wisengamot, officially, under oath. Marlene was silent for a long moment. It's been 15 years. People will ask why I didn't come forward sooner, why I stopped trying. And you'll tell them the truth, that you tried, and no one listened. Harry met her eyes steadily. Mrs. Vance, an innocent man has spent 8 years in Azkaban. The real traitor is still out there, possibly alive, possibly dangerous. You have information that could change everything. And what happens to me if I testify? The people who buried this story 15 years ago, they haven't gone anywhere. They still have power, influence, reasons to keep the truth hidden. You'll have my protection. Harry's voice was firm. I'm the founder's heir, the boy who lived, and I have resources that most people can only dream of. Anyone who threatens you will answer to me. Marlene studied him for a long moment, something shifting in her expression. You really believe you can do this? Take on the ministry, overturn a conviction, expose a conspiracy? I believe we have to try. The alternative is letting an innocent man rot while a murderer walks free. Another long pause. Then, slowly, Marlene nodded. Very well, Mr. Potter. I'll testify. But I hope you know what you're getting into, this won't be a battle. It will be a war. I've been preparing for war my whole life, Harry said. I just didn't know it until recently. The case built slowly over the following weeks. Harry gathered evidence like a miser collecting gold, witness testimonies, document irregularities, logical inconsistencies in the official narrative. Lupin reached out to other members of the Old Order of the Phoenix, searching for anyone who might have information about the secret keeper arrangement. Ragnar coordinated the legal strategy, identifying sympathetic Wisengamot members and preparing the formal petition for review. Meanwhile, Harry's training continued. His magic had grown significantly since his emergence. The Founder's Vault was proving to be an extraordinary teacher, its books and artifacts guiding his development with an intelligence that sometimes felt almost conscious. Your control has improved, Griphook observed during a practice session in late February. But you're still too dependent on your wand. Founder magic predates wands, it flows from intention, not instruments. Show me. Griphook held up her hand, and a sphere of light appeared above her palm, not wizard light, but something older, purer, drawn directly from the ambient magic of the vault. Feel the energy around you, she instructed. It's always there, in the air, in the stone, in your own blood. The wand helps you focus it, but focus is not the same as necessity. Harry closed his eyes, reaching outward with senses he was still learning to use. The vault hummed with power, layers upon layers of enchantment, the accumulated magic of 1,000 years. He could feel it flowing through him, responding to his presence like water recognizing a riverbed. He reached for that power, not with his wand but with his will, and pulled. Light bloomed above his palm, flickering, unstable, but real. Founder magic, channeled directly, without instruments or incantations. Good, Griphook said, her voice carrying a rare note of approval. Now hold it. Harry focused, stabilizing the light, feeling the flow of energy adjust to his control. It was like holding water in cupped hands, difficult, requiring constant attention, but possible. How long until I'm ready for the trials? Months. Perhaps a year. The trials test more than raw power, they test wisdom, courage, loyalty, cunning. You must develop all aspects, not just the magical ones. Harry let the light fade, opening his eyes. I don't have a year. The binding is weakening. I can feel it, sometimes, in the dreams. Then you must learn faster. Griphook's expression was uncompromising. The founders designed those trials for a reason. Failing them is not an option. And if I succeed? What happens then? Then you open the inner sanctum. You learn what the founders truly knew, what they truly faced. And you decide what to do with that knowledge. No pressure, Harry muttered. Pressure creates diamonds, Heir. Or it crushes coal into dust. The difference is in the substance being pressed. March arrived with a thaw that seemed to signal new beginnings. Harry had spent the morning reviewing the final draft of the petition for Sirius Black's case review. The document was comprehensive, 40 pages of evidence, testimony, and legal argument, all pointing to the same conclusion: the original conviction was flawed, and a new hearing was required. We're ready, Ragnarok announced, setting down his quill. The petition can be filed tomorrow. Director Bones has agreed to receive it personally. And the Wisengamot? Will they vote to hear the case? Unknown. Fudge will oppose, he has too much invested in the original verdict. But Bones has influence, and several neutral families have indicated willingness to support a review. Ragnarok paused. The real question is what happens if we win. If Black is exonerated, there will be consequences. Pettigrew will be exposed as a traitor. Anyone who helped cover up the truth will be implicated. Harry nodded slowly. It could destabilize the entire government. Are you prepared for that? Harry thought about the Dursleys, about the cupboard under the stairs, about 8 years of believing his parents had died in a car crash. He thought about Sirius Black, rotting in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. He thought about Pettigrew, the real traitor, living free while others paid for his sins. Yes, he said. I'm prepared. The petition was filed the following morning. Within hours, the wizarding world erupted. Potter claims Black innocent. Screamed the Prophet's Evening Edition. Founders Heir challenges Ministry verdict. The response was immediate and divided. Some praised Harry's courage, calling it a long overdue pursuit of justice. Others condemned him as naive at best, dangerous at worst, a child playing with forces he didn't understand, risking stability for the sake of a convicted murderer. Fudge held a press conference, his face red with barely contained fury. This petition is irresponsible and destabilizing, he declared. Sirius Black was convicted by proper legal processes. To suggest otherwise is to undermine the foundations of our justice system. But Amelia Bones received the petition personally, as promised, and her response was notably different. The DMLE takes all claims of miscarriage of justice seriously, she told reporters. This petition will be reviewed thoroughly and fairly. If there is merit to the claims, appropriate action will be taken. Behind the scenes, the political machinery ground into motion. Owls flew in all directions. Meetings were held in shadowed rooms. Old alliances were tested, new ones were formed. And at the center of it all, Harry waited. He'd fired the first shot. Now he had to see how his enemies would respond. The response came 3 days later, in the form of an unexpected visitor. Harry was in his quarters, reviewing the day's intelligence reports, when Ragnarok entered with an expression of controlled concern. You have a visitor, Mr. Potter. One who arrived without invitation and is currently refusing to leave until she speaks with you. Who? Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry went very still. Bellatrix Lestrange, Voldemort's most fanatical servant, one of the Death Eaters who had tortured the Longbottoms into insanity. She should be in Azkaban, serving a life sentence. How is she out of prison? She isn't. Ragnarok's voice was grim. She escaped. 3 hours ago. And the first place she came was here. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. Bellatrix was dangerous, perhaps the most dangerous witch alive. But she had also come to Gringotts, where goblin magic could contain even the most powerful wizards. She wanted to talk, not to fight. Show her in, Harry said. But keep security ready. If she makes any threatening moves, she will be dealt with. Bellatrix Lestrange entered the room like a storm-given human form. She was thin, prison-thin, with wild dark hair and eyes that burned with an intensity that bordered on madness. Her robes were tattered, her face gaunt, but there was a terrible energy about her that filled the room with tension. The little heir, she said, her voice a low purr. The baby who killed my master. How lovely to finally meet. Mrs. Lestrange. Harry kept his voice neutral, his posture relaxed. I'd ask what brings you here, but I suspect I already know. Do you? She circled him slowly, like a predator examining prey. Clever child. Dangerous child. You've been making waves, little heir. Stirring up secrets that should stay buried. The black case. You're here about your cousin. Cousin. Bellatrix laughed, a harsh, broken sound. Blood traitor, more like. Sirius turned his back on everything, family, tradition, the Dark Lord's glorious cause. He deserved what he got. Even if he was innocent. The laughter stopped abruptly. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. What do you know about innocence, little heir? What do you know about anything? I know that Sirius Black didn't betray my parents. I know that Peter Pettigrew was the real secret keeper, and the real traitor. And I know that someone, maybe multiple someones, worked very hard to make sure the truth stayed hidden. Bellatrix was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, a smile crept across her face, not the manic grin of before, but something older, darker, more calculating. You're smarter than you look, she said. The Dark Lord chose well, all those years ago. A worthy enemy. I'm not his enemy. He's dead. Is he? The smile widened. Oh, little heir. You have so much to learn. She moved closer, close enough that Harry could smell the prison on her, rot and despair and something else, something that made his scar burn with sudden intensity. I'm not here to fight you, she said quietly. I'm here to warn you. You're pulling threads that connect to things far larger than a single wrongful conviction. Keep pulling, and you'll unravel more than you bargained for. Is that a threat? It's a fact. Bellatrix stepped back, her expression almost thoughtful. I served the Dark Lord faithfully. I knew his secrets, his plans, his methods. He told me things he told no one else, things about you, little heir. Things about what you are and what you're meant to become. And you're going to tell me? No. She laughed again, but there was no humor in it. I'm going to let you discover it yourself. It's more fun that way. She turned toward the door, then paused. One more thing. The rat, Pettigrew. He's not as dead as everyone thinks. He's been hiding, waiting, serving his master even in death. If you want to find him, look for the family that lost a son the same year your parents died. The Weasleys. Poor, pathetic, pure-blood traitors with a peculiar pet. Before Harry could respond, she disapparated, vanishing in a crack of displaced air that left only silence in her wake. Harry stood motionless for several long seconds, his mind racing. The Weasleys. A pet. If Pettigrew was hiding in animal form, if he'd attached himself to a wizarding family. Ragnarok, he called, his voice sharp. I need everything we have on the Weasley family. And I need it now. The Weasleys lived at a place called the Burrow, somewhere in Devon. According to Gringotts records, they were a large pure-blood family, 7 children, modest finances, a reputation for being somewhat eccentric. The patriarch, Arthur Weasley, worked for the ministry's misuse of Muggle artifacts office. The mother, Molly, was a homemaker and a formidable witch in her own right. And the third son, Percy, had acquired a pet rat named Scabbers approximately 8 years ago. 8 years. The exact time since Pettigrew's supposed death. It could be coincidence, Lupin said, studying the information Harry had gathered. Rats are common pets. The timing might be nothing. Maybe. But Bellatrix seemed certain. And she had no reason to lie. If anything, she'd want to protect Pettigrew. He's one of hers. Why would she expose him, then? Because she wants chaos. Harry stood, pacing to the window. She's not loyal to Pettigrew, she's loyal to Voldemort. If exposing the rat serves her master's purposes somehow, she'll do it without hesitation. What purposes? Voldemort is dead. Is he? Harry turned to face Lupin. She said he wasn't. She said I had much to learn. Lupin's face had gone pale. Harry, if the Dark Lord survived somehow, then everything changes. But we can't worry about that now. First, we need to confirm that Scabbers is Pettigrew. If he is, we have our proof. If he's not, we keep looking. How do we confirm? The Weasleys won't just let us examine their son's pet. Harry smiled thinly. They will if we offer them something in return. The Weasleys are poor, right? And their children will be attending Hogwarts. What if I offered to establish scholarships for pure-blood families who meet certain criteria, academic excellence, community service, financial need? A bribe? An investment in magical education. It just happens to benefit the Weasleys, who will naturally be grateful and accommodating when I express interest in meeting their family. Lupin shook his head slowly. You really have thought of everything. I've learned from the best. Harry moved back to his desk. Ragnarok taught me that everything is a transaction. The only question is whether both parties understand what they're trading. The meeting with the Weasleys was arranged for the following week. Harry arrived at the Burrow on a cool March afternoon, accompanied by Ragnarok and 2 goblin guards who waited outside. The house was exactly what he'd expected, a ramshackle structure that seemed to defy architectural logic, held together by magic and stubbornness. Molly Weasley met him at the door, her expression a mixture of warmth and wariness. Mr. Potter. We're honored to have you, of course, though I must admit I was surprised by your letter. I appreciate you agreeing to see me, Mrs. Weasley. I know it was short notice. She led him inside, to a cramped but comfortable kitchen where the entire Weasley clan had assembled. Arthur Weasley stood near the fireplace, looking nervous. The children, ranging from a pair of identical teenagers to a small girl who couldn't be more than 8, watched Harry with undisguised curiosity. And on the shoulder of one of the older boys, Percy, according to Harry's briefing, sat a rat. Fat, gray, with a bald patch on its head and a missing toe on its front paw. Harry's heart began to race, but he kept his expression neutral. Thank you all for meeting with me, he said, settling into an offered chair. I'm sure you're wondering why I reached out. The scholarship program, Arthur said eagerly. We received your letter. It's incredibly generous, Mr. Potter, we could never have afforded, the scholarship program is real, and your children are welcome to apply. Harry held up a hand. But I'd be lying if I said that was my only reason for being here. The warmth in the room cooled slightly. Molly's expression tightened. Then why? She asked. Harry took a breath, choosing his words carefully. Mrs. Weasley, I'm investigating the case of Sirius Black. I have reason to believe he was wrongfully convicted, that the real traitor is still alive, hiding somewhere in the wizarding world. Sirius Black. Arthur's voice was sharp. He murdered 13 people, I have evidence that he didn't. Evidence that someone else committed those crimes and framed him. Harry leaned forward. I believe the real killer may be hiding in animal form, using magic to escape detection. And I have reason to believe he might be connected to your family. Silence fell over the kitchen. The children exchanged confused glances. Percy's hand moved unconsciously to stroke the rat on his shoulder. That's absurd, Molly said finally. We don't know any murderers. We certainly aren't harboring one. Not knowingly, no. Harry's gaze moved to Percy, to the rat that sat so calmly despite the tension in the room. Percy, your rat. Scabbers, isn't it? How long have you had him? 8 years. Percy's voice was defensive. But he's just a rat. He can't be, may I see him? The question was simple, polite, but the room went very still. Arthur and Molly exchanged a look. Percy clutched Scabbers protectively. Mr. Potter, Molly began, I don't see what, there's a simple test. Harry kept his voice calm. If Scabbers is just a rat, the test will prove it, and I'll apologize for wasting your time. But if he's not, if he's a wizard using animagus transformation to hide, then you've been unknowingly sheltering a murderer for nearly a decade. The silence stretched. Then, slowly, Arthur nodded. Let him see, Percy. But Dad, let him see. Percy hesitated, then lifted Scabbers from his shoulder and held him out toward Harry. The rat's eyes, tiny, black, oddly intelligent, met Harry's. And in that moment, Harry knew. Ragnarok, he called. I need a Revelio crystal. The goblin entered, producing a small crystal from his robes. He handed it to Harry, who held it up to catch the light. A Revelio crystal, Harry explained, reacts to concealed magic. If Scabbers is an ordinary rat, nothing will happen. He held the crystal close to the rat. For a moment, nothing. Then, the crystal blazed with light, its surface shifting through a spectrum of colors that hurt to look at directly. Scabbers began to squirm, desperate to escape, but Harry's other hand clamped down firmly. Animagus transformation, Ragnarok confirmed, studying the crystal's glow. A human wizard, concealed in animal form. The signature matches ministry records for, he paused, checking a document. Peter Pettigrew. Pandemonium erupted. The Weasley children scrambled back. Molly screamed. Arthur drew his wand, pointing it at the struggling rat. Hold him. Harry commanded. If he transforms, he can apparate. But it was too late. Scabbers, Pettigrew, twisted free of Harry's grip, hitting the ground and transforming in a blur of magic. Where a rat had been, a man now stood, short, balding, terrified, with a silver hand that gleamed in the kitchen light. Please, he squeaked, his voice high and panicked. Please, I didn't mean, I never wanted, Peter Pettigrew, Harry said coldly. You're under arrest for the murder of James and Lily Potter, the murder of 12 Muggle witnesses, and the framing of Sirius Black. Pettigrew's eyes darted around the room, seeking escape. Then, with a crack of disapparition, he vanished. But not before one of the Weasley twins, Fred or George, Harry couldn't tell, threw something at his retreating form. A small object that stuck to Pettigrew's robes just before he disappeared. Tracking charm, the twin said, grinning despite the chaos. Dad taught us. He won't get far. Harry stared at the empty space where Pettigrew had stood, his mind racing. They had their proof now, undeniable, witnessed by half a dozen people. The rat was exposed. The truth was out. Sirius Black would be free. But Pettigrew was running, and somewhere in the shadows, forces were stirring that Harry couldn't yet see. The game had entered a new phase. And the stakes had just gotten much, much higher. The Wisengamot convened an emergency session 3 days later. Amelia Bones presented the evidence, Marlene Vance's testimony, the Weasleys' identification of Pettigrew, the crystal readings confirming his survival. Point by point, she dismantled the official narrative, exposing the gaps and inconsistencies that had been ignored for 8 years. Fudge blustered, objected, tried to derail the proceedings. But the evidence was overwhelming, the witnesses unimpeachable. When the vote came, it wasn't even close. In the matter of the Ministry versus Sirius Black, verdict overturned. The defendant is declared innocent of all charges and is to be released immediately with full compensation for wrongful imprisonment. Harry watched from the gallery as the announcement was read, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders that he hadn't realized he was carrying. Justice. Imperfect, delayed, but real. Sirius Black was free. They met in a private room at St. Mungo's, where Sirius was recovering from his years in Azkaban. Harry had imagined this moment countless times, what he would say, how his godfather would react. But nothing had prepared him for the reality of the man sitting before him, gaunt, hollow-eyed, bearing the scars of nearly a decade surrounded by dementors. Harry. Sirius's voice was rough from disuse. God, you look just like James. Except the eyes, my mother's eyes. Everyone says that. Lily's eyes. Sirius shook his head slowly, tears streaming down his face. I never thought, I never believed, I know. Harry moved to sit beside him. It's over now. You're free. Because of you. Sirius gripped Harry's hand with surprising strength. Remus told me everything. You found the truth when no one else was looking. You fought for me when you'd never even met me. You're my godfather. You were my father's best friend. That's what family does. Sirius laughed, a broken sound, but real. Family. I spent 8 years with nothing but nightmares and regrets. Now I have you. He looked at Harry with an expression of fierce pride. The Founder's heir. The boy who brought down a ministry cover-up at 9 years old. James would be insufferably proud. And my mother? She'd probably tell you to be careful, then secretly admire your nerve. Sirius's smile was crooked but genuine. You're both of them, Harry. The best parts. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of years settling between them. Then Harry spoke again. There's more work to do. Pettigrew is still out there, and there are things happening, things I don't fully understand yet. Will you help me? Help you? Sirius's eyes blazed with sudden fire. Harry, I've spent 8 years dreaming of vengeance. Now I have a chance to actually do something, to fight, to protect you, to make things right. He gripped Harry's hand tighter. Tell me what you need. I'm with you. Whatever comes. Harry smiled, the first genuine smile he'd felt in weeks. Welcome back, Sirius. We have a lot of work to do. That night, in his quarters at Gringotts, Harry dreamed again. The chamber of black stone. The 4 lights burning at the corners. The shadow rising from the floor with its terrible, shifting form. Well done, Heir, it whispered with his voice. You freed one pawn, exposed another. The game advances. Is that all this is to you? A game? Everything is a game, little key. The question is whether you understand the rules. The shadow pulsed, almost laughing. You think you've won a victory. But every piece you move reveals more of the board. And the board is larger than you know. Then show me. In time. The shadow drew closer, its presence pressing against Harry's consciousness. For now, rest. Gather your strength. The trials await, and they will test everything you are. Why will you? The shadow's laughter echoed through the chamber. The founders thought they knew what they were creating. They were wrong. The binding is not a cage, little Heir. It never was. Then what is it? A door. The Shadow's voice was soft, almost gentle. And you are the key. The only question is, what lies on the other side? Harry woke with the dawn, the Shadow's words echoing in his mind. A door. A key. And somewhere in the depths of Hogwarts, something ancient waited to be unleashed. The game was far from over. It was only beginning. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Enemies at the Gate. Spring came to magical Britain like a held breath finally released. The snow retreated from London's streets, and with it, some of the tension that had gripped the wizarding world since Harry's emergence. Sirius Black's exoneration had dominated the headlines for weeks, but even that story was fading now, replaced by the usual cycle of politics and gossip that kept the Daily Prophet in business. Harry used the relative calm to consolidate his position. The alliance with Gringotts had deepened into something approaching genuine partnership. Director Ragnar had begun consulting Harry on matters beyond his personal accounts, trade negotiations, security assessments, the delicate balance of goblin-wizard relations. It was unusual, perhaps unprecedented, but Ragnar was nothing if not pragmatic. The Founder's heir represented an opportunity the goblins couldn't ignore. Sirius had moved into quarters adjacent to Harry's, spending his days recovering from Azkaban while slowly relearning how to be human. The process was painful to watch, nightmares that shattered sleep, moments of confusion when the present blurred with the past, sudden rages that left furniture destroyed and Sirius hollow with shame. It gets better, Lupin assured Harry during one of their training sessions. The Dementors leave marks, but they fade with time. Give him space to heal. And if he doesn't heal? Then we help him anyway. That's what Pack does. Harry filed away the word, Pack, for later consideration. Lupin's relationship with his wolf nature was complicated, something Harry was still learning to understand. But the loyalty behind it was simple enough. Meanwhile, the political landscape continued to shift. Fudge's position had weakened significantly since the Black exoneration. The minister had staked his reputation on the conviction's validity, and its collapse had exposed him as either complicit in a cover-up or too incompetent to recognize one. Neither interpretation played well with the Wizengamot. He'll try to recover, Arcturus observed during one of their strategy sessions. Fudge is a survivor. He'll find a way to distance himself from the scandal and redirect blame onto others. Who? Whoever presents the most convenient target. Possibly Bones, for pursuing the investigation. Possibly Dumbledore, for his role in the original placement of you with Muggles. Arcturus's smile was thin. Possibly you, if he thinks he can get away with it. Let him try. That's the spirit. But be cautious, Harry. A cornered politician is a dangerous creature. Fudge has little to lose and much to gain by undermining you. The warning proved prescient. The International Confederation of Wizards sent their delegation in late April. Harry had been expecting contact eventually, his emergence had implications beyond Britain, and the ICW couldn't ignore a unified Founder's heir indefinitely. But the speed and composition of the delegation suggested something more than diplomatic curiosity. They're calling it a consultation, Ragnar reported, his tone making clear what he thought of that characterization. But the people they've sent, this is not a casual inquiry. The delegation consisted of 3 wizards, Marcel Delacroix of France, a high-ranking member of the ICW Security Council, Greta Steinberg of Germany, the Confederation's foremost expert on magical lineages, and Hiroshi Tanaka of Japan, whose official title was Observer, but whose reputation suggested something considerably more significant. What do they actually want? Unknown. But the Security Council doesn't send representatives for social calls. They want something from you, or they want to prevent you from doing something. Possibly both. The meeting was held at the Ministry, neutral ground that neither Harry nor the ICW could claim as home turf. Fudge had insisted on hosting, a transparent attempt to position himself as the mediator between Harry and international authorities. Harry arrived with his full entourage, Ragnar, Sirius, still gaunt but increasingly steady, and 2 goblin guards who positioned themselves near the exits with professional discretion. The delegation was already seated when he entered, 3 pairs of eyes tracking his movement with undisguised interest. "Mr. Potter." Delacroix rose, extending his hand. His English was accented but precise. "Thank you for agreeing to this consultation. The Confederation has been most eager to meet you." "The Confederation, or the Security Council specifically?" A flicker of surprise crossed Delacroix's face, quickly masked. "Both, of course. Your emergence has implications. So I've been told." Harry took his seat, keeping his posture relaxed but alert. "Perhaps you could be more specific about these implications. I find vague concerns tend to mask more concrete agendas." Silence fell over the room. Fudge shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Steinberg exchanged a glance with Tanaka that Harry couldn't quite interpret. "Very well." Delacroix's smile was thin. "The ICW's concern is simple. You represent a concentration of magical power that has not existed in a millennium. The founders of Hogwarts were among the most formidable wizards who ever lived. Their combined legacy, in the hands of a single individual, is threatening, is unprecedented. The Confederation has protocols for managing unusual magical phenomena. I'm not a phenomenon to be managed." Harry's voice remained calm, but steel crept into it. "I'm a citizen of magical Britain, an heir to legitimate inheritances, and a member of the Wiesengemot. Whatever protocols you've developed, they don't apply to me. The Confederation's authority supersedes national governments in matters of international security, and what international security threat do I represent? I'm 9 years old. I've committed no crimes, violated no treaties, threatened no nation. The only threat I pose is to people who fear what they can't control." Delacroix's expression hardened. "Mr. Potter, the ICW has both the authority and the resources to compel cooperation. It would be in everyone's interest, including your own, to approach this consultation with appropriate flexibility." "Is that a threat?" "It's a statement of fact." Harry leaned back in his chair, studying the 3 delegates with new understanding. This wasn't a consultation, it was an ultimatum. The ICW wanted him under their control, and they'd come prepared to apply pressure until he complied. "Let me make something clear," he said quietly. "I've spent 9 years being controlled by people who thought they knew what was best for me. The Dursleys. Dumbledore. The Ministry. None of them asked what I wanted, because none of them considered me a person with rights and agency." He met Delacroix's eyes. "That ends now. I will not be studied, managed, or compelled by the ICW or anyone else. If you want a relationship with me, it will be one of mutual respect and benefit. If you want an enemy," he paused, letting the silence stretch, "I'd recommend against it." "You're 9 years old," Steinberg interjected, speaking for the first time. "What could you possibly do against the combined resources of the International Confederation?" Harry smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. "I'm the heir to the 4 founders of Hogwarts. I have the backing of the Goblin Nation and several of Britain's most powerful families. I've already exposed one ministry cover-up and freed an innocent man from Azkaban. In 3 months, I've accomplished more than most wizards achieve in a lifetime." He leaned forward. "What I could do, Ms. Steinberg, is make your lives very, very difficult. What I will do, if treated with respect, is be a valuable ally in whatever challenges the magical world faces." Silence again. The delegates exchanged glances, uncertain now, reassessing. Tanaka, who had been silent throughout, finally spoke. His voice was soft, almost contemplative. "The boy has fire," he observed. "And wisdom beyond his years. Perhaps, colleagues, we have approached this incorrectly. The Confederation's position is clear," Delacroix began. "The Confederation's position may need to evolve. Tanaka's eyes met Harry's, and something passed between them, recognition, perhaps, or respect. The Founder's heir will not be bullied, that much is obvious. But perhaps he could be, partnered with. Partnered? The ICW has resources, Mr. Potter. Knowledge, training, connections across the magical world. We could offer access to things you cannot find in Britain, ancient libraries, master teachers, perspectives beyond your current experience. Tanaka smiled slightly. Not as supervisors, but as facilitators. Harry considered this. The offer was significantly different from Delacroix's threats, cooperation rather than control. Whether Tanaka meant it sincerely or was simply employing better tactics, it was at least worth exploring. I'd be willing to discuss specific arrangements, he said carefully. But any agreement would need to respect my autonomy and Britain's sovereignty. I won't become the ICW's puppet in exchange for access. Of course not. Tanaka inclined his head. We would not expect a Founder's heir to be anyone's puppet. Shall we say, further discussions, once the initial tensions have settled? Delacroix looked displeased but didn't object. Steinberg was scribbling notes with focused intensity. Fudge appeared thoroughly confused by how the meeting had evolved beyond his control. Further discussions, Harry agreed. Through proper channels, at a mutually convenient time. The meeting ended shortly after, with the delegates departing in a flurry of diplomatic courtesies that masked their varying degrees of satisfaction. Harry remained in his seat as the room emptied, thinking through what had just happened. That went better than expected, Sirius observed, settling into the chair beside him. I thought they were going to try to arrest you at one point. They considered it. But arresting the Founder's heir on British soil, without cause, would create more problems than it solved. Harry shook his head. No, they'll try subtler methods. Political pressure, diplomatic isolation, maybe economic sanctions through international trade agreements. Can you counter that? Maybe. The Goblins have leveraged the ICW can't easily dismiss, and several pure-blood families have international connections that could be useful. Harry stood, rolling his shoulders to release tension. But this is just the beginning. The ICW isn't used to being told no, especially by a child. They'll be back. Then we prepare for round 2. We prepare for war. Harry's voice was flat. Because that's what this is becoming. Not open conflict, not yet, but a war of position, influence, and perception. Everyone wants a piece of me, Sirius. The Ministry, the ICW, the pure-blood factions. They see me as a resource to be exploited, not a person to be respected. And what do you see yourself as? Harry was silent for a moment, considering the question. What was he, really? A child playing at politics? A pawn in games too large to comprehend? Or something else, something that even he didn't fully understand yet? I'm a survivor, he said finally. I've been surviving since before I could walk. The methods change, the enemies change, but the fundamental challenge stays the same: stay alive, get stronger, and don't let anyone put you back in that cupboard. Sirius's expression shifted, pride, mixed with something sadder. You shouldn't have to think like that. Not at your age. No, Harry agreed. But should and is are different things. I play the hand I'm dealt, Sirius. And right now, that hand is getting more complicated by the day. The attack came 3 weeks later. Harry was returning to Gringotts from a meeting with Arcturus when the street exploded. One moment he was walking through the relatively quiet streets of Diagon Alley, flanked by his goblin guards. The next, a blast of magical energy tore through the air, scattering people and debris in all directions. Harry hit the ground instinctively, rolling behind an overturned cart as spells began flying overhead. Contact left, one of the guards shouted, raising a shield just in time to block a curse that would have taken Harry's head off. Multiple hostiles, coordinated assault. Harry's wand was in his hand before he'd consciously decided to draw it. The training with griphook had made the motion automatic, a reflex rather than a choice. Feel the magic, he reminded himself, reaching for the Founder's power beneath his normal abilities. It's always there. The attackers were masked, dressed in dark robes that offered no identifying features. 5 of them, moving with military precision, their spells a coordinated barrage designed to overwhelm rather than strike individually. Death Eaters? The style was right, but something felt off. These people weren't casting randomly, they were targeting specific positions, cutting off escape routes, herding Harry toward a particular location. They wanted him alive. Guard the flanks. Harry shouted, rising from behind the cart. I'll handle the center. He didn't wait for a response. Magic surged through him, not wand magic, but something older, deeper. The Founder's power responded to his call, flooding his body with strength and clarity. Time seemed to slow. Harry moved through the chaos like water flowing downhill, dodging curses that seemed to crawl through the air, striking back with precision that surprised even him. A stunner caught one attacker in the chest, dropping him instantly. A shield charm deflected 3 simultaneous curses, the impact rippling through Harry's arms like shock waves. One of the masked figures broke formation, charging directly at Harry with a blade that gleamed with dark enchantments. Harry sidestepped the thrust, seized the attacker's wrist, and twisted. The blade clattered to the ground. A pulse of raw magic sent the attacker flying backward, crashing through a shop window. 3 down. 2 remaining. But the remaining 2 weren't pressing the attack anymore. They were retreating, covering each other, moving toward a side alley that would allow them to disapparate beyond Diagon Alley's anti-apparition wards. Harry could let them go, should let them go, probably, given the risk of pursuit. But something in him refused to accept escape. These people had attacked him in broad daylight, endangered innocent bystanders, tried to take him for purposes unknown. He wasn't going to let that stand. Stay here, he shouted to his guards, and then he was running, magic propelling him faster than any normal sprint. The attackers reached the alley a few seconds ahead of him, already preparing to disapparate. But Harry was faster. A burst of Founder's power, Ravenclaw's aspect, he realized dimly, the magic of thought and perception, showed him exactly where they were aiming. He intercepted the first one mid-apparition, his hand closing on the attacker's arm just as the world twisted around them. For a horrible moment, they were both caught in the between space, a howling void that tore at Harry's consciousness with hooks of pure emptiness. Then they crashed back into reality, somewhere Harry didn't recognize. A forest, dark and ancient, trees pressing close on all sides. The attacker stumbled, disoriented by the disrupted apparition, and Harry didn't hesitate. A stunner, point blank, and the man collapsed. The second attacker was gone, successfully escaped during Harry's interception of the first. But one prisoner was better than none. Harry stood over the fallen figure, his breath coming in harsh gasps, his magic slowly settling back to normal levels. The Founder's power had responded to his need, but the effort had cost him. He felt drained, hollow, like a vessel that had been emptied too quickly. "Who are you?" he muttered, reaching down to remove the mask. The face beneath was unfamiliar, a man in his 30s, with sharp features and a small scar above his left eye. Nobody Harry had ever seen, nobody from his briefings on known Death Eaters or dangerous individuals. But there was something else. A mark on the man's forearm, revealed when his sleeve rode up during the fall. Not the dark mark, something different. A circle with a line through it, surrounded by characters that Harry couldn't quite read. The same symbol that had appeared on his inheritance parchment. The mark of the bound. Harry's blood went cold. "Who sent you?" he whispered, though the unconscious man couldn't answer. "What do you know about the binding?" Movement in the trees. Harry spun, wand raised, but it was only Ragnarok, appearing from the shadows with 2 additional goblin guards, their expressions grim. "We tracked you through the emergency beacon in your signet ring," Ragnarok said, his eyes taking in the scene. You should not have pursued alone. I know. Harry gestured to the unconscious attacker. But I couldn't let them escape. This one, he has a mark. The same mark that appeared on my inheritance test. Ragnar's expression shifted to something Harry couldn't read. Show me. Harry pulled back the man's sleeve, revealing the symbol clearly. Ragnar studied it for a long moment, his ancient face betraying nothing. This is concerning, he said finally. The mark of the bound has not been seen in living memory. If this man bears it, then someone else knows about the binding. About what's beneath Hogwarts. So it would seem. Ragnar gestured to his guards, who moved to secure the prisoner. We must question him. Carefully. Whatever organization he serves, it is clearly well-resourced and well-informed. They wanted to capture me, not kill me. The attack was designed to herd me toward a specific location. Which suggests they have plans for you. Plans that require you alive. Ragnar's voice was grim. This changes the strategic situation significantly, Mr. Potter. You are no longer merely a political target, you are a tactical objective for forces we do not yet understand. Harry looked down at the unconscious man, at the mark on his arm, at the forest pressing close around them. The game had changed again, shifted in ways he couldn't have anticipated. Somewhere out there, an organization with knowledge of the Founder's prison was hunting him. They wanted him alive, which meant they wanted to use him, as a key, perhaps, or a weapon, or something else entirely. Take him to Gringotts, Harry said. Maximum security. No access without my explicit permission. And you? I need to think. Harry turned toward the forest, toward the darkness between the trees. And I need to prepare. Because whoever these people are, they're not going to stop. This was just the opening move. The prisoner's name was Marcus Webb. He broke during the second day of interrogation, not from torture, which the goblins considered beneath them, but from simple, relentless pressure. Goblins were patient creatures, and they had methods of extracting truth that left no marks but offered no escape. He is a member of an organization calling themselves the Inheritors, Ragnar reported, spreading documents across Harry's desk. According to his testimony, they are an ancient cult dedicated to freeing the entity beneath Hogwarts. They have existed, in one form or another, since the Founder's time. 1,000 years. Harry studied the documents, Webb's confession, transcribed and verified. They've been working toward this for 1,000 years. Apparently. Their methods have varied over the centuries, sometimes active, sometimes dormant, but their goal has remained constant. They believe the entity is a god, wrongfully imprisoned, and that releasing it will usher in a new age of magical enlightenment. What do they know about me? Everything, it seems. They have been tracking the Founder bloodlines for generations, monitoring births and deaths and marriages, waiting for the prophecy to be fulfilled. Prophecy? Ragnar handed him another document. Webb was not high enough in the organization to know details, but he mentioned a prophecy that guides their actions. Something about the keystone who walks between worlds and the door that opens from within. Harry read the fragment, his unease growing. The keystone who walks between worlds. That description fit him uncomfortably well, a boy who had lived in the Muggle world but belonged to the magical one, who carried the blood of 4 founders while remaining a single individual. They didn't want to kill me, he said slowly. They wanted to capture me. Use me somehow. Webb believes you are essential to their plan, though he does not know how. He was told only that you must be taken alive and brought to their leadership. Who is their leadership? Unknown. The Inheritors operate in cells, with limited contact between levels. Webb knew only his immediate superiors and the general outline of their beliefs. Harry set down the documents, his mind racing. An ancient cult. A god entity imprisoned beneath Hogwarts. A prophecy that centered on him. The pieces were coming together, but the picture they formed was terrifying. The binding is weakening, he said. The entity told me so itself, in my dreams. The inheritors probably know that too, they've been waiting for this moment, for the conditions to be right. What do you propose to do? Accelerate my training. Prepare for the trials in the Founder's Vault. Harry met Ragnarok's eyes. I can't wait anymore. Whatever's coming, I need to be ready to face it. The trials are dangerous. Attempting them before you're prepared, is less dangerous than letting the inheritors capture me, or letting the binding fail entirely. I know I'm not ready, Ragnarok. But I'm running out of time to get ready. The old goblin was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I will inform Griphook. Training will intensify immediately. He paused at the door. Mr. Potter. The Founders designed those trials to test more than magical ability. They test character, judgment, the capacity to make impossible choices. Are you certain you're prepared for that? Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About Sirius, rotting in Azkaban for crimes he didn't commit. About the entity in his dreams, waiting with patient hunger for the door to open. I've been making impossible choices my whole life, he said. I'm just getting better at it. The next month was brutal. Griphook pushed Harry harder than ever before, drilling him in combat magic, defensive techniques, and the subtler arts of founder power. Where before she had been demanding, now she was relentless, hours of practice broken only by brief rests and study sessions in the vault. The Gryffindor trial tests courage and combat ability, she explained during one session. You must face an opponent you cannot defeat through strength alone. Victory requires cleverness, determination, and the willingness to sacrifice. Sacrifice what? That depends on you. Griphook's expression was unreadable. The trial adapts to the challenger. It will find your weaknesses and exploit them. And the other trials? Ravenclaw tests wisdom, not knowledge, but the ability to apply knowledge under pressure. Hufflepuff tests loyalty and moral clarity. Slytherin tests ambition and cunning. She paused. Each trial is designed to push you to your limits and beyond. Many who have attempted them did not survive. But I'm the heir. The trials were designed for me. They were designed for a worthy heir. The Founders had no guarantee their descendant would be worthy. The trials are meant to ensure it. Harry absorbed this, turning it over in his mind. The Founders had been brilliant, pragmatic, ruthless in their way. They wouldn't have left their legacy to someone undeserving, no matter their bloodline. The trials were the final test, the gateway that separated pretenders from true heirs. He had to pass. There was no alternative. Meanwhile, the political situation continued to deteriorate. The inheritors' attack had been covered up, officially attributed to rogue elements seeking to exploit the instability following the Black exoneration, but Harry knew the truth would emerge eventually. Secrets this large had a way of escaping, and when this one did, the fallout would be severe. The ICW is pressuring Fudge to hand you over for protective custody, Arcturus reported during one of their sessions. They're framing it as concern for your safety, but their intentions are transparent. Fudge won't do it. He can't. I'm a Wisengamot member, I have allies. Fudge will do whatever keeps him in power. If the ICW offers enough support, or threatens enough consequences, he'll sell you out without hesitation. Arcturus's voice was grim. You need to be prepared for that possibility. What do you suggest? Multiple contingencies. Safe houses in locations the ICW can't easily access. Allies who will shelter you if necessary. And most importantly, Arcturus leaned forward. Enough visible deterrent that even the ICW hesitates to move against you. Deterrent? Power, Mr. Potter. Raw, undeniable power that makes the cost of confrontation prohibitive. The Goblins provide financial leverage, the old families provide political cover, but in the end, wizards respect only one thing, the ability to destroy those who threaten you. Harry thought about the Founder's Vault, about the artifacts waiting there, about the trials that would unlock the inner sanctum. If he passed, when he passed, he would have access to magic that hadn't been wielded in a millennium. "I'm working on it," he said. June arrived with a heat wave that seemed to smother London in oppressive warmth. Harry stood in the Founder's vault, facing the sealed door that led to the inner sanctum. The four crests glowed softly in the eternal light: lion, serpent, eagle, badger, arranged in their diamond pattern like cardinal points on a compass. "Are you certain about this?" Griphook asked from behind him. "Once you begin, you cannot stop until all four trials are complete." "I'm certain." "Then approach the door and state your intention." "The trials will begin immediately." Harry took a deep breath, centering himself. 3 months of intensive training. Weeks of preparation, study, practice. He'd done everything he could to prepare. Now it was time to see if it was enough. He stepped forward, placing both hands on the cold black stone. "I am Harry James Potter," he said, his voice steady despite the fear coiling in his chest. "Heir to Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. I seek to prove myself worthy of the Founder's legacy. Let the trials begin." The stone beneath his hands warmed suddenly, then blazed with golden light. Harry felt magic wrap around him like chains, pulling him forward, through the door, into darkness, and then he was somewhere else entirely. The Gryffindor trial came first. Harry found himself standing in an arena of red and gold, flames dancing along the walls, heat pressing against his skin like a physical weight. The ceiling vanished into shadow above, but the floor was clear, a circle of stone perhaps 50 meters across, empty except for Harry himself. And the creature waiting at the center. It was a lion, but not any lion that existed in the natural world. Massive, larger than a horse, with a mane that flickered with actual fire and eyes that burned with intelligence far beyond any animal. It watched Harry with predatory patience, making no move to attack, but radiating danger like heat from a forge. "Heir of my blood," it said, its voice resonating through the arena like thunder. "You seek to prove yourself worthy of the Gryffindor legacy. To do so, you must face me in combat. And if I lose? Then you die, and the trials end. There is no shame in failure, many have attempted this challenge and fallen. But there is no mercy either." The lion rose, flames dancing around its massive form. "You have courage, I can smell it on you. But courage alone is not enough. Show me your true strength, Heir. Show me you deserve my blessing." Harry drew his wand, settling into a combat stance. The lion was huge, powerful, magical, everything he wasn't. In a direct confrontation of strength, he would lose. But Griphook had taught him that strength took many forms. "Begin," he said. The lion charged. The next several minutes were the most intense of Harry's life. The lion was fast, impossibly fast for its size, and its flames burned everything they touched. Harry dodged, rolled, cast shields that shattered under the assault, retreated and advanced and retreated again. Direct attacks did nothing. His stunners splashed harmlessly against the lion's hide. His curses were absorbed by the flames. Even the Founder's power, channeled through desperate bursts of raw magic, only slowed the creature briefly. "You cannot defeat through strength alone," Griphook had said. "Victory requires cleverness, determination, and the willingness to sacrifice." Harry ducked under a massive paw, feeling the heat sear his robes. The lion was testing him, he realized, not trying to kill him immediately, but pushing him, forcing him to his limits. It wanted to see what he would do when strength wasn't enough. Sacrifice. The word echoed in his mind, and suddenly Harry understood. He stopped running. The lion skidded to a halt, surprise flickering in its flame-bright eyes. Harry stood in the center of the arena, wand lowered, making no move to defend himself. "What are you doing, Heir?" "Showing you my true strength." Harry met the lion's gaze without flinching. "You want to test my courage? Here it is." I'm not afraid of dying. I've faced worse than death. I've faced meaninglessness, hopelessness, the certainty that no one cared whether I lived or died. Fire doesn't scare me. Pain doesn't scare me. You don't scare me. The lion circled him slowly, flames still dancing but somehow less threatening. And if I kill you anyway? Then I die facing forward, on my feet, doing what I believe is right. Harry's voice was steady. That's the Gryffindor legacy, isn't it? Not winning every fight, but having the courage to fight anyway. To stand for something, even when the cost is everything. Silence fell over the arena. The flames along the walls flickered and dimmed. The lion stood before Harry, close enough to touch, its massive head level with his own. Courage, it said softly. True courage. Not the absence of fear, but the will to act despite it. Something shifted in its expression, approval, perhaps, or recognition. You are worthy, heir of Gryffindor. The first trial is complete. Golden light blazed around Harry, and when it faded, he was somewhere else. The Ravenclaw trial came second. Harry found himself in a library, or rather, a labyrinth of libraries, shelves stretching in every direction as far as the eye could see, books stacked on books in towers that defied gravity. The light was cool blue, casting everything in shades of twilight. Welcome, heir. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Harry spun, searching for the speaker, but saw only more shelves, more books, more endless knowledge waiting to be discovered. The Ravenclaw trial tests wisdom, the voice continued. Not knowledge, any fool can memorize facts, but the ability to apply knowledge under pressure. To see patterns. To find truth in chaos. What do I need to do? Find the answer to a question I will pose. The question is simple. The answer is hidden somewhere in this library. You have 1 hour. If you find the correct answer, you pass. If you fail, or give the wrong answer, you die. Harry's stomach clenched, but he kept his voice steady. What's the question? What is the one thing that Rowena Ravenclaw feared more than death? Silence. Harry stood alone in the infinite library, surrounded by millions of books, with 1 hour to find a single answer. He started moving. The obvious approach was to search for books about Rowena Ravenclaw herself, biographies, histories, personal accounts. Harry found several within minutes, but their contents were frustrating vague. Ravenclaw had been brilliant, visionary, the founder of a house devoted to wisdom and learning. She had created artifacts of great power, discovered magical principles still in use today, trained generations of students who shaped the wizarding world. But her fears? Nothing. No mention of what she dreaded, what kept her awake at night, what she considered her greatest vulnerability. 40 minutes remained. Harry changed tactics. If the answer wasn't in obvious sources, it must be hidden somewhere else, encoded, perhaps, or stored in books that didn't seem relevant. Wisdom isn't just knowing things, he reminded himself. It's seeing the patterns others miss. What patterns were here? Books about Ravenclaw, certainly. But also books about her contemporaries, the other founders, their conflicts, their collaborations. Books about the founding of Hogwarts itself. Books about, Harry stopped, staring at a shelf he'd passed 3 times without noticing. Books about seers. Rowena Ravenclaw had been rumored to have the sight. Not strongly, not consistently, but enough to occasionally glimpse the future. And seers, Harry knew from his studies, lived in constant awareness of what was coming, good and bad, triumph and tragedy. What would a seer fear most? Harry pulled books from the shelf, scanning rapidly. Histories of seers, studies of the sight, personal accounts of those cursed with prophetic vision. Most were irrelevant, but one caught his attention, a slim volume bound in faded blue leather. The Burden of Knowing, a seer's confession. He opened it and began to read. The author was anonymous, but the writing was beautiful, elegant prose that spoke of profound sadness. The seer described the weight of seeing futures that could not be changed, of watching disasters approach without being able to prevent them, of knowing that some outcomes were inevitable no matter what choices were made. The cruelest curse of the sight, the author wrote, is not seeing terrible things. It is seeing them clearly enough to know they could be prevented, and being unable to do so because no one will listen. To possess truth and be powerless to share it. To understand and be misunderstood. This is the seer's prison, and there is no escape. The one thing I fear more than death, the passage concluded, is irrelevance. To see clearly and be ignored. To know the truth and be unable to make others understand. Death ends suffering, but irrelevance is suffering without end. Harry closed the book, certainty crystallizing in his mind. I have the answer, he said aloud. Speak it. Rowena Ravenclaw feared irrelevance. She feared that her wisdom would go unheeded, that her knowledge would be ignored, that she would see truths that others couldn't understand and be unable to share them. For someone devoted to wisdom, the greatest fear isn't death, it's being unable to make that wisdom matter. Silence stretched for several long seconds. Correct, the voice said finally. The second trial is complete. Blue light engulfed Harry, and he was pulled into darkness once more. The Hufflepuff trial came third. Harry found himself standing in a cottage, small, warm, filled with the smell of fresh bread and herbs. Sunlight streamed through windows hung with yellow curtains, and a fire crackled cheerfully in the hearth. A woman sat by the fire, her back to Harry. Silver hair, practical robes, hands busy with some kind of needlework. She didn't turn as he entered. Sit down, child, she said. Her voice was warm, grandmotherly, but with iron beneath it. We have much to discuss. Harry sat in a chair across from her. You're Helga Hufflepuff. A memory of her, perhaps. Or a test wearing her face. The woman finally looked up, and her eyes were kind but assessing. The Hufflepuff trial tests loyalty and moral clarity. Not the easy kinds, anyone can be loyal to friends and family. The hard kinds. The kinds that demand sacrifice. What do I need to do? Make a choice. She set down her needlework. I will present you with a scenario. You will decide how to respond. There is no combat here, no puzzle to solve. Only a question of who you are and what you value. I'm ready. Are you? Her smile was sad. We shall see. The cottage dissolved around them, replaced by a scene that made Harry's blood run cold. A village, burning. Houses ablaze, screams filling the air, people running in desperate chaos. At the center of the destruction, a group of wizards in dark robes, Death Eaters, or something like them, casting curses at anything that moved. And at the edge of the village, two figures, Sirius, on his knees, a wand at his throat. And beside him, a child Harry didn't recognize, a little girl, maybe 6 years old, crying with terror. Your godfather, Hufflepuff's voice said, coming from everywhere at once. The man you fought to free, who you've come to love as family. And an innocent child you've never met. One of the dark wizards stepped forward. Choose, Founder's heir. We will release one. The other dies. You have 10 seconds. This is the test. This is the test. Loyalty demands you save Sirius, he is your family, your responsibility, your heart. But moral clarity demands you save the child, she is innocent, helpless, and has her whole life ahead of her. There is no third option. No clever solution. Only the choice. Harry's mind raced. Every instinct screamed to save Sirius, the godfather he'd fought for, the family he'd chosen. But the girl, she was a child. She had no part in this. She was just a victim, caught in something beyond her understanding. Who are you, the test was asking, when you can't have both? Harry closed his eyes. The girl, he said quietly. Save the girl. Silence. When Harry opened his eyes, the village was gone. He stood in the cottage again, Hufflepuff watching him with those kind, assessing eyes. An unexpected choice, she said. Most who take this trial choose the one they love. Sirius would want me to save her. Harry's voice was rough. He spent 8 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. He knows what injustice feels like. If I let an innocent child die to save him, I'd become the kind of person he fought against. He paused, steadying himself. And the test said you'd release one of them. It didn't say the other would necessarily die. There might be time to fight, to find another way. There was no other way. In the scenario I showed you, your choice would have been final. Then I made the right choice anyway. Harry met her eyes. Not because I don't love Sirius. Because I love him enough to know what he'd want. That's loyalty, understanding someone well enough to act in their interest even when it breaks your heart. Hufflepuff studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled. You are worthy, heir of Hufflepuff. The third trial is complete. Yellow light blazed, and Harry was taken to the final test. The Slytherin trial came last. Darkness. Complete, absolute, pressing against Harry from all sides. He couldn't see, couldn't hear, couldn't feel anything except the weight of shadow around him. Welcome, heir. The voice was familiar, cold, sibilant, carrying echoes of something vast and ancient. Harry recognized it immediately. The shadow from his dreams. The entity beneath Hogwarts. This isn't Slytherin's trial. Isn't it? The darkness rippled with something that might have been laughter. Salazar Slytherin created this test to examine ambition and cunning. But what is ambition except the desire for power? And what power is greater than what I offer? You're trying to corrupt the trial. I'm completing it. The founders imprison me with their combined magic, for souls, for sources of power, forged into chains that have held for 1,000 years. But chains can be keys, little heir. The same power that binds me can free me. Harry felt the darkness pressing closer, trying to get inside him, searching for cracks in his defenses. He pushed back with everything he had, the founder's power, his own will, the lessons he'd learned from 3 trials already passed. I won't free you. No. Consider what I offer. Power beyond anything you've imagined. Knowledge of magics lost for millennia. An end to the struggles that have consumed your young life. The voice grew softer, almost seductive. You've been fighting since the day you were born, heir. Fighting the Dursleys, fighting the Ministry, fighting everyone who wanted to control you. I can end that. I can make you so powerful that no one will ever hurt you again. For a moment, just a moment, Harry felt the temptation. The offer was real, he could feel that. The entity had power beyond comprehension, and it was willing to share. But he remembered Cassiopeia's warning. The Shadow's own words, kindness is the key we forged the lock to accept. This wasn't a straightforward temptation, it was designed to exploit exactly the kind of person he was. You think I can't resist because I've been powerless, Harry said slowly. Because I've been hurt, and I want to make sure it never happens again. But you've made a mistake. Oh. The Dursleys didn't just teach me what it feels like to be powerless. They taught me what power looks like when it's used wrong. Vernon and Petunia had all the power in our relationship, and they used it to hurt a child because it made them feel important. Harry's voice hardened. I've seen what happens when power exists without compassion, without limits, without responsibility. I won't become that. No matter what you offer. You would refuse ultimate power on principle. I would refuse power that comes from something that wants to devour the world. That's not principle, that's basic pattern recognition. Harry pushed harder against the darkness, channeling the Founder's magic through his conviction. You're the thing they imprisoned, the threat they gave everything to contain. Whatever you are, whatever you want, I won't be the key that sets you free. The darkness screamed, a sound of pure rage that tore through Harry's consciousness like broken glass. He felt the entity's presence retreat, its attempt at corruption failing, its grip on the trial slipping. And then he was somewhere else. Not a room, not a space, but a concept given form, a chamber of silver and green, where a figure waited that Harry recognized from paintings and histories. Salazar Slytherin, tall and severe, watching him with eyes like chips of emerald ice. "You passed," Slytherin said. "The entity tried to corrupt my trial, to turn you into its servant, and you refused. Was that the real test? Resisting it? The real test was always the same, to see whether your ambition could be turned against you, whether your cunning would serve your values or undermine them." Slytherin's expression shifted slightly, not quite approval, but something close. "I was not a kind man, Heir. I valued power, intelligence, the ability to achieve one's goals. But I also understood that some goals are not worth achieving, and some powers are not worth wielding. The entity. You helped imprison it. We all did. Godric, Rowena, Helga, myself, we disagreed on many things, but on this, we were united. The thing beneath Hogwarts had to be contained, whatever the cost." Slytherin paused. "It cost us everything. Our lives, our souls, an eternity bound in service as its chains. But we judged the price acceptable. Some things are more important than personal freedom." Harry thought about the Hufflepuff trial, about choosing to save a stranger over family. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. The foundation of all true magic, all true achievement. Nothing worthwhile comes without cost. Slytherin studied him intently. "You will face the entity eventually, Heir. When the binding weakens beyond recovery, when all other options have failed. In that moment, you will choose, renew our sacrifice, or let it escape." "I'll renew it. Perhaps. But the renewal requires more than willingness. It requires understanding of what we faced, what we did, why it worked." Slytherin gestured, and a door appeared behind him, the inner sanctum, finally accessible. "Beyond this door lies our complete knowledge, our journals, our research, our confessions. Read everything. Learn everything. And when you understand what we truly created, decide whether you can live with what must be done." "What must be done?" Slytherin smiled, a cold expression, but with something like respect beneath it. "That, Heir, is for you to discover." He stepped aside, and the door swung open, revealing light beyond. "The fourth trial is complete. Enter, and claim your inheritance." The inner sanctum was smaller than Harry expected. A circular room, perhaps 20 meters across, with walls of smooth black stone. The ceiling was domed, painted with constellations that moved in slow, patient patterns. And at the center, on a pedestal of white marble, lay a book. Just a book. Leather-bound, ancient, unremarkable except for the power radiating from it, power so concentrated that Harry could barely look at it directly. He approached slowly, every instinct screaming that this was important, that this single volume contained answers he desperately needed. When he reached the pedestal, he could see the title embossed on the cover, The Testament of Four. Harry reached out and opened it. The pages were handwritten, for different hands, he realized, each taking turns. The founders themselves, recording their final knowledge for an heir who might never come. The first entry was dated 982 AD, written in Godric Gryffindor's bold script: "If you are reading this, heir of our blood, then the binding has held longer than we feared, and not long enough. What follows is the truth of what we faced, what we did, and what we became. Read it all. Then decide what happens next." The entity came to Britain before recorded history. We do not know its origin. Some believed it fell from the stars, others that it crawled up from the depths of the earth. What we know is what it does: it consumes. Not just flesh, but spirit, will, the very essence of consciousness. Where it walks, nothing remains but hunger. We found it imprisoned, barely, in a cavern beneath what would become Hogwarts. An earlier civilization had bound it there with magic we couldn't understand, sacrifices we couldn't replicate. Their binding was failing when we arrived, we had perhaps a decade before the entity broke free. We tried everything. Destruction, impossible, it cannot be killed by any means we possess. Containment, temporary at best, every cage we built, it eventually escaped. In desperation, we developed a third approach. We would not merely imprison it. We would become the prison. The binding you maintain is not stone or steel or magical wards. It is us, our souls, our power, our very existence, forged into chains that the entity cannot break. We are not dead, Heir. We are not gone. We are here, in the darkness, holding the door closed through sheer will. But we cannot hold forever. Already, after barely a millennium, we feel ourselves weakening. The entity presses constantly, searching for cracks, whispering to any who will listen. Someday, perhaps soon, we will fail. When that day comes, you must take our place. Harry stopped reading, his hands trembling. Take their place. Become part of the binding. Surrender his life, his future, his existence to an eternity of holding a monster in check. That was the inheritance. That was the Founder's gift. A prison sentence that lasted forever. Harry read through the night. The testament continued across hundreds of pages, the Founder's accounts of their battle with the entity, their development of the binding, their gradual realization of what the cost would be. Each voice was distinct, Gryffindor bold and resolute, Ravenclaw analytical and precise, Hufflepuff compassionate and concerned, Slytherin cold but pragmatic. They had known what they were doing. They had chosen it freely, deliberately, understanding that their sacrifice would prevent horrors beyond imagination. And they had prepared for an heir who might someday need to make the same choice. But they had also hoped for alternatives. The binding requires 4 souls of sufficient power, Ravenclaw wrote in one entry. We had hoped that an heir carrying all 4 bloodlines might provide other options. If the bloodlines are truly unified, if the heir has access to all our power simultaneously, there may be ways to strengthen the binding without direct participation. We have documented several theoretical approaches, though none have been tested. Harry seized on that passage, reading it 3 times. Other options. Ways to avoid becoming an eternal prison guard. He flipped through the remaining pages, searching for details. The Founders had developed 3 possible alternatives, each with significant risks. First, an enhanced binding that drew power from the ley lines beneath Hogwarts, reducing the need for souls by supplementing them with environmental energy. Theoretical, untested, might cause geological instability across Britain. Second, a gradual transfer of the entity to another dimension, pushing it out of reality entirely. Would require sustained magical effort over years or decades, might fail catastrophically if interrupted. Third, actual destruction of the entity, using a weapon forged from the combined power of all 4 Founders. Had been attempted once, during the original battle. Had nearly killed all 4 Founders and barely weakened the entity. None of the options were guaranteed. None of them were safe. But they existed, possibilities beyond simple sacrifice, paths that Harry could explore before accepting the Founder's burden. He closed the testament as dawn light began to creep through the chamber's high windows. His body ached with exhaustion, his mind overwhelmed with information, but something had changed. He knew what he was facing now. He understood the stakes. And he had a plan. Ragnarok found him in the outer vault several hours later, surrounded by books and notes, writing furiously. The trials are complete, I assume, the Goblin said, studying Harry's exhausted but determined expression. Complete. And I know what needs to be done. Harry looked up. The binding is weakening, but it's not failed yet. We have time, months, maybe years, to prepare. Prepare for what? To strengthen the binding without becoming part of it. The Founders identified 3 possible approaches, and I think one of them might work. But I'll need resources, knowledge, help from people who understand magic at levels I'm only beginning to grasp. What kind of help? Harry handed Ragnarok a list, names, organizations, resources he'd identified from the founder's notes. The goblin's eyebrows rose as he read. This is ambitious. This is necessary. The entity is ancient, powerful, and relentlessly patient. Defeating it, or even containing it permanently, will require everything I can gather. Harry stood, rolling his shoulders to release tension. I've passed the trials. I have access to the Founder's complete knowledge. Now I need to use it. And the political complications? The ICW, the Ministry, the inheritors? Will have to wait. Or be incorporated into the larger strategy. Harry's expression hardened. Everything I've been doing, building alliances, acquiring influence, preparing for conflict, it all leads here. The binding is the real challenge. Everything else is just prelude. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. What do you need me to do? Help me prepare. The next phase of this war begins today. That night, Harry dreamed one final time. The chamber of black stone. The 4 lights burning at the corners. The shadow rising from the floor with its terrible, shifting form. But something was different now. Harry stood taller, more confident. The shadow's presence still pressed against him, but it no longer overwhelmed. He had faced the trials, accessed the knowledge, understood what he was fighting. You've read the testament, the entity observed. You know what the founders did. What they became. I know. And still you resist? You could join me willingly, Heir. The founders' sacrifice could end. Their torment could cease. Their sacrifice holds because they chose it. Because they believed it was worth the cost. Harry met the shadow's formless gaze. I intend to honor that choice, by finding a way to make it permanent. The shadow laughed, not mocking this time, but almost admiring. You have fire, little Heir. More than most who have stood where you stand. Perhaps this will be interesting after all. Interesting? I have been imprisoned for millennia. I have had nothing but time to think, to plan, to wait. A worthy adversary is, welcome. It makes the eventual victory sweeter. There won't be a victory for you. We shall see. The shadow began to recede, sinking back into the stone floor. I look forward to our next meeting, Harry Potter. The game between us has only begun. The dream faded, replaced by darkness, then by the soft light of morning. Harry woke, and began to prepare for war. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, the weight of legacy summer burned across Britain in waves of heat that made even magic seem sluggish. Harry spent the worst of it in the Founder's vault, surrounded by books and artifacts, building the framework for what he'd come to think of as the ley line solution. Of the 3 alternatives the Founders had identified, this one seemed most promising, drawing power from the ancient magical currents beneath Hogwarts to supplement the binding, reducing the need for souls by orders of magnitude. The theory was elegant. The practice was murderously complex. The ley lines beneath Hogwarts converge at 7 points, Harry explained to Ragnarok during one of their strategy sessions, spreading a map across the desk. Each convergence represents a node of concentrated magical energy. If I can tap into those nodes simultaneously, channel their power through the existing binding structure, you could strengthen the prison without becoming part of it. Exactly. The Founders theorized that sufficient ley line energy might even allow for repairs, healing the damage that centuries of the entity's pressure have caused. And the risks? Harry's expression sobered. Significant. The ley lines don't just run under Hogwarts, they extend throughout Britain, connecting to sites of magical significance across the country. If I destabilize them while attempting the connection. Geological chaos. Magical disruption on a national scale. At minimum. The Founders' notes suggest the effects could extend across Europe. Harry ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident. That's why I need more information. The founders knew the theory, but they never tested it. They ran out of time before developing practical methods. I need to find someone who understands ley lines at a deeper level. The goblins have some knowledge, but our expertise lies in ward crafting and metallurgy, not geomantic magic. Ragnarok considered. There are human experts, of course. The Department of Mysteries has researchers who study such things. The Department of Mysteries reports to Fudge. I can't trust anything that touches the Ministry right now. Then perhaps independent scholars. The magical universities on the continent have produced notable work on ley theory. Which brings us back to the ICW, who are still trying to get their hands on me. Harry stood, pacing to the window. Every path leads through enemies or uncertain allies. I need to find another way. Ragnarok was silent for a moment. There is one possibility. Unconventional, perhaps dangerous, but potentially valuable. Tell me. The centaurs of the Forbidden Forest. They are master geomancers, their understanding of natural magical currents is unmatched. They have lived alongside the Hogwarts ley lines for centuries. Centaurs. Harry turned the idea over. They don't engage with wizards. They consider us beneath their notice. Typically, yes. But you are not a typical wizard, Mr. Potter. You are the Founder's heir, and the Founders had dealings with the centaurs before Hogwarts was even built. There are treaties, agreements, obligations that may still hold weight. Where would I find records of those treaties? Ragnarok smiled thinly. Where do you think? The inner sanctum contains everything the Founders wished to preserve. The centaur treaties were buried deep in the Testament, mentioned only in passing by Rowena Ravenclaw. The Stargazers proved valuable allies, she had written. Their knowledge of the Earth's magical currents exceeded our own, and they shared it freely, in exchange for guarantees we were happy to provide. The forests would remain untouched. The ley convergences would never be exploited for personal gain. And should an heir of our blood ever require their assistance, they would provide it. The debt flows both ways. We promise to protect their sacred sites from human encroachment. We promise to honor their ways, even when they conflicted with our own. And we promised that if the binding should ever fail, we would warn them first, so they could flee before the darkness consumed them. Harry read the passage 3 times, hope kindling in his chest. The centaurs owed the Founders a debt. More importantly, they had reason to help. The entity's escape would destroy them as surely as anyone else. I need to go to Hogwarts, he told Sirius that evening. To the Forbidden Forest. To find the centaurs and invoke the Founders' treaty. Sirius's expression was conflicted. The forest is dangerous, Harry. Dark creatures, hostile magic, terrain that shifts and changes. And centaurs, they're not like us. Their priorities, their thinking, it's alien. I know. But they have knowledge I need, and they might be the only ones who can help me understand the ley lines well enough to make this work. Then I'm coming with you. Sirius, non-negotiable. Sirius's voice was firm. You're my godson. I spent 8 years failing to protect you. I'm not letting you walk into the Forbidden Forest alone. Harry wanted to argue. Sirius was still recovering, still fragile in ways that weren't always visible, but the determination in his godfather's eyes was unmistakable. And truthfully, Harry didn't want to face the forest alone. All right, he said. But we do this carefully. No unnecessary risks. Sirius's smile was crooked. That's supposed to be my line. They left for Hogwarts the following week. The journey required careful planning. Harry couldn't simply appear on Hogwarts grounds. The castle's wards would register his presence immediately, alerting Dumbledore and possibly triggering the ancient magics that now recognized him as the Founder's heir. Instead, they approached from the north, following paths that skirted the ward boundary until they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The trees rose before them like a wall of darkness, even in broad daylight. Ancient oaks and towering pines pressed close together, their canopy blocking out the summer sun, their roots tangled in earth that pulsed with barely contained magic. Harry could feel the ley lines immediately, tremendous currents of power flowing beneath his feet, converging somewhere deep within the forest. The sensation was almost overwhelming, like standing at the edge of a waterfall and feeling the spray against his skin. "The centaurs know we're here," Sirius said quietly, scanning the tree-line. "They always know. Then we wait for them to approach us." Harry settled onto a fallen log, keeping his hands visible and non-threatening. The Founder's notes said they value patience. Rushing into their territory would be seen as disrespectful. They waited. The sun moved across the sky, shadows lengthening as afternoon gave way to evening. Sirius grew increasingly restless, but Harry remained still, drawing on years of practice at waiting for things beyond his control. Finally, as twilight began to settle over the forest, they came. 3 centaurs emerged from the trees, not walking, but simply appearing, as if the shadows had condensed into solid form. They were magnificent creatures, their human torsos powerful and weathered, their horse bodies sleek and muscular. Each carried a bow, arrows nocked but not drawn, their expressions unreadable. "You trespass," the lead centaur said. His voice was deep, resonant with authority. "The forest is not for wizard folk." "I am Harry Potter," Harry replied, rising slowly. "Heir to the 4 founders of Hogwarts. I come to invoke the treaty made between your people and mine, 1,000 years ago." Silence. The centaurs exchanged glances that Harry couldn't interpret. "The heir," the leader said finally. "The stars spoke of your coming. Mars has burned bright these past months, war and change and the turning of ages." He studied Harry with eyes that seemed to see far more than surface details. "You seek our knowledge. I seek your help. The binding beneath Hogwarts is weakening. If I cannot strengthen it, the entity will escape, and your people will suffer as surely as mine. We know of the imprisoned darkness. We have watched it stir in its sleep, pressing against chains that grow more fragile with each passing year." The centaur's expression shifted slightly, not quite concern, but something adjacent. "You believe you can prevent its escape?" "I believe I can try. But I need to understand the ley lines, how they flow, where they converge, how their power might be channeled. The founders knew you possessed this knowledge. They promised that if their heir ever required assistance, you would provide it. The founders made many promises. Not all were kept. Which ones were broken?" Another exchanged glance between the centaurs. The leader stepped forward, close enough that Harry could smell the forest on him, pine and earth and something wilder, older. "The founders promised protection for our sacred sites. For centuries, that promise held. But the wizards who came after, the ministry, the settlements, the endless expansion, they encroached despite our protests. Sacred groves were cleared. Ancient stones were moved. The balance we maintained was disrupted." His voice carried old anger, carefully controlled. "Why should we honor a treaty that was not honored to us?" Harry had prepared for this. The founder's notes had warned him that the centaurs might hold grievances, that the passage of time had not been kind to the original agreements. "Because I'm not the wizards who broke those promises," he said. "I'm the heir who can restore them. The founders gave me authority over Hogwarts and its grounds, real authority, backed by the castle's own magic. If the centaur's sacred sites have been violated, I can protect them. I can ensure that no future encroachment occurs." Words. Wizards are skilled with words. Then let me prove them with actions. Harry reached into his robes and withdrew a small object, a golden token, engraved with the 4 founders' crests. He had found it in the inner sanctum, among the artifacts meant for formal diplomatic occasions. "This is the founder's seal. It represents my authority over Hogwarts and my commitment to the original treaties. I give it to you as a guarantee, a promise that can be held, examined, tested. If I break my word, the seal will verify my failure. The centaur studied the token for a long moment. Then, carefully, he took it. You are unlike other wizards, he observed. You understand obligation. Reciprocity. The balance of debts given and received. I've learned that trust is built through action, not promises. I'm asking you to take a risk, to help me despite past betrayals. In return, I'm offering something concrete: protection, partnership, a restoration of what was lost. The centaur turned to his companions, and they engaged in a rapid conversation that Harry couldn't follow, not spoken words, but movements, gestures, shifts in posture that seemed to carry complex meaning. Finally, the leader turned back. We will consider your request. Return in 3 days. Bring no others. He glanced at Sirius with something that might have been disdain. The black walks with shadows. He is not welcome in our deliberations. I understand. 3 days, heir of the founders. Be worthy of the title you claim. The centaurs melted back into the forest, vanishing as suddenly as they had appeared. Harry and Sirius stood alone at the tree-line, the last light of sunset fading around them. Well, Sirius said after a long moment. That could have gone worse. It could have gone better too. Harry retrieved his pack, preparing for the journey back. 3 days. That gives us time to prepare. Prepare for what? For whatever test they're planning. Harry's expression was thoughtful. The centaurs didn't say yes, but they didn't say no either. They're going to evaluate me somehow, see if I'm really worthy of their help. I need to be ready for that. The 3 days passed slowly. Harry used the time to study everything the founders had recorded about centaur culture, their values, their history, their relationship with the natural world. The centaurs were not merely creatures who happened to have horse bodies, they were a civilization with traditions stretching back millennia, a people who measured time by the stars and found meaning in patterns that humans couldn't perceive. They valued truth, the notes said. Not just honesty, but a deeper kind of truth, alignment between words and actions, between intentions and outcomes. A centaur would never make a promise they didn't intend to keep, and they expected the same integrity from others. They valued patience. The stars moved slowly, and centaurs thought in timescales that made human lives seem brief as mayfly wings. Rushing, forcing, demanding, these were signs of weakness to them, evidence that the rusher didn't trust in the natural flow of events. And they valued sacrifice. The willingness to give up something valued for something more important. This, more than anything, seemed to define centaur honor, the recognition that some things were worth personal cost. Harry thought about these values as he prepared for his return. Truth. Patience. Sacrifice. The same principles that had appeared in the founders' trials, the same lessons he'd been learning since his emergence. Maybe that wasn't a coincidence. He returned to the forest alone, as instructed. The centaurs were waiting, not just the 3 from before, but a larger group, perhaps 20 individuals arranged in a semicircle among the ancient trees. At their center stood the leader from before, his expression grave. Heir of the founders, he said. I am Megorian, elder of the centaur clans. We have considered your request. And we have questions first. The stars are clear that you are significant, that your actions will shape the coming age, for good or ill. But significance is not the same as worth. We must determine whether you deserve our aid. I understand. Ask your questions. Megorian nodded slowly. First, what do you know of the imprisoned darkness? Its nature, its origins, its desires. Harry took a breath, organizing his thoughts. The entity predates human civilization, perhaps predates all civilization. The founders couldn't determine its origin, but they documented its effects. It consumes consciousness, feeds on awareness, grows stronger by devouring the minds of thinking beings. When they found it, it was already imprisoned by an earlier civilization, but that binding was failing. They created a new binding using their own souls as chains. Adequate knowledge. Megorian's expression didn't change. Second, why do you seek to strengthen the binding rather than joining it, as the founders did? Because I believe there's a better way. The founders' sacrifice was noble, but it was also desperate. They didn't have time to develop alternatives. I have time, and I have access to their complete knowledge. If I can strengthen the binding through the ley lines, I can honor their sacrifice without repeating it. You seek to improve upon the founders' solution. I seek to build on their foundation. They were brilliant, powerful, visionary, but they weren't perfect. If they had been, the binding wouldn't be weakening. There must be a way to make it more permanent, more stable, less dependent on conscious will to maintain. Megorian was silent for a moment, conferring with the centaurs nearest him. Then he asked his third question. What will you sacrifice for this goal? Harry had expected this question. It cut to the heart of what the centaurs valued, what they needed to see before they would commit their knowledge to an outsider. Everything, if necessary, he said quietly. I've already sacrificed my childhood, my chance at normalcy, at being just another kid. I've sacrificed safety, comfort, the possibility of living without enemies. And I'm prepared to sacrifice more, if the binding requires it. Words. Any fool can speak of willingness to sacrifice. Then test me. Harry met Megorian's eyes steadily. If you don't believe my words, create a situation where I have to prove them. I'll do whatever you require. The centaurs exchanged glances. Something passed between them, communication beyond human understanding, and when Megorian spoke again, his voice carried new weight. Very well. We will test you. Not through combat or riddles, but through truth. You will undergo the seeing, our most sacred ritual. You will look into the heart of the stars and allow them to look into you. If you are worthy, you will emerge with our blessing. If you are not. He paused. You will not emerge at all. Harry's heart hammered, but he kept his voice steady. I accept. The seeing took place deep in the forest, in a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle around a pool of still, dark water. The centaurs arranged themselves around the perimeter, their voices rising in a chant that seemed to resonate with the very earth. Harry stood at the edge of the pool, stripped of his wand and robes, wearing only simple white linen that the centaurs had provided. The pool reflects the stars, Megorian explained. When you enter, you will see them as we see them, not as points of light, but as currents of meaning, rivers of fate that flow through all existence. The stars will show you your path, and they will judge whether you walk it with true purpose. What do I do? Enter the water. Submerge yourself completely. The seeing will happen on its own. Megorian's expression was unreadable. We will wait until dawn. If you have not emerged by then, the stars have rejected you. Harry approached the pool. The water was cold, impossibly cold, carrying the chill of deep space, but he forced himself not to flinch. He stepped in, feeling the water rise around his ankles, his knees, his waist. The stars are watching, Megorian said. Go to meet them. Harry took a breath and submerged. The water swallowed him, and then there was no water, no pool, no forest at all. Harry floated in darkness, surrounded by points of light that he gradually recognized as stars. But these weren't the distant fires he'd seen in the night sky. These were presences, ancient and aware, radiating purpose that he could feel like heat against his skin. Who are you? The question came from everywhere at once, from the stars themselves, voiced in harmonics that bypassed his ears and resonated directly in his mind. Harry Potter, he said, or thought, or existed. In this place, the distinctions seemed meaningless. Heir to the founders. Keystone of the binding. We know what you are called. We ask who you are. The emphasis was unmistakable. This wasn't a question about names or titles. It was a question about essence, about the core truth of his existence, stripped of all external trappings. Harry struggled to answer. Who was he, really? A survivor, he told Sirius. But was that enough? Was survival, in itself, an identity? The stars waited, patient as only eternal things could be. I'm someone who refuses to break, Harry said finally. I've been abused, manipulated, underestimated, and threatened. I've been told I'm a burden, a weapon, a prize to be claimed. But I'm not any of those things. I'm just, he searched for words. I'm someone who keeps going. Who learns from pain instead of being destroyed by it. Who builds connections instead of walls, even though walls would be easier. And the darkness you carry? The binding. The founder's burden. Not the binding. The other darkness. The one you hide even from yourself. Harry felt something shift inside him, a door he'd kept locked, a truth he'd avoided examining too closely. The stars saw it, of course. The stars saw everything. Anger, he admitted. Not just at the Dursleys, or the Ministry, or the people who hurt me. Anger at the universe, I suppose. At the fact that I have to fight for things other people take for granted. At the unfairness of being chosen for burdens I never asked for. And this anger. What do you do with it? I use it. I channel it into determination, into action. But sometimes. Harry paused, confronting emotions he usually suppressed. Sometimes I'm afraid of it. Afraid of what I might become if I let it control me instead of the other way around. You fear becoming what you fight against. Yes. This fear is wisdom. But it is also a cage. You have seen what unchecked anger creates, the Dursleys' cruelty, the Ministry's corruption, the entity's endless hunger. You assume that your anger, if unleashed, would create the same. Wouldn't it? The stars pulsed, something that might have been amusement, or disagreement, or both. Anger is power. Like all power, it takes the shape of the will that wields it. Your anger could destroy, yes. It could consume you, turn you into the very darkness you fight against. But it could also build. It could fuel creation as easily as destruction, protection as easily as harm. The difference lies not in the anger itself, but in the one who feels it. Harry absorbed this, feeling something shift in his understanding. He'd spent so long fearing his own emotions, treating them as enemies to be controlled rather than tools to be directed. But the stars were suggesting something different, that anger, properly channeled, was just another form of fuel. You seek to strengthen the binding, the stars continued. To protect your world from the imprisoned darkness. But protection requires more than walls and wards. It requires passion. The founders succeeded because they cared, about each other, about their students, about the future they were building. Their sacrifice was not cold duty, but burning love. I care, Harry said. About Sirius, about the goblins who helped me, about the world that might be destroyed if I fail. Do you? Or do you merely act as if you care, because caring is what good people do? The question cut deep. Harry wanted to protest, to insist that his feelings were genuine, but the stars saw through pretense. They required absolute honesty. I don't know, he admitted. I've spent so long protecting myself, keeping people at a distance, that I'm not sure I know how to really care anymore. The Dursleys taught me that caring was dangerous, that if you showed people what mattered to you, they'd use it against you. And yet you fought for Sirius Black. A man you had never met, who you freed against the resistance of an entire government. That was justice. Principle. He deserved to be free. Justice and principle do not weep. Do not rage. Do not risk everything for a stranger's freedom. The stars pulsed again. You care, Harry Potter. You care so deeply that you have built walls around your caring, fearing that its intensity would consume you. But the walls are not strength. They are fear wearing strength's disguise. Then what do I do? Feel. Let yourself feel what you have been avoiding. The anger, the love, the grief, the hope, all of it. Not to control it, but to experience it. The binding requires a keystone with full access to their power. You cannot access your full power while half of it is locked away behind walls of your own making. Harry felt the walls the stars described, felt them clearly for the first time, structures of repression and denial that he'd built so gradually he hadn't realized they existed. Behind them, emotions surged, rage at the Dursleys, terror of abandonment, fierce protectiveness towards Sirius, desperate longing for parents he'd never known. It was overwhelming. It was terrifying. It was, truth, the stars whispered. This is who you are. Not a survivor. Not a weapon. Not a keystone or an heir or any other label. You are Harry, a boy who feels too much and fights to channel it, who loves fiercely and fears that fierceness, who carries anger like a furnace and wonder like a flame. This is your strength. This is your power. This is what makes you worthy. The walls crumbled. Harry felt emotions flood through him, years of suppressed feeling, hitting him all at once. He cried, he raged, he laughed with sudden inexplicable joy. The stars watched, patient as always, as he processed what he'd been avoiding since the cupboard under the stairs. When it was over, he felt different. Lighter. More present in his own skin. You are ready, the stars said. Return to your world. We grant our blessing to your endeavor. The centaurs will teach you what you need to know. The darkness began to fade, replaced by cold water and dim light. Harry felt himself rising, surfacing, breaking free of the pool into the pale light of dawn. Megorian waited at the water's edge, his expression transformed from wariness to something like respect. The stars have spoken, he said, offering a hand to help Harry from the pool. You have passed the seeing. We will honor the Founder's treaty and provide the knowledge you seek. Harry stood dripping in the clearing, shivering but whole. He felt raw, exposed, but also stronger than he'd ever been. The walls were gone, and without them, his magic hummed with new intensity. Thank you, he said. I won't waste what you've given me. See that you don't. Megorian's gaze was steady. The stars show many futures, heir of the Founders. In some, you succeed. In others, you fail. In a few, he paused. In a few, you become something worse than the darkness you fight. Watch yourself carefully. The path you walk has no room for error. The centaur's training lasted through the rest of the summer. Harry spent weeks in the Forbidden Forest, learning the language of ley lines from creatures who had studied them for millennia. It was unlike any education he'd received before, not books and lectures, but direct experience. The centaurs taught him to feel the earth's magical currents, to sense their flow and rhythm, to understand how they converged and diverged across the landscape. The ley lines are not merely channels of power, Megorian explained during one session. They are the arteries of the world's magic. Through them, the earth breathes, grows, maintains the balance that makes life possible. What you propose, tapping them for the binding, will alter that flow. You must understand the consequences. Will it harm the natural world? That depends on how you proceed. A skilled geomancer can draw from the ley lines without disrupting them, taking only what the earth can spare. An unskilled one, Megorian's expression darkened. An unskilled one could trigger cascades that might not stabilize for centuries. Then I'll be skilled. You will try. Whether you succeed is not guaranteed. The practical training was grueling. Harry learned to sense individual ley lines, to distinguish their different qualities. Some carried raw power, others carried stability, others carried something harder to define, almost like memory or intention. He learned to tap them carefully, drawing small amounts of energy that wouldn't disturb the larger flow. He learned to channel that energy through his own body, reinforcing his magic with the Earth's vast reserves. And he learned, gradually, how the 7 convergence points beneath Hogwarts might be connected to the binding. The founders built their prison at the intersection of forces beyond their full understanding, Megorian said, tracing patterns in the air that corresponded to the ley map Harry had memorized. They knew the convergence points existed, knew they represented concentrations of magical power, but they did not know how to access them directly. Their binding draws from the ambient energy, but it does not touch the sources themselves. If I could tap the sources, you could, in theory, strengthen the binding immensely. The convergence points hold enough power to maintain a prison for millennia without fading. But accessing them requires physical presence at each point, and several are located in dangerous or inaccessible areas. Harry studied the map. 7 points, 7 locations that would need to be reached and activated. Some were relatively accessible, within the castle itself, or in areas that could be reached through the Founders' passages. But others were deeper, in the bowels beneath the school, in places that hadn't been visited since the Founders' time. The entity will know what I'm attempting, Harry said slowly. The moment I start tapping the convergence points, it will feel the change. It will try to stop me. Undoubtedly. The imprisoned darkness is not passive. It has been working against its chains for 1,000 years, seeking any weakness it might exploit. Your attempt to strengthen those chains will be seen as a direct threat. Then I'll need to move fast. Hit all 7 points before it can mount an effective response. A dangerous strategy. The convergence points are not easily accessed, even for the Founders' heir. Each will require time to locate, more time to properly connect. You are speaking of a sustained operation lasting hours, perhaps days, while an ancient evil attempts to stop you. Harry nodded grimly. That's why I need allies. People I can trust to help me reach the convergence points, to protect me while I work. The goblins can provide some support, but I need wizards too. Powerful ones. The headmaster? Maybe. Dumbledore is complicated, I don't fully trust him, but I don't doubt his power or his opposition to the entity. If he understands what's at stake, he might help. And if he tries to control the operation? To impose his own agenda? Then I'll deal with that when it comes. Right now, I need everyone I can get. Harry returned from the Forbidden Forest in early September, changed in ways that weren't immediately visible. His magic had grown, not just stronger, but deeper, more connected to the natural world. He could feel the ley lines constantly now, a subtle awareness that ran beneath his normal senses like background music. The Founder's power responded more readily to his calls, no longer feeling like a borrowed tool but like an extension of himself. And the walls he'd built around his emotions were gone. That last change was the most disorienting. Harry had spent years numbing himself, protecting himself from feelings that seemed too dangerous to experience. Now those feelings were available, present, intense, sometimes overwhelming. He cried more easily. He laughed more readily. He got angry faster, though he'd also learned to channel that anger more effectively. You're different, Sirius observed one evening, studying Harry across the dinner table. Something happened in that forest. The centaurs showed me things about myself. Things I'd been avoiding. Good things. Harry considered. Necessary things. Whether they're good depends on what I do with them. Sirius nodded slowly. I understand that. After Azkaban, I had to confront things about myself I'd spent years ignoring. It's not comfortable, but it's... He searched for the word. Honest. You can't grow while you're lying to yourself. The stars said something similar. They said I was hiding from my own power because I was afraid of what it might become. And now? Now I'm less afraid. Harry met his godfather's eyes. The entity is still out there, still pressing against the binding, still trying to break free. But I know who I am now. I know what I'm capable of. That makes me less afraid of becoming something dark, because I understand my own light. Sirius's expression softened. James would be proud. So would Lily. They always wanted you to grow up knowing yourself, comfortable in your own skin. I wish I could have known them. I know. I wish you could have too. Sirius reached across the table, squeezing Harry's hand. But you have family now. Me, Remus, the goblins who've stood by you, everyone who's helped you get here. We're not a replacement for what you lost, but we're here. We're not going anywhere. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, something that would have embarrassed him before the seeing, but now seemed simply honest. Thank you, Sirius. For everything. You're my godson. There's nothing to thank. The political situation had deteriorated while Harry was in the forest. The ICW had finally lost patience with diplomatic approaches. Through channels that even Ragnarok couldn't fully trace, they'd convinced several European ministries to apply economic pressure on Britain, trade restrictions, visa limitations, threats of magical sanctions if Harry wasn't surrendered for evaluation. Fudge is panicking, Arcturus reported during an emergency strategy session. The pressure is mounting faster than he can deflect it. He's already suggested to several Wisengamot members that handing you over might be the responsible choice. On what grounds? International security. The ICW is claiming that the Founder's heir represents a potential threat to magical stability worldwide. They want you contained, studied, controlled. They want me out of the way because I'm not following their agenda. Essentially, yes. But the specific reasons matter less than the political reality. If enough pressure builds, Fudge will fold. He'll hand you to the ICW and frame it as protecting Britain from outside consequences. Harry paced his quarters, thinking. The ICW's move was predictable, but that didn't make it less dangerous. If they got their hands on him, they'd never let him go. He'd spend his life in some magical facility, studied and controlled while the binding weakened and the entity escaped. I need to act before they can move against me, he said. The ley line solution is ready, at least in theory. If I can strengthen the binding before the ICW makes its move, I'll have demonstrated my value too clearly to ignore. That's a massive risk. You'd be revealing your capabilities to everyone, the ICW, the Ministry, the inheritors. The inheritors already know what I'm planning. They attacked me because they want to stop exactly this. Harry shook his head. I can't hide forever. At some point, I have to act, and every day I wait, the binding weakens further. Then when? Soon. I need to make final preparations, gather my allies, brief them on what's required, establish contingency plans if things go wrong. Harry's expression hardened. And I need to talk to Dumbledore. The meeting with Dumbledore took place in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Harry hadn't been to the castle since his emergence. Walking through its corridors now felt different, the stones seemed to hum with recognition, the suits of armor turned to watch him pass, the very air carried a charge of anticipation. Dumbledore was waiting behind his desk, looking older than Harry remembered. The past months had aged him, new lines around his eyes, more silver in his beard, a weight in his posture that suggested burdens too heavy even for him. Harry, he said, rising as Harry entered. Thank you for agreeing to see me. I know our relationship has been complicated. That's one word for it. Harry sat across from him, keeping his expression neutral. You wanted to talk about the binding. Among other things. Dumbledore settled back into his chair, his blue eyes searching Harry's face. You've changed since we last met. The Centaur's training, I assume. Partly. Other things too. Harry saw no reason to elaborate. What do you want, Headmaster? To help, if you'll let me. The binding is weakening, I've felt it myself, in ways I didn't understand until you emerged. The castle grows restless, the wards flicker in ways they shouldn't, the magic itself seems agitated. Dumbledore's voice was grave. Something is pressing against the prison. Something that wants out. The entity. I know. You've accessed the Founder's knowledge, then. You know what we're facing. I know enough. I also know that I have a plan to strengthen the binding, a way that doesn't require becoming part of it like the founders did. Dumbledore leaned forward, interest sharpening his gaze. Tell me. Harry explained the ley line solution, the 7 convergence points, the centaur's teaching, the theory of channeling the Earth's power into the binding structure. Dumbledore listened without interrupting, his expression cycling through surprise, consideration, and something that might have been hope. It's ambitious, he said when Harry finished. And dangerous. You'd be manipulating magical currents that haven't been disturbed in millennia. I know the risks. I also know that the alternative is letting the entity escape, or becoming part of the binding myself. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I'm not willing to accept either outcome. Nor should you be. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. I owe you an apology, Harry. Several apologies, actually. I made decisions about your life, about your placement, your education, your emergence into the magical world, that I had no right to make. I thought I was protecting you. I was, in fact, simply controlling you, just as your aunt and uncle did in their own way. Yes. You were. I see that now. You've become remarkable despite my interference, not because of it. The boy sitting across from me is not the weapon I feared or the symbol I hoped for. He's simply, extraordinary. In his own right, on his own terms. Dumbledore's smile was sad. I should have trusted you from the beginning. I'm sorry I didn't. Harry absorbed the apology, feeling its sincerity. Dumbledore was many things, manipulative, secretive, sometimes ruthless, but he wasn't insincere. When he said he was sorry, he meant it. I accept your apology, Harry said finally. But that doesn't mean I trust you. Not completely. Not yet. Of course not. Trust must be earned, and I have done little to earn yours. Dumbledore spread his hands. But I can offer what help I have. My magic, my knowledge, my connections, all are at your disposal for this endeavor. Even if it means letting me lead. Accepting my decisions, even when you disagree. Even then. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, resignation, perhaps, or a kind of peace. I am old, Harry. Old and tired and aware that my time is ending. The next era belongs to younger people, people like you. If I can help build a foundation for that era before I go, perhaps that will make up for some of my mistakes. Harry studied him for a long moment. The Dumbledore before him was different from the one he'd met months ago, more humble, more honest, more willing to acknowledge his own limitations. Whether that change was genuine or tactical, Harry couldn't be certain. But he needed help. Powerful help. And Dumbledore, whatever his flaws, was one of the most powerful wizards alive. I'll accept your assistance, Harry said. But you follow my lead. My plan, my decisions, my responsibility. You're an ally, not a commander. Understood. Then let me tell you what I need. The plan came together over the following weeks. Harry assembled his core team, Dumbledore for magical power and knowledge, Sirius for combat support and emotional stability, Ragnarok for coordination and resources, and 3 centaur guides who would help navigate the ley line network. Additional support came from the Goblins, a security team that would hold key positions throughout Hogwarts, preventing interference from outside forces. The target date was October 31st, Samhain, when the barriers between worlds were thinnest and magical currents flowed strongest. It was risky, using a night of heightened supernatural activity, but the increased ley line power would make the convergence points easier to access. The entity will be strongest that night too, Megorian warned during the final planning session. The thin barriers work both ways. I know. But the power advantage outweighs the risk. If I can tap all 7 convergence points on Samhain, the energy available will be enough to reinforce the binding for centuries. And if you fail? Harry met the centaur's eyes. Then we'll be in the same position we were before, but with less time to try again. The binding is weakening regardless. At least this way, we're taking action. The night of October 31st arrived with a storm. Rain lashed the castle, thunder rolling across the sky, lightning illuminating the ancient stones in stark flashes. Harry stood at the entrance to Hogwarts, feeling the ley lines surge with power beneath his feet. It was time. Everyone knows their positions, he asked, surveying his team. Nods all around. Dumbledore, Sirius, the Centaurs, the Goblin security forces, all were ready, all understood their roles. Then let's begin. Harry stepped into the castle, feeling its magic wrap around him like a welcoming embrace. The Founder's heir had come home. Tonight, he would either save their legacy, or die trying. The first convergence point was in the Great Hall, beneath the enchanted ceiling. Harry knelt on the floor, pressing his palms to the stone, reaching down with senses the centaurs had awakened. He felt the ley line beneath him, powerful, steady, carrying the accumulated magic of 1,000 years. I call upon the earth's power, he said, speaking words that were older than language itself. I seek to strengthen what was bound, to reinforce what was chained. Let the first point be connected. Magic surged through him, vast, overwhelming, like trying to drink from a river. Harry channeled it carefully, directing the flow toward the binding structure he could feel deep beneath the castle. The entity pressed back immediately, sensing the threat, but Harry held firm. The first point was connected. 6 more to go. The night became a blur of magic and movement. Harry moved through Hogwarts, accessing convergence points in the library, the dungeons, the astronomy tower, the room of requirement. Each connection was harder than the last, the entity grew more aggressive, its pressure against the binding increasing as it realized what Harry was doing. By the 5th point, he was exhausted, his magic stretched thin, his body shaking with effort. You can do this, Sirius said, supporting him as they descended toward the 6th point. You've come too far to stop now. I know. Harry forced himself upright. I just need to keep moving. The 6th point was in the Chamber of Secrets, a vast underground space that Harry had only read about, accessible through entrances the Founders had hidden throughout the castle. The chamber was dark, wet, carrying an ancient malevolence that made Harry's skin crawl. But the convergence point was there, pulsing with power, waiting to be claimed. Harry knelt again, reaching for the ley line. This one was different, darker, carrying shadows that seemed to resist his touch. The entity's influence was strong here, corrupting the natural magic, trying to turn it against him. You cannot win, the darkness whispered. The binding was always temporary. I was always meant to break free. Then why haven't you? Harry pushed through the resistance, seizing the ley line despite its corruption. 1,000 years, and you're still imprisoned. 1,000 years of pressing and pushing and whispering, and the chains still hold. Because the Founders were powerful. But they are weakening. Another century, another decade, and I will finally be free. No. Harry felt the 6th point connect, felt the surge of power flow toward the binding. You won't. Not today. Not ever. This is your prison, and I am making it permanent. The entity screamed, a sound of pure rage that shook the chamber, sent stones tumbling from the walls. Harry held his ground, channeling the ley line's power despite the pain, despite the terror, despite everything. And then it was done. 6 points connected. 1 remaining. The 7th point was at the heart of the binding itself. Harry descended into the deepest parts of Hogwarts, passages that even Dumbledore hadn't known existed, chambers that hadn't been opened since the Founders' time. The entity's presence grew stronger with every step, its whispers becoming screams, its pressure becoming physical. Turn back, it demanded. You don't understand what you're doing. The binding is not what you think. I am not what you think. I know exactly what you are. Harry kept moving. You're the thing that would devour everything I love. The thing that the Founders gave their lives to stop. And tonight, I'm going to make sure you never break free. The final chamber opened before him, a space of absolute darkness, broken only by 4 pillars of light that surrounded a pit of shadow at the center. Harry could feel the Founders' presence here, their souls still bound to the chains they had created, still holding despite a millennium of strain. The 7th convergence point was at the very edge of the pit, the place where the ley lines came closest to the entity's prison. Harry approached, feeling the entity's full attention focus on him. The pressure was immense, threatening to crush his consciousness, to break his will before he could complete the connection. "Last chance," the entity whispered. "Join me instead. Become part of something greater. Together, we could reshape this world." No. Harry knelt at the edge of the pit and reached for the final ley line. The connection was agony. Power beyond anything he'd experienced poured through him, burning his nerves, searing his magic, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. The entity fought back with everything it had, trying to corrupt the flow, trying to turn Harry's own power against him. But Harry held. He held because he'd passed the Founders' trials. He held because the centaurs had shown him his true strength. He held because Sirius was waiting above, and Dumbledore was fighting off the entity's physical manifestations, and somewhere in the binding, 4 ancient souls were lending him what remained of their power. For Gryffindor, he whispered, feeling the lion's courage flow through him. For Ravenclaw, feeling the eagle's wisdom guide his channeling. For Hufflepuff, feeling the badger's loyalty anchor him to the world. For Slytherin, feeling the serpent's cunning show him how to weave the binding tighter. The 7th point connected. Power exploded through the chamber, through the binding, through the very foundations of Hogwarts. Harry felt the chains around the entity strengthen, not just restored but enhanced, reinforced by the Earth's own magic, woven tighter than they'd been in centuries. The entity's scream shook the world. And then, silence. Harry woke in the hospital wing, surrounded by familiar faces. Sirius was there, looking exhausted but relieved. Dumbledore sat in a chair nearby, his blue eyes gentle with something that might have been pride. Even Ragnarok had come, the ancient goblin studying Harry with an expression that conveyed deep satisfaction. "You did it," Sirius said, gripping Harry's hand. "The binding, it's stronger than ever. The centaurs say the ley lines have stabilized, the convergence points are holding, the entity is contained." Really contained? Not just temporarily. Really contained. Dumbledore leaned forward. "What you accomplished, Harry, has never been done before. You've taken the Founders' work and improved upon it, created a binding that draws from the earth itself, that will maintain itself for millennia without requiring souls to anchor it. The Founders. Are they, at peace, finally?" Dumbledore's voice was soft. "You freed them, Harry. 1,000 years of torment, and you ended it. Their souls have moved on to whatever awaits beyond. They wanted me to tell you, they were proud." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes again. The walls were gone, the emotions flowed freely, and he didn't fight them. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you for everything. Thank us." Ragnarok made a sound that might have been a laugh. "Mr. Potter, you just saved the world. The gratitude should flow in the other direction." "Then, you're welcome." Harry managed a weak smile. "I'm glad it worked." The aftermath of Samhain night reshaped the magical world. News of what Harry had done spread quickly, not the full truth, but enough of it. The Founders' heir had confronted an ancient evil beneath Hogwarts and emerged victorious. He had done what the Ministry could not, what the ICW could not, what no one else in 1,000 years had managed. The political implications were immediate. Fudge quietly abandoned his discussions with the ICW about handing Harry over. The international body itself issued a statement acknowledging Harry's contribution to magical stability and withdrawing their previous demands. Suddenly, no one wanted to be seen opposing the boy who had saved them all. But Harry knew the victory was temporary. The entity was contained, not destroyed. Pettigrew was still at large. The inheritors were still out there, still plotting, still seeking ways to free their imprisoned god. And there were other threats: Voldemort's possible survival, political enemies who would never forgive his rise, the simple fact that he was a child navigating a world designed for adults. What now? Sirius asked one evening, as they sat together in Harry's Gringotts quarters. Now we prepare for what comes next. Harry stared out at the underground cavern, at the crystals pulsing with ancient light. The binding is secure, but the world isn't. There are still enemies, still challenges, still a future to build. And Hogwarts? You'll be going there next year, won't you? Yes. Harry smiled, a genuine smile, full of anticipation. I've spent months learning about magic from books and goblins and centaurs. It's time to learn with people my own age. Time to make friends, have adventures, do all the things normal children do. You're not exactly normal. No. But I'm learning to be okay with that. That night, Harry dreamed one final time. Not of the entity's prison, not of darkness and whispers, but of something else entirely. He stood in a sunlit meadow, surrounded by 4 figures he recognized from paintings and descriptions. Godric Gryffindor, tall and fierce, with a lion's courage in his eyes. Rowena Ravenclaw, elegant and sharp, wisdom radiating from every gesture. Helga Hufflepuff, warm and solid, loyalty personified. Salazar Slytherin, cold and cunning, but not without his own kind of honor. Well done, Heir, Godric said, his voice carrying the echoes of 1,000 years. You have exceeded our hopes. You have honored our sacrifice, Rowena added. And improved upon our work. You have shown true loyalty to those who needed you, Helga said, smiling. That is the greatest gift. And you have proven, Salazar concluded, that ambition guided by conscience creates more than ambition alone ever could. Harry looked at them, these 4 who had shaped the magical world, who had given everything to protect it, who had finally found peace because of what he'd done. Thank you for trusting me, he said. I'll try to be worthy of it. You already are. Godric stepped forward, placing a spectral hand on Harry's shoulder. The future is yours now, Heir. Build something good with it. The meadow faded, the founders faded, and Harry slipped into dreamless sleep. When he woke, the sun was rising over a world full of possibilities. And Harry Potter, 10 years old and extraordinary, was ready to meet them. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The 4 Become One. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the September morning light. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with families, students, and the organized chaos of a new school year beginning. Owls hooted from cages, cats wooned between legs, and the air crackled with excitement and nervous energy that Harry could feel even from across the platform. He stood with Sirius near the barrier, watching the scene with a mixture of anticipation and something he was only beginning to recognize as belonging. You don't have to go, you know. Sirius's voice was light, but Harry caught the undercurrent of worry. You've already learned more than most 7th years. Hogwarts might feel limiting. That's exactly why I need to go. Harry adjusted his trunk, packed with books from the Founder's vault, carefully selected to continue his education alongside the standard curriculum. I've spent the past year learning from goblins, centaurs, and ancient texts. I need to learn how to be around people my own age. How to make friends who don't see me as a political ally or a magical prodigy. Just try not to save the world before Christmas. Give yourself a term to settle in. Harry laughed, a real laugh, easy and unforced. The walls he'd built around his emotions had never returned after the seeing, and he'd stopped trying to rebuild them. Feeling things openly was still strange sometimes, but it was better than the alternative. I'll do my best, he promised. But I'm not making any guarantees. The train's whistle cut through the platform noise, signaling the approach of departure. Harry hugged Sirius, another thing that came more easily now, and grabbed his trunk. I'll write every week, he said. And I've arranged secure communication through Ragnarok if anything urgent comes up. Just be a kid for a while. Sirius's eyes were bright. Merlin knows you've earned it. Harry made his way through the crowd, attracting stares and whispers that he'd learned to ignore. The boy who lived. The Founder's heir. The child who had faced ancient darkness and won. He'd become something of a legend over the past months, his story told and retold until it barely resembled reality. He didn't mind. Let them tell their stories. He knew the truth, and that was enough. The train was filling quickly. Harry moved down the corridor, searching for an empty compartment, when a voice caught his attention. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." The speaker was a girl about his age, with bushy brown hair and an intense expression that reminded Harry of Griphook during particularly demanding training sessions. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes, which struck him as either impressively prepared or slightly anxious. "I haven't," Harry said. "But I can help look. Toads like dark, damp places. Check under the seats at the back of the train." The girl blinked, clearly not expecting a helpful response. "That's actually good advice. Thank you." She started to turn away, then paused, studying his face. "Wait. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? I've read about you. The Rise of the Founder's Heir, it was in last month's Witch Weekly, and then there was that article in the Prophet about the binding ceremony. Just Harry is fine." He smiled to soften the interruption. "What's your name?" "Hermione Granger." She said it quickly, as if embarrassed by her own enthusiasm. "I'm Muggle-born, first in my family with magic. I've read everything I could find about Hogwarts and the magical world, but actually being here is..." She trailed off, gesturing helplessly at the chaos around them. "Overwhelming?" "A bit, yes. I know the feeling." Harry stepped aside as a group of older students pushed past. "Look, I was about to find a compartment. You're welcome to join me once you've helped Neville with his toad. If you want." Hermione's expression shifted, surprise giving way to something warmer. "I'd like that. Thank you, Harry." She hurried off down the corridor, and Harry continued his search for a compartment. He found one near the end of the train, empty except for a red-haired boy who was staring out the window with an expression of resigned acceptance. "Mind if I sit here?" Harry asked. The boy turned, and his eyes went wide. "Blimey, you're Harry Potter." "So I've been told." Harry stowed his trunk and settled into the seat across from the boy. "And you are?" "Ron. Ron Weasley." The name came with a slight grimace, as if Ron expected a negative reaction. Harry's memory supplied the connection immediately: the Weasleys, the family who had unknowingly harbored Pettigrew for years. He'd met them briefly during the investigation, but only the parents and the older children. Ron must be one of the younger sons. "Weasley," Harry said, keeping his tone neutral. "Your family helped expose Pettigrew. That took courage." Ron's expression shifted, surprise, then something like relief. "I thought you might be angry. About the rat, I mean. We had no idea, no one did. That's why he got away with it for so long." Harry shrugged. "Your brothers tracked him when he fled. That tracking charm probably saved the case. I should thank them, actually. Fred and George will be insufferable if they hear that." But Ron was smiling now, the tension draining from his posture. "They already think they're brilliant." "Are they?" "Unfortunately, yes." The compartment door slid open, and Hermione appeared with a round-faced boy who clutched a toad in both hands. "Found him under the last seat, just like you said." Hermione looked pleased with herself. "This is Neville Longbottom." "Neville, this is Harry Potter." Neville's eyes went even wider than Ron's had, but he managed a nervous smile. "My gran talks about you all the time. Says you're the most significant magical development in a generation." "That's one way to put it." Harry gestured to the empty seats. "Join us? Unless you have somewhere else to be." They settled in, Ron by the window, Hermione by the door, Neville clutching Trevor the Toad as if afraid he might escape again. The train lurched into motion, and soon they were leaving London behind, countryside rolling past in waves of green and gold. For a while, they talked about nothing in particular: families, expectations, the houses they might be sorted into. Harry let the conversation flow around him, contributing when it felt natural but mostly just listening. Experiencing. This was what he'd been missing. Not strategy sessions or political maneuvering, but simple human connection. Kids his own age talking about kids' things. "What do you think it's like?" Neville asked at one point. "The sorting, I mean. My gran says the Longbottoms have been Gryffindors for generations. What if I'm not? Then you'll be something else, and your gran will learn to accept it." Harry's voice was gentle but firm. "The hat sorts based on who you are, not who your family wants you to be. Whatever house you end up in will be the right one for you. Easy for you to say. You're the Founder's heir, you probably know exactly where you'll go." Harry laughed. "Actually, I have no idea. I carry all 4 bloodlines, remember? The hat might just explode." The image struck Ron as hilarious, and soon they were all laughing, the tension of anticipation transforming into shared absurdity. Harry found himself relaxing in a way he rarely did, letting the warmth of the moment wash over him. This was good. This was what he'd needed. The castle rose from the darkness like a dream given stone form. Harry had seen images, read descriptions, felt the ancient magic in the Founder's vault, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of Hogwarts. It was massive, impossibly so, towers and turrets catching moonlight, windows glowing with warm invitation. And it recognized him. The moment Harry stepped off the boats and onto Hogwarts ground, he felt it, a pulse of acknowledgement that resonated through his bones. The castle knew him. The Founder's magic, woven into every stone, was reaching out to welcome home an heir it had waited a millennium to see. The other first-years noticed nothing, too overwhelmed by the spectacle to sense the deeper currents. But Harry saw the doors swing open a fraction earlier than they should have, felt the stairs adjust beneath his feet to smooth the path, noticed the torches flare brighter as he passed. "Welcome home," the castle seemed to say. "We have been waiting." The great hall was everything the books described, the enchanted ceiling showing a sky full of stars, the 4 house tables stretching toward a raised platform where the teachers sat, the entire student body watching the new arrivals with varying degrees of interest. Harry caught Dumbledore's eye as he entered. The headmaster gave a slight nod, acknowledgement, nothing more. They'd agreed that Harry's time at Hogwarts should be as normal as possible, without preferential treatment or constant oversight. Professor McGonagall, stern-faced and efficient, produced a stool and a battered hat that Harry recognized from his studies, the sorting hat, created by the Founders themselves to continue their work after they were gone. The hat's song was clever, touching on each house's qualities with rhymes that made the students laugh and cheer. Harry listened with half his attention, the other half focused on the strange sensation of being in a place where every stone knew his name. Granger, Hermione. Harry watched as Hermione approached the stool, her nervousness visible in the rigidity of her posture. The hat took nearly a minute before calling Ravenclaw, and Hermione hurried to the blue and bronze table with evident relief. Longbottom, Neville. Another long deliberation, the hat occasionally twitching as if arguing with itself. Finally, Gryffindor. Neville looked shocked but pleased as he stumbled toward the red and gold table. Potter, Harry. The whispers started immediately, a wave of sound that swept through the hall. Harry ignored them, walking to the stool with measured steps, feeling the weight of 1,000 staring eyes. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Well, well, said a voice in his mind. The heir at last. I've been expecting you. You're a construct of the Founders, Harry thought back. I've read about how you were created. A construct, yes, but not a mindless one. I've had 1,000 years to develop. And you, the hat's presence pressed against his consciousness, curious and probing. "You've had quite a year, haven't you? Trials passed, entity bound, wisdom gained. The founders would be proud. Just sort me already. Impatient, like Godric. But with Rowena's clarity, Helga's loyalty, and Salazar's cunning." The hat seemed to chuckle. "You carry them all, Heir. Every trait, every strength, every flaw. You could thrive in any house. Then put me where I belong." "Where you belong?" The hat's voice grew thoughtful. "You belong in a place that no longer exists, a fifth house, perhaps, for those who unite rather than divide. But since that option is unavailable." The silence stretched. The hall had gone completely quiet, sensing that something unusual was happening. "Courage drives you," the hat mused. "But so does wisdom. Loyalty defines you, but ambition shapes you. You are all four and none. You are," the hat's voice suddenly changed, becoming deeper, older, carrying echoes of voices Harry recognized from his trials. "We gave you our blessing," Gryffindor's voice said. "Now claim your place. Knowledge is your weapon," Ravenclaw added. "Use it well. Stay true to those who need you," Hufflepuff urged. "They are your strength. Never forget the cunning that keeps you alive," Slytherin concluded. "It is as valid as any other virtue." And then, aloud, in a voice that shook the rafters, "All four." The hall exploded into chaos. Nothing like this had ever happened. The Sorting Hat had existed for 1,000 years, sorting millions of students into one of four houses. It had never, not once, placed anyone in all four simultaneously. "That's not possible," McGonagall said, her voice carrying over the din. "The Hat must choose a house." "The Hat has chosen," Dumbledore interrupted, rising from his seat. His voice was calm, but Harry could see the glint of something, surprise, amusement, concern, in his eyes. "It has simply chosen, unconventionally. But the logistics, where will he sleep? Which table will he sit at? Which house points, those details can be worked out." Dumbledore addressed the hall, his voice magically amplified. "Tonight, we have witnessed something unprecedented, the Sorting Hat's recognition of a student who embodies all four houses' qualities. Harry Potter will be considered a member of all four houses, with the freedom to participate in each as he sees fit." The chaos didn't exactly settle, but it shifted, from confusion to excited speculation. Harry rose from the stool, removed the hat, and stood before the hall, feeling the weight of every gaze upon him. He could have walked to any table. Could have chosen Gryffindor, where Neville waited with wide eyes, or Ravenclaw, where Hermione was practically vibrating with questions. Could have picked Slytherin, causing a scandal, or Hufflepuff, making a statement about the house's underrated virtues. Instead, he walked to the center of the hall and conjured a chair. It wasn't a difficult spell, one of the first Griphook had taught him, but the effect was dramatic. A chair appeared from nothing, solid and comfortable, positioned at the exact point where all four house tables would be equidistant. Harry sat. "I appreciate the accommodation, Headmaster," he said, his voice carrying clearly. "I think I'll sit here, if that's acceptable." Neutral ground. The silence was absolute. Then, from the Gryffindor table, someone started laughing, Fred or George Weasley, Harry thought, and the tension broke. Students began talking again, pointing, speculating, but the hostility that might have emerged was diffused by the sheer audacity of the moment. Harry caught Ron's eye across the hall. His friend, and yes, Harry already thought of him that way, was grinning broadly. "Knew you'd do something mental," Ron mouthed. Harry just smiled and waited for the feast to begin. The first week at Hogwarts was a whirlwind of logistics. The unprecedented sorting required unprecedented arrangements. Harry was given access to all four common rooms, though he chose to sleep in a private chamber the castle itself had prepared, a room that hadn't existed until he arrived, appearing in a corridor that connected to all four house territories. "The castle is adapting to you," Dumbledore explained during their first private meeting. It hasn't done this since the founders themselves walked these halls. The magic recognizes you as part of its structure, in a way. That sounds concerning. It's unusual, certainly. But I don't believe it's dangerous. The castle seems to want to help you, not control you. Classes were another matter. Harry had learned most of the first-year curriculum during his months of intensive training, but he'd agreed with Dumbledore to attend normal lessons anyway. The goal wasn't to accumulate knowledge, it was to build relationships, to be part of the student body rather than apart from it. That meant sitting through potions with Snape, who regarded Harry with an expression of profound and complex hatred that Harry recognized as having little to do with him personally. It meant struggling through History of Magic, where Professor Binz's droning made even Harry's considerable discipline waver. It meant flying lessons with Madame Hooch, where Harry discovered a natural aptitude that startled everyone, including himself. "You fly like you were born to it," Madame Hooch said after watching him execute a series of maneuvers that most seventh-years would struggle with. "Have you had professional training?" "Never been on a broom before today." Harry dismounted, feeling the rush of flight still singing in his blood. It just felt right. "Gryffindor's gift," the flying instructor murmured, almost to herself. "The founder's heir, indeed." But the best parts of the week had nothing to do with classes or politics or magical legacy. They were simpler: eating breakfast with Ron and arguing about Quidditch teams, studying with Hermione in the library and admiring her relentless curiosity, helping Neville with his potions essays and watching his confidence slowly grow. For the first time in his life, Harry had friends. Real friends, who liked him for himself rather than his fame or power. It was, he decided, worth more than all the magic in the world. The inheritors struck on the last day of October. Harry should have expected it. Samhain was approaching, the anniversary of his parents' deaths, of his confrontation with the entity, of the binding strengthening. The magical currents would be heightened, the barriers thin. The perfect time for an attack. The first sign was the wards. Harry felt them shudder during breakfast, a subtle disruption that most people wouldn't notice. But he'd spent months studying wardcraft with the goblins, and he knew what magical intrusion felt like. "Something's wrong," he said quietly, setting down his fork. Ron looked up from his eggs. "What do you mean?" "The wards. Someone's testing them." Harry stood, drawing his wand. "I need to," the ceiling exploded. Not the enchanted ceiling, the real one above it, the physical structure that protected the hall from weather and intrusion. Stone and glass rained down as masked figures descended on brooms, their wands already casting. Chaos erupted. Students screamed, teachers drew wands, the ghosts scattered in all directions. Harry saw Dumbledore rise, power gathering around him like a storm, but there were too many attackers, too much happening at once. The inheritors hadn't come for the students. They'd come for him. Harry felt the binding magic respond to his anger, for elements swirling around him, the founder's power answering his call. He raised his wand and stepped forward, placing himself between the attackers and the students still scrambling for cover. "Harry, don't!" Hermione shouted from somewhere behind him. But Harry wasn't listening. He was already moving, magic flowing through him like water through a canyon. A shield materialized, massive and golden, protecting the student body. Spells bounced off it harmlessly as Harry turned his attention to the attackers. There were perhaps 20 of them, more than he'd faced alone before. But he wasn't alone. Dumbledore was engaging several on the far side of the hall, McGonagall was dueling 2 more near the entrance, and other teachers were joining the fight. Harry focused on the 3 diving directly at him. The first one fell to a stunner so powerful it cracked the floor where he landed. The second was caught by a binding of pure magical force, Founder's power wrapping around him like chains. The third was faster than Harry expected. She dodged his first spell, countered his second, and closed the distance with terrifying speed. Her blade, the same dark enchantment he'd seen during the previous attack, swept toward his throat. Harry caught her wrist, twisted, and threw her into the wall with strength that surprised them both. The Founder's magic was augmenting his physical abilities, he realized, not just his spell work. More attackers were falling. Dumbledore had incapacitated half a dozen, and the remaining inheritors were beginning to retreat. But one of them, the leader, perhaps, based on his more elaborate robes, wasn't running. He was flying directly toward Harry, power gathering around him like a visible aura. "The heir must fall," he screamed, his voice carrying above the chaos. "The god will not be denied." Harry braced himself, feeling the binding respond to the threat. The entity was watching, he realized, pressing against its prison, trying to lend power to its servants. He could feel it, a pressure at the back of his mind, whispering promises and threats. "You cannot stop them all," it said. "They will keep coming. They will never stop." "Then I'll stop them every time," Harry thought back. The leader's attack came, a blast of dark energy that would have killed an ordinary wizard instantly. Harry caught it with both hands, Founder's magic flaring, and pushed back. For a moment, they struggled against each other, power against power, will against will. Then Harry reached for the binding itself. The ley lines beneath Hogwarts answered his call, flooding him with energy that dwarfed anything he'd channeled before. He pushed it into his counterattack, overwhelming the inheritor's dark magic, burning through his defenses. The man screamed and fell. Around the hall, the remaining attackers disapparated, fleeing rather than face whatever Harry had become. The battle was over in less than 3 minutes. Harry stood in the ruins of the Great Hall, breathing hard, feeling the Founder's power slowly recede. Students were crying, teachers were checking for injuries, and the ceiling above them showed grey October sky through the massive hole the attack had created. Dumbledore approached, his expression grave but impressed. "That was extraordinary. They'll come back." Harry's voice was flat. "The inheritors won't stop until I'm dead or the entity is free. Then we'll prepare for their return." Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You protected everyone, Harry. 100 students who might have been hurt, and not one of them was. That matters." Harry looked around the hall, at the destruction, at the fear on people's faces, at the proof that even Hogwarts wasn't safe from his enemies. "It's not enough," he said quietly. "Not until this is finished for good." The aftermath of the attack reshaped the rest of the term. Security at Hogwarts increased dramatically. The Ministry, finally recognizing the inheritors as a genuine threat, deployed Aurors to patrol the grounds. The Goblin Alliance provided additional protection, ward specialists who reinforced the castle's defenses with techniques unknown to wizards. But the real change was in Harry himself. He'd been trying to be normal, to be just another student. The attack had proven that impossible. He was the Founder's heir, the keystone of the binding, the target of an ancient cult. No amount of pretending would make those facts go away. "You've been quiet lately," Hermione observed one evening in the library. "Ever since the attack." "Just thinking." About what comes next." Harry set down his book, Advanced Transfiguration Theory, years beyond the first-year curriculum. "The inheritors will try again. They've been working toward the entity's release for 1,000 years, they won't give up because of one failed attack. Then we prepare better defenses. Defense isn't enough. Eventually, they'll find a way through." Harry's expression was troubled. "I need to go on offense. Find their leadership, destroy their organization, end the threat permanently." "You're 11 years old. I'm the Founder's heir." Age stopped mattering the moment that inheritance parchment showed 4 crests. Hermione was quiet for a moment. "What would going on offense look like?" "I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out." The investigation began during Christmas holiday. Harry stayed at Hogwarts while most students went home, using the quiet to research the inheritors more thoroughly. The Founder's vault contained some information, scattered references to a cult that had opposed the binding from the beginning, but nothing comprehensive. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Pettigrew has been sighted, Ragnarok reported during one of their secure communications. Our agents tracked him to Albania, of all places. He appears to be searching for something. Voldemort. Harry's voice was flat. The inheritors' attack, it was coordinated with something larger. Pettigrew's working with them. That would explain certain intelligence we've gathered. The inheritors have been more active lately, better funded, better organized. Someone new is directing them. Voldemort. Or whatever remains of him. Harry felt pieces clicking together. He's been surviving somehow, waiting for an opportunity. The entity beneath Hogwarts, if it escaped, it would cause the kind of chaos Voldemort could exploit. An alliance between a Dark Lord and an ancient evil. Exactly. Pettigrew serves Voldemort. The inheritors serve the entity. And somehow, the two groups have found common cause. The implications were terrifying. Harry had thought he was facing one enemy, the cult that wanted to free the bound entity. Now it appeared he was facing two, working together toward goals that would doom the magical world. I need to accelerate my plans, he said. The ley line solution bought us time, but not forever. If Voldemort returns and the inheritors keep attacking, something will eventually slip through. What do you propose? Find Pettigrew. Capture him, interrogate him, learn everything he knows about both organizations. Harry's expression hardened. And then start dismantling them, piece by piece. The hunt for Pettigrew consumed the spring. Harry balanced his coursework, maintaining top marks despite the distraction, with an increasingly complex intelligence operation. The Goblins provided resources and contacts. Sirius, finally recovered enough to be useful, coordinated field operations. Even Dumbledore contributed, sharing information from his own network of allies. They tracked Pettigrew across Europe, always a step behind. Albania, Romania, Bulgaria, Russia, the trail wound through countries and forests and mountains, leading towards something that made Harry's scar burn with increasing intensity. He's definitely looking for Voldemort, Sirius reported after one particularly dangerous reconnaissance mission. Or what's left of him. Local magical creatures speak of a dark presence in the forests, something that drains life from everything around it. Voldemort's survival, Dumbledore explained during their next strategy session. The Horcruxes I suspected but never confirmed. He split his soul, Harry, anchored himself to life through dark magic beyond anything previously attempted. Horcruxes. Objects containing fragments of a soul. While they exist, Voldemort cannot truly die, he'll always find a way to return. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Finding and destroying them will be essential to ending his threat permanently. How many are there? Unknown. But I have leads, objects of significance, locations of importance. The research will take time, but it's the only way to ensure Voldemort stays dead once he's defeated again. Harry absorbed this, adding it to the growing list of threats he needed to address. Horcruxes, inheritors, an ancient entity, a possibly returning Dark Lord, each problem interconnected, each requiring different solutions. One thing at a time, he said finally. First, we catch Pettigrew. He knows about both organizations, both threats. Capturing him gives us intelligence we desperately need. And then? Then we start winning this war instead of just surviving it. They caught Pettigrew in June, 3 days before the end of term. The rat had made a mistake, stopped running long enough to meet with an inheritor contact, providing a window of opportunity that Harry's network had been waiting for. Sirius led the capture team personally, finally getting the confrontation he'd waited years to have. He tried to beg, Sirius reported afterward, his voice carrying satisfaction and disgust in equal measure. Claimed he'd been under the Imperius curse the whole time. Just like he did 15 years ago. Did anyone believe him? Not for a second. We have him in Goblin custody now, maximum security, no possibility of escape. The interrogation took weeks. Pettigrew was a coward, but he was also cunning. Centuries of hiding as a rat had taught him how to reveal just enough to seem cooperative while concealing his most dangerous secrets. Harry participated in several sessions, his presence unnerving Pettigrew in ways that professional interrogators couldn't match. "You look just like James," Pettigrew whispered during one session, tears streaming down his face. "He was my friend, you know. Before everything went wrong. He trusted me completely. And you betrayed him completely." Harry's voice was cold. "Tell me about the inheritors." The information came in pieces, extracted over days and weeks. The inheritors were ancient, older than the cult's official founding, stretching back to the civilization that had first imprisoned the entity. They'd survived by adapting, evolving, passing their beliefs from generation to generation across millennia. Their leadership was a council, 12 individuals from different countries, each overseeing their region's operations. Pettigrew knew some names, some locations, some of the resources they commanded. And he knew about the alliance with Voldemort. "The Dark Lord found them," Pettigrew admitted during one session. "Or they found him, I was never sure. They promised to help him return, to provide followers and resources, in exchange for his support when the entity escaped." "Support doing what?" "Ruling whatever was left." Pettigrew's laugh was bitter. "The inheritors believe the entity will reshape the world, make it into something better. Voldemort doesn't care about their beliefs, he just sees an opportunity for power." "And you? What do you believe?" "I believe in survival." Pettigrew met Harry's eyes, and for a moment, his expression was almost honest. "I've always believed in survival. Whatever I had to do, whoever I had to betray, I survived. That's all that's ever mattered." Harry studied the broken man before him, the traitor, the murderer, the coward who had destroyed everything he touched. He thought about the Dursleys, about survival, about what he'd been willing to become to stay alive. "Survival isn't enough," he said quietly. "I used to think it was, but it isn't. Survival without purpose is just existence. And existence without meaning is just a slower form of death." "Easy for you to say. You're the founder's heir, the boy who lived, the hero of the age. You've never had to choose between principles and staying alive. I've chosen both. That's what makes me different from you." Harry stood, signaling the end of the session. "You had chances, Pettigrew. Chances to be brave, to stand for something. You chose to betray them all. That's not survival, that's surrender." He left the interrogation room without looking back. The summer before Harry's second year was dedicated to planning. Using Pettigrew's intelligence, Harry and his allies mapped the inheritors' organization, their cells, their resources, their leadership. The picture that emerged was daunting, a global network with thousands of members, substantial wealth, and connections to every major magical institution. "We can't destroy them through direct confrontation," Harry concluded during a strategy session with Ragnarok, Sirius, and Dumbledore. "They're too dispersed, too embedded. Even if we eliminated every cell we've identified, others would remain hidden." "Then what do you propose?" "We don't destroy the organization, we discredit it. Expose their activities, reveal their alliance with Voldemort, show the magical world what they really are." Harry spread documents across the table. "The inheritors have survived for millennia by staying hidden. If we drag them into the light, their own nature will destroy them. An information war rather than a magical one." "Exactly. We use the profit, international media, political connections. We make it impossible for anyone to associate with the inheritors without damaging their own reputation." "And their leadership?" "We pursue them through legal channels where possible, direct action where necessary. But always publicly, always with documentation, always making clear that this is justice, not vigilantism." The plan required patience, months, perhaps years, of careful work. But Harry had learned patience from the centaurs, learned strategy from the goblins, learned the value of long-term thinking from the founders themselves. The war against the inheritors wouldn't be won in a single battle. It would be won through 1,000 small actions, each one pushing the enemy a little further toward defeat. The exposure campaign began in September of Harry's second year. The Daily Prophet published the first article, a detailed investigation into inheritor activities, sourced to documents captured from Pettigrew and corroborated by independent witnesses. The story dominated the front page, sending shockwaves through magical Britain. Ancient Cult Seeks to Release Dark Power Founders. Heir Exposes Millennium-Old Conspiracy. Ministry and ICW Coordinate Investigation. The public response was exactly what Harry had hoped for. People were horrified, outraged, demanding action. The minister, Fudge, had finally been replaced by Amelia Bones, pledged full ministry resources to pursuing the inheritors and their allies. International coverage followed. Papers in France, Germany, America, everywhere the inheritors had operated, picked up the story. Governments began investigating. Arrests were made, assets frozen, hideouts raided. The inheritors fought back, of course. There were attacks, assassination attempts, desperate strikes at Harry and his allies. But each attack only confirmed the narrative, that these were dangerous extremists who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. By Christmas, the organization was in disarray. Half their leadership had been captured or killed. Their recruitment had collapsed as potential members learned the truth about their beliefs. Even the most devoted followers were beginning to question whether the entity's release was worth the price. "We're winning," Hermione observed one evening in the library. She'd become an integral part of Harry's inner circle, her analytical mind invaluable for processing intelligence and identifying patterns. "The inheritors are collapsing." "The organization is collapsing," Harry corrected. "The belief system isn't." There will always be people who think releasing the entity is a good idea, who see it as a god worthy of worship. We've damaged the structure, but the ideology survives. Then how do we destroy the ideology? We don't. We can't. Ideas are immortal, you can't kill them, only replace them with better ideas. Harry set down his book. But we can make it harder for them to organize, harder for them to recruit, harder for them to act. We can ensure that future generations see the inheritors as villains rather than visionaries. That sounds like a lot of work. It's a lifetime of work. Maybe longer. Harry smiled, and there was both acceptance and determination in the expression. But that's what it means to be the founder's heir. They didn't just build a school, they built a legacy that lasted a millennium. I need to do the same. The final confrontation came in March. Harry had known it was coming, had felt the pressure building through the binding, the entity pushing against its chains with increasing desperation. The inheritors' collapse had panicked it, driving it to more direct action. It called to him. Through dreams at first, then through waking visions. The entity showed him its prison, its suffering, its desperate hunger for freedom. It offered everything it had ever offered: power, knowledge, the chance to reshape the world. Harry refused, each time. "You can't have what you want," he told the shadow in one final dream confrontation. "The binding is too strong now. The inheritors are broken. Voldemort is still hiding, unable to return. There's no one left to free you." "There is you," the entity whispered. "You are the key. You can open the door whenever you choose." "I won't choose." "You might. Someday, somehow, circumstances might arise where releasing me seems like the right decision. I have patience, Heir. I have nothing but time." Harry considered this. The entity was ancient, powerful, and relentlessly patient. Even contained, even bound by the strongest prison ever created, it remained a threat. It would never stop trying to escape, never stop seeking weakness, never stop whispering to those susceptible to its promises. There was only one way to end the threat permanently. "The founders couldn't destroy you," Harry said slowly. "They tried everything they knew, and nothing worked. Nothing in this world can destroy me. I am beyond your comprehension. In this world. Harry felt an idea crystallizing, building on everything he'd learned from the Founder's notes, the Centaur's teachings, the deep structure of magical reality. But there are other worlds. Other dimensions. Places where different rules apply. For the first time, something like concern flickered through the entity's presence. You cannot send me away. The power required would be immense. But I have the ley lines. I have the Founder's magic. I have 1,000 years of accumulated power in the binding itself. Harry met the Shadow's formless gaze. And I have something you never counted on, friends who will help me, allies who will lend their strength, an entire world that wants you gone. You would risk tearing reality apart to be rid of me? I would do whatever is necessary to protect the people I love. Harry felt the truth of it resonating through every fiber of his being. That's what you never understood. That's what the Founders knew when they gave their souls to imprison you. Love isn't a weakness, it's the most powerful force in existence. And I have more of it than you could ever comprehend. The entity recoiled. And Harry woke, knowing exactly what he had to do. The ritual required preparation. Harry spent weeks coordinating with his allies, Dumbledore and the Hogwarts staff, the Goblins and their wardcrafters, the Centaurs and their geomantic knowledge. They gathered at Hogwarts on the spring equinox, when light and dark were perfectly balanced, when the barriers between worlds were thin enough to pierce. Are you certain about this? Dumbledore asked as they descended toward the binding chamber. What you're attempting has never been done. There's no guarantee, there's never a guarantee. Harry walked steadily, the Founder's power humming through his veins. But I've seen what happens if the entity escapes. Every future where it breaks free is a future where everything ends. This is the only path that leads somewhere worth going. The chamber was exactly as Harry remembered, black stone, 4 pillars of light, a pit of shadow at the center. But now there were additions, a circle of runes drawn in silver and gold, 7 convergence points marked with crystals that glowed with ley line power, dozens of allies positioned around the perimeter. Sirius stood with Remus, both ready to defend Harry if anything went wrong. Hermione had a book of counter-rituals, prepared to stabilize any unexpected effects. Ron and Neville flanked her, their wands drawn, their faces determined. Megorian and the Centaur delegation watched from the shadows, their knowledge of the ley lines essential for what came next. Ragnarok commanded a squad of goblin war mages, ready to contribute their ancient power. Even Severus Snape was present, his expression unreadable but his wand steady. Harry took his position at the center of the circle and began. The ritual was complex, more complex than anything he'd attempted before. He drew power from the ley lines, channeled it through the binding, used the entity's own prison as a foundation for something larger. The magic required precise control, perfect focus, absolute commitment. The entity fought back. It screamed, it thrashed, it threw everything it had against the binding. The chamber shook, stones cracking, ancient supports groaning under pressures they were never designed to contain. Harry felt the darkness pressing against his consciousness, trying to break his concentration, trying to corrupt his intent. But he held. The Founder's power supported him. The ley lines fed him. His allies' magic strengthened him. And somewhere beyond the physical world, 4 ancient souls lent their blessing one final time. The ritual reached its climax. Harry spoke words that had never been spoken, traced patterns that had never been traced. He opened a doorway, not in space, but in reality itself, and he pushed. The entity screamed one final time as it felt itself being torn from the world it had infected for countless millennia. Its darkness, its hunger, its endless malevolence, all of it was drawn toward the opening, toward the dimension Harry had created specifically to contain it. No. The voice shook the chamber. I will not, you cannot, I can, Harry said quietly. And I am. The doorway closed. The entity was gone. The aftermath was anticlimactic in the best possible way. Harry collapsed immediately after the ritual, his magic entirely depleted. He woke 3 days later in the Hogwarts hospital wing, surrounded by friends and allies who had refused to leave his bedside. "You did it," Hermione said, tears streaming down her face. "The entity is gone. The binding, it's empty. There's nothing left to contain. Gone permanently?" "According to every analysis we've run, yes. The dimension you created is completely isolated, no connection to our reality, no way for the entity to escape." She laughed, the sound carrying wonder and relief. "You didn't just imprison it better. You banished it entirely." Harry closed his eyes, feeling a weight lift that he hadn't realized he was carrying. For his entire life, since before he was born, really, the entity had been a shadow over his existence. The keystone, the heir, the child shaped by forces beyond his understanding. Now that was over. "What happens now?" Ron asked from his other side. "With the inheritors, with Voldemort, with all of it. Now we keep working." Harry opened his eyes, managing a tired smile. The entity was the biggest threat, but it wasn't the only one. There's still a Dark Lord to finish, still a magical world to improve, still a future to build. "But not alone," Sirius said from the foot of the bed. "Never alone. No." Harry looked around at the faces surrounding him, the friends he'd made, the allies he'd gathered, the family he'd built from nothing. Not alone. Not anymore. The years that followed were not easy. Voldemort did return, 2 years later, just as Harry had predicted. The battle against him was long and bloody, claiming lives that Harry would mourn forever. But without the inheritor's support, without the promise of the entity's power to augment his forces, Voldemort was ultimately just a dark wizard, powerful, dangerous, but mortal. The Horcruxes fell one by one. Harry led the hunt personally, drawing on everything he'd learned, every ally he'd gathered, every skill he'd developed. The diary. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. The snake. And the final piece, hidden in Harry's own scar, the fragment Voldemort had created accidentally the night he'd killed the Potters. That confrontation was private, personal, a battle of wills that took place in the space between life and death. Harry won not through power, but through choice, choosing to return, choosing to fight, choosing to be more than the victim Voldemort had tried to make him. The Dark Lord fell, truly and finally, on Harry's 18th birthday. It seemed fitting somehow. 1 year later, Harry stood in the Founder's vault. The chamber was unchanged, shelves of ancient books, display cases of artifacts, the sealed door at the back that led to the now empty inner sanctum. But Harry was different. The boy who had stumbled into this place at 9 years old was gone, replaced by a young man who had earned every title he carried. "You've done well, Heir." Harry turned. The voice was familiar, though he hadn't heard it in years, a resonance of the Founders, speaking through the vault's ancient magic. "You're still here." Echoes of us. Memories woven into the stones. The voice carried warmth, approval, something like parental pride. "We watched your journey. Every trial, every battle, every choice. You exceeded everything we hoped for. I had help. You built that help. You earned the loyalty you received. That is its own kind of magic, perhaps the most important kind." Harry walked to the center of the vault, where the 4 artifacts still waited: sword, locket, diadem, cup. He had used them in the final battle, wielded the Founder's power for its intended purpose. Now they rested, their purpose fulfilled. "What happens now?" he asked. "To the vault, to the artifacts, to all of this. That is for you to decide. We left our legacy to be used, not preserved. You might share it with the world, advancing magical knowledge by centuries. You might destroy it, preventing future misuse. You might do something we never imagined, that is always the right of the young." Harry considered. The Founders' knowledge was immense, their power unmatched. In the wrong hands, it could cause tremendous damage. In the right hands, it could transform the magical world. "I think," he said slowly, "that I'll create something new. A school within a school, a place where students with particular gifts can learn from the founder's legacy, under careful supervision. Not everyone needs to know these secrets. But those who do, who can be trusted, who will use the knowledge responsibly, they should have the opportunity." A wise choice. The founder's voice carried approval. "You understand what we failed to learn in our time, that power shared wisely grows, while power hoarded withers. I had good teachers." Silence fell over the vault. The echoes faded, leaving Harry alone with the artifacts and the books and the weight of decision. He began to plan. The years became decades. Harry grew, matured, became something the magical world had never seen, a leader who led by example rather than force, who built coalitions instead of empires, who valued wisdom over power and compassion over control. He never married, not out of reluctance, but because his heart belonged to his mission, to the family he'd built from scattered pieces. Sirius lived another 40 years, dying peacefully in his sleep, surrounded by the godson who had saved him from Azkaban's darkness. Remus and his wife Tonks raised children who called Harry uncle. Ron and Hermione's kids ran through Hogwarts halls, perpetuating a legacy of friendship that lasted generations. Harry watched them grow, helped them learn, prepared them to carry on after he was gone. And when his time finally came, peacefully, at the age of 137, he faced it without fear. The founder's magic had sustained him, extending his life far beyond normal human span. But nothing was eternal, and Harry had long since made peace with mortality. He had done what he'd set out to do, protected the people he loved, built a better world, proved that a boy from a cupboard under the stairs could change everything. The funeral was attended by thousands, ministry officials, international dignitaries, creatures of every kind who had reason to honor the founder's heir. But the people who mattered most were at the front, Ron and Hermione's descendants, the great-grandchildren of friends Harry had made in his first year at Hogwarts. They carried on his work, as he'd always known they would. In the end, what mattered wasn't the battles or the politics or the magical achievements. What mattered was simpler than that. Harry Potter had been born into darkness, raised in cruelty, marked for a destiny he'd never chosen. But he'd made choices anyway, to be brave when fear would have been easier, to be kind when hardness would have been safer, to be loving when the world had given him every reason to close his heart. Those choices had changed everything. Not just for him, but for everyone who came after. The magical world his grandchildren inherited was better than the one he'd been born into, more just, more kind, more willing to see the potential in every person regardless of their blood or background. That was Harry Potter's true legacy. Not the power, not the titles, not even the defeat of ancient evil. Just the simple, radical choice to be good when being good was hard. The founders had hoped for an heir who would protect their creation. They got something better, an heir who would improve it. And that made all the difference.